This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Project Daily Grind by Alexei Usadchuk. Translated by Irene Woodhead and Neil P. Mayhew. Narrated by Kyle McCarley. Chapter 1.
You need to understand, Mr. Ivanenko, that our bank can't see you as a potential borrower.
The teller looked into my eyes, faking sympathy. A drop of sweat rolled down his fat, clean-shaven cheek. The man stretched his plump, pink lips in a buttery smile. His little white hand, which never could have held anything heavier than a knife and fork, kept tweaking the knot of his tie. Even when he clenched it occasionally, I couldn't see the knuckles of his plump fist. Why? Have I ever missed a payment? My wife and I make sure we always have an emergency fund on our account at all times. We call it our last resort. We must have the money, come hell or high water. On the first of each month, the bank always gets its pound of flesh, whatever the circumstances.
No, not at all.
The clerk threw his chubby hands in the air.
I wish we had more clients as punctual as you are.
So what's the problem, then? I touched the bridge of my nose, trying to rearrange the non-existent glasses. Talk about the power of habit. The glasses had bitten the dust 2 weeks ago, when I'd fainted for the first time in my life. I wasn't taken ill, no. According to the doctor, this was exhaustion, as he'd put it. My nerves were in tatters, and what with all the insomnia, no wonder I'd fainted. Plus, I'd broken my glasses, which had been a shame indeed. Now I had to squint whenever I wanted to see anything. But I just couldn't afford a new pair. Every bit of money available had to go on my daughter's treatment.
You need to understand,
the clerk continued,
even if you had 3 lives, you'd never be able to pay back the kind of sum that you're asking for, plus what you already owe us. You've got nothing to remortgage anymore. You have no relatives who could act as guarantor. Your wages are below average. Your wife doesn't work, if you excuse my indiscretion.
This cute and cuddly individual promptly shut up, apparently reading something unkind in my glare. I heaved a sigh, trying to calm down, and looked aside. Losing it now would be the worst thing to do. This loan was vital for us. For my daughter, rather. It had all started with some heart murmurs she'd had. According to the doctor, it was perfectly normal in a 3-year-old. She'd grow out of it, he'd said. She hadn't. Christina was now 6, and her heart, her second heart, wasn't doing too well. Her own had burned out within the first year. To raise money for the surgery, we'd promptly sold our apartment and our country cottage. We'd had a quiet celebration away from prying eyes when we'd learned that there was a donor heart available. Others might judge us. Having a donor heart meant that someone's child had just died. Those who never spent nights by their dying daughter's bedside will never understand me. I didn't care what they might think. All I cared was that my baby lived. The surgery had been performed in Germany by a team of expert surgeons working for a top clinic. The doctor had assured us that if the transplanted heart took, our girl would live happily ever after. Tearful with joy, we believed him. During the first year, our faith in his words had taken root in our own hearts. Christina's health had largely improved. She wasn't short of breath anymore. Her nails were now pink, not blue. My girl was strong. The doctors kept telling us that a young body like hers was bound to overcome the disease. Then the troubles had returned. Chronic rejection, we'd been told. Apparently her blood was the problem. They'd implanted my girl with a prosthetic heart, complete with a 25-pound battery to be recharged every 12 hours. We'd been told this was the latest breakthrough in medicine, a temporary measure, while they looked for a new donor heart, if ever they found one. We'd been waiting for a week when Dr. Klaus came to see us. He told us we'd been put on their risk book. In other words, they'd blacklisted us. Christina's body had rejected the very first donor heart, thus bringing her back to the bottom of the queue. I remember the pain and tears in my wife's eyes, silently asking, "So this is the end, is it?" Mechanically, her pale lips kept counting the number of extrasystoles of the prosthetic heart, ticking loudly in my daughter's chest. And they'd warned us that patients who'd undergone this kind of surgery were prone to psychopathological disorders. But, in our case, Christina had taken the ticking and slight vibration in her chest all in her stride. She even joked that she had a ticking heart bomb. But Sveta, my wife, wasn't so strong. She'd check the battery and all the connectors every half hour, and almost stopped sleeping at night listening to the beat of the mechanical heart. Only when the first orderlies arrived early in the morning would she doze off, despite the sounds of the television, her hand still resting on her daughter's chest. Dr. Klaus had finished his sales pitch, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave. We tensed up like two hyenas about to charge their prey. Was there hope after all? According to him, there was. With his every word, my wife's brow cleared. Apparently, about a year ago, a Japanese laboratory had succeeded in growing a functioning human heart. And more importantly, it had been successfully implanted in a patient here, in this very clinic, by Dr. Klaus himself. The Japanese used the patient's own DNA, which, in our case, was a perfect solution. This was a miracle, the one we so desperately needed. Dr. Klaus kept talking, describing the whole procedure. We listened to him, already visualizing our baby alive and healthy. His mention of the expenses brought us swiftly back to Earth. Dr. Klaus had already contacted the Japanese. The whole process, from the initial conception stage until the realization of the grown-up organ, took about 2 months, give or take a week. If you counted the cost of the procedure itself, including the transportation and surgery, plus the hospital bills and the unavoidable taxes, we were looking at $250,000. That's with all the discounts offered, both by the Japanese and the clinic itself. When later I checked their price list, I discovered that they basically shared the profits. To grow a heart cost just a tad more than implanting it. Had we been shocked by the price? Honestly, we hadn't. We were happy. When Dr. Klaus had tactfully left, giving us some time to consider his offer, we hugged and cried. At that moment, we hadn't even thought where the money was going to come from. All we were thinking about was that our girl was going to live. Gone would be this piece of steel ticking like a time bomb in her chest. Gone would be the bed. Christina would have a proper human heart. She would live. We'd signed the full-board contract with the German clinic. They'd sent a DNA sample to the Japanese, but they wanted an advance payment of $50,000 to proceed. They'd asked for $70,000 first, but the Germans had helped us to bring it down. And once we transferred the money into the Japanese account, my girl's heart would start to grow. I'd signed all the papers, kissed my family, and took the first flight home. Hope gave me wings. My wife, Sveta, had stayed on in the clinic. We had just enough money for 3 more weeks in the hospital. I had to hurry.
Mr. Ivanenko!
The cuddly clerk gingerly touched my hand.
Are you all right?
I startled. What is it? Sorry. The clerk snatched his hand back in a very feminine gesture.
I thought you were unwell.
Well, I said, peering at his name tag. Mr. Antonov, you have no idea how unwell I am. Never mind. I slapped my knees and rose. I suppose I'll be off then.
Have a nice day,
He mumbled at my back. As I walked out of his cubicle, my gaze alighted on a colorful poster. Smiling faces, medieval attire. I didn't read what it was about. I had other things to do. I lingered on the bank's doorstep, holding the door open for a portly lady, when I heard, "Mr. Ivanenko, please wait." Mr. Shantarsky, the bank's manager, stood in the doorway of his office, smiling at me. An imposing face, a touch of gray at his temples, an expensive suit, and good shoes. Everything about him told you that this 45-year-old man was perfectly happy. Oh well, I really should go and speak to him. You never know. He might help. Shantarsky swung his office door open wide, letting me in. "Do come in and take a seat." A gold watch clinked on his groomed hand as he gestured to a soft chair. "Would you like a coffee?" "I'd rather have some water, thank you," I said, while my mind raced, coming up with suitable arguments for the forthcoming conversation. He closed the door. "A coffee for me, please," he addressed his secretary, "and some water for Mr. Ivanenko." I caught a whiff of his expensive aftershave as he walked around my chair and lowered his agile body into his seat. His vivid blue eyes stared at me with compassion. I didn't for 1 second doubt he was sincere in his sympathy. "I bet you're angry with me." He smiled. "You probably already have a conspiracy theory about it. You must be thinking that I decided to get rid of you and sent a clerk to deal with you." I waved his suggestion away. The thought didn't even cross my mind. You're too busy. Nobody expects a bank manager to wait hand and foot on his every client. "I can if the client needs me," he grinned. "In the West, apparently every client has access to the bank manager's office. No one would even dare object. We here in Russia still live in the Middle Ages." I smiled back. I couldn't agree more. I remembered a bank back in Dresden. I'd gone there to change some money, and I was watching this old lady who'd barged into the reception like an icebreaker and headed directly for the manager's office without as much as a knock on the door. The manager had jumped up and begun fussing around her, offering her a chair. At the time, I'd thought she was their millionaire client, but no, they'd explain to me later. She was a regular, retired old lady like any other. The door opened, letting in the secretary with a cup of coffee and a glass of water on a tray. "Thank you," Shantarsky said. "Thanks," I repeated, reaching for my glass. "Actually," Shantarsky went on, "back in Europe, I've never seen a bank manager have his own secretary, let alone one who'd make him coffee." "Neither have I agreed. We paused, sampling our drinks, then continued our conversation. "Back to what I just said," Shantarsky continued. "I think I owe you an explanation. I've only just flown back from Munich an hour ago. I've only had time to take a shower and down a quick breakfast. I haven't even seen my family yet, but went straight to the office. And there you were, just leaving. Had I not known about your problem, I wouldn't have stopped you." "Thank you. I really appreciate your concern." "We do care for our customers and their problems." There it was, the rush for all things Western rearing its ugly head. He was sitting here repeating stale catchphrases and referring to Western work ethics, while I wasn't really sure how he'd have behaved in the above retired lady scenario. I could see that he was trying to force his own agendas on me. Most likely, she'd have never made it past his secretary. He was too used to the luxury of a personal assistant services, which he'd have never been entitled to had he really worked in the West. There, only top directors had personal assistants. I knew this from experience. I'd done my fair share of traveling and been to all sorts of offices, bank outlets included. Everybody needs an expert interpreter like myself. And here I was, sitting opposite this small fry that felt entitled to his own secretary and unlimited supplies of coffee and brandy. Enough. What was wrong with me today? I really should watch my tongue. None of this was any of my business. I had other objectives to take care of. Thank you, I repeated. I really appreciate it. Shantarsky regally accepted my gratitude.
So, you need a loan,
he said with a smug expression. I nodded, but said nothing. Straight from Munich. Yeah, right. Pull the other one. He'd been sitting in his office all along, following my conversation with the clerk. I just couldn't work out what he wanted from me. I was as poor as a church mouse. My houses had been sold, my money spent. I do indeed, I finally said.
My colleague has explained our situation to you, hasn't he?
I nodded again. At some point, the tables had turned. Only a moment ago, I was quite prepared to plead and beg. Now, something had changed. He needed something from me. The thought was relaxing. I had nothing he could take from me. It made me curious.
I'm terribly sorry, but we don't decide these things. We follow orders.
He pointed a meaningful finger at the ceiling. So nothing can be done? I played along. He shrugged. His cold blue eyes locked into mine.
If you had a guarantor...
So that's what it was about. Come on, spit it out. I'm afraid I've got no one who could stand guarantee, I said. Apart from my wife, of course.
And your brother?
At this point, I could see through his little scheme. We don't have much to do with each other. Dmitri was my brother in name alone. I'd been 9 when Dad had left us. I'd only met his other son decades later. The meeting had been neither particularly warm nor cold. It had been bland. He was the one who'd found me. We'd met, seen each other, and parted. Just before we left, he told me that Dad had died 15 years ago. Before he died, he'd asked him to find and meet me. That was it, basically. I was curious how they knew about him. Then again, why should that have surprised me?
What a shame,
Shantarsky chanted.
According to our information, your brother is doing very well. He has an apartment in the center of Moscow and a large country house. With him as guarantor, your loan is as good as settled.
Something clicked in my head. My first impulse was to grab the phone and call him. Thank God I still had his number. He'd given it to me just in case. The solution was so simple. Then I felt as if someone had thrown a bucket of cold water over me. This just wasn't right. I smelled a rat there somewhere. Did they really take me for an idiot? Or did they think I was that desperate? I'm afraid it's not that simple, I said. I'm sorry. I do appreciate your concern. He gave me a look of disappointment. Oh well. Sorry to have rained on your parade, mister. But I still had to call my brother. He needed to know about this conversation. Shantarsky sprang from his chair, making it clear our meeting was over. We shook hands, and I headed for the exit. Again. I needed money. I needed it now. We had very little left, barely enough to keep Christina in the clinic for 2 more weeks. That was all we had left in our bank account. Then we still had to find the $50,000 for the advance payment to the Japanese, and even more money to pay for the clinic. I staggered. Was I shaking? It didn't look as if anyone in the bank had noticed. Good. Sympathy was the last thing I needed now. Call my brother. The thought filled my mind, drilling through it. That could be a way out. Surely he'd understand our situation. Of course he would. I wasn't asking him to gift it to us. I'd work to pay it back. All of it, interest included. I'd work my butt off for him. As I stepped out, my eye fell on the same poster with its medieval costumes and happy smiles. I slowed down. I might as well check it out. I reached into my pocket for my broken glasses. Only one glass had survived my fall, even though it had cracked in the process. Had someone told me 10 years ago that I wouldn't be able to afford a new pair of glasses? Having said that, of course I could, but I didn't want to. I could do without them. Every cent we spent was shrinking Christina's time in the clinic. So, what did we have here? The virtual lands of Mirror World await you. Live out your most secret dreams in the realm of sword and sorcery. Become a great wizard or a famous warrior. Build your own castle. Tame a dragon. Conquer a kingdom. All those desperate, lonely, and insecure, Mirror World offers you a chance. There you can start to... I didn't read any further. What a lot of bull. Strange that the bank was hung with these ridiculous offers. Strange? Wait a second. Normally, all such glamorous offers have strings attached. The said strings are usually denoted in a very fine, inconspicuous print, like Times New Roman. Let's see. Ah, there it was. Industrial Megabank offers consumer loans to finance your work and account upgrade in the Mirror World virtual game. What do they mean by loans to finance work? Logically, the game probably needed programmers and web designers. Would they be interested in interpreters, I wonder? Actually, what was the point? So they might offer me work for a wage. Then what? I needed an enormous amount of money, and I needed it now. The money left from the sale of our apartment and country house was dwindling rapidly. Never mind. First things first. I had to talk to my brother, and then we'd see. I could use a well-paid job anyway. Asking for a loan was one thing, but then I'd have to pay it back somehow. If the truth were known, I'd be happy to sell myself into slavery for my daughter's sake. Then again, who would need a nerd slave like myself? I'd pop my clogs the very next day in hard labor. I walked out onto the street and took in a lungful of fresh air. Then I took out my cell and scrolled through my contacts for brother. The phone was ringing. That was a good sign. The number was still in use.
Hi, Oleg.
Dimitri's voice was as strong and confident as I remembered it. Hi. How'd you know it's me?
Easy,
He chuckled.
I've got your number listed as brother.
I suppose I should be happy to hear it, I said with a bitter smile.
That's up to you.
I've got you listed as brother, too.
I know.
Do you really?
I watched you enter my number into your phone that day.
I see. I paused and took a deep breath before speaking. He beat me to it.
You have problems?
You can say that.
Are you in town?
Yeah.
Got something to jot my address down on?
I got there in no time. In fact, I'd splurged on a taxi. My inner money counter was spinning, deducting minutes from my daughter's hospital stay. Finding my brother's workplace proved almost too easy, for me at least, despite my failing eyesight. You had to be blind not to notice the familiar medieval fonts. The sign on the front door read, Mirror World, Terminal Number 17. The door was flanked by announcements identical to those in the bank, only these were the size of a movie poster. I stopped at the reception to explain my business to a security guard. He made a phone call, received a confirmation over an intercom, and let me through with detailed directions. I took the elevator to the 5th floor and looked for number 105. The total absence of any signs puzzled me. Only numbers. Then again, what did I care? Dmitri rose from his desk. We shook hands. His palm was dry and warm, and strong, just like Dad's. When I was little, neighbors still used to tell each other how he could bend nails with his bare hands just for the kicks of it. I was pretty sure Dmitri could do so, too. Me, I took after Mom, both in physical and in mental build. "You don't look well." He stared at me, his steely gray eyes unblinking. His face was big and rough, broad shoulders, not an ounce of fat anywhere. Thanks. I mechanically touched the bridge of my nose, readjusting the non-existent glasses. You really took after Dad. I know, he said, pointing at a soft chair. Go ahead, spit it out. He was never one to mince words. I began tactically. I told him about my conversation in the bank, mentioning the bank manager's knowledge of his financial situation and his suggestion to involve him as a guarantor. In doing so, I was steering him toward the only question he was bound to ask, which he promptly did. I'll look into it. What did you need the money for? I'd rehearsed my spiel several times on my way there, and until now, everything had gone as I'd planned. I gave him a brief rundown of Christina's situation. Her heart, Germany, the Japanese, her life. When I stopped speaking, Dmitri sat thoughtful, staring out of the window. Finally, he seemed to have come to a decision. He turned to me. I don't think I can be your guarantor. It took all of my self-control not to crumble. Never mind. I'd have to find another way. But, he interrupted my train of thought, I can get you a job. I sighed. Thanks. God knows I need one. But to be brutally honest, this advance payment is much more important. You don't understand, he interrupted me. I'll help you get a job here in Mirror World, and I'll pay for your account. No, wait. You wait. Just listen. The moment Shantarsky finds out you work here in the Glass House, that's our insider slang for Mirror World, he'll give you the loan. Maybe not all of it, but I'm sure he'll give you $30,000 at least. Yes, but you did say you still had something in the bank, didn't you? I nodded. $7,223.34. Love it. Add to it the $30,000 the bank will give you. I'll top it up. Plus, I'll pay for your account, which is another $20 grand. I whistled in amazement. That's including my discount as a company worker, he explained. The standard daily grind package costs $25 grand. That's why all the banks are promoting it like crazy, I said. Question is it really worth it? What do you think? Why would your bank collect all that intel on me? So you're in it too? He nodded. How does it work? He rubbed his chin. Imagine a virtual world inhabited by a multitude of races, where every character is controlled by a living person. The immersion is so realistic you risk forgetting your real life. Imagine if you used to be a henpecked bookkeeper, and here in the Glass House you become the best swordsman in the whole kingdom. You choose your own build and appearance. Once a nerd and a loser, you're now handsome and rich, one of the best warriors, enjoying both property and the attentions of the opposite sex. The only problem is the cost of the account itself. But, as you probably understand, some spoiled daddy's boy has no problem with that. And as for a regular Tom, Dick, or Harry whose 30-day trial period is about to expire, where would he go? He'd go cap in hand to the bank. He's already an addict, see, dreading to lose what he's gained.
That's crazy.
Not really. A money-making scheme, yes. We're talking billions here.
I see. But what about a job?
That's not a problem. The game developers have thought of everything. In the game, everything is just as complex as it is in real life. Imagine for a second that you're a spoilt rich kid buying yourself an account. For you, it's peanuts. So you've created a super warrior char for yourself. You buy a castle for him and some land. Rich people keep investing in the game all the time, by the way. The developers even had to introduce a monthly payment limit in order to prevent inflation. So, your character keeps growing, but you can't level him up properly without, say, improving your reputations. Lots of them there, as you can imagine. In order to improve a reputation, you need to complete certain quests, which in 100% of cases suggest collecting some resources or crafting something. Besides, this is still a world, however virtual, so its streets need sweeping, its plants need watering, and so on and so forth. Because if your castle or town is dirty and unkempt, it'll begin losing its reputation, and with it a certain number of bonuses. Lots of bonuses there, by the way. It's enough to make your head go round. So do you really think that this spoilt rich kid would buy himself an account just to become a street sweeper or a stable hand? No. What he does, he hires other players to do his dirty work for him, and pays them in the in-game currency, which can be exchanged for real-world money. At the moment, the exchange rate is 1-to-1. That is to say, 1 gold piece is worth $1. Every bank in the world will accept it.
I paused, digesting it all. What other accounts are there?
There are also bronze, silver, and gold ones.
What's the difference, then?
The price, the plan, the initial configuration, lots of things.
Can you explain?
All right, there's the bronze plan. It costs 50 grand. The initial configuration includes a basic set of gear, access to the game from public modules. In other words, you start as a pauper. Silver costs 150 grand. They'll install your personal virtual Class B module in your home. You'll have the right to choose your own seigneur. Then there's gold. $500,000 for the rich and famous. It offers all sorts of bonuses and freebies, including your own plot of land. Its size can be upgraded for an extra charge.
This is crazy, I repeated, dumbfounded. Very well, so what about this daily grind account?
Daily grind is a 0-level account. The player can't kill anyone, but he can't die either. He's technically immortal. This type of account is created for work alone. The plan includes the profession itself, some tools, and a free access to public modules. Or rather, it's the char's employer who pays for all that, allowing his employee to work on his territory without a care in the world. If it's a mine or a cornfield, then they should already be mopped up, free from any potential mobs. Oh, and another important thing. The char's level of skill keeps growing regardless of his level.
How does that differ from bronze?
Like all other regular players, they have to wait till they make level 10 to choose a profession. They'll have to pay for their choice and for the toolkit, too. And their level of skill is directly linked to their own level.
What does that mean?
Well, the game has a multitude of resources of every level, from 0 to relic.
I see. A level 10 player can't farm a relic resource.
Exactly. I'll tell you more, even a level 200 player can't do so.
And what's the top?
At the moment, there's nobody in the game above level 300. The top player is level 285, I think. His name is Romulus from the Steel Shirts clan. They're known as SS to common players.
Jesus.
But you don't really need to know that. You just do your work, and that's it.
The deal. He glanced at his watch.
Let's do it this way. I'll take you to my assistant now. She'll show you exactly how it works. It's her job, anyway. I mean, she can do it much better than I can. I'm afraid I'm a bit pressed for time. Agreed?
I nodded. Thanks. I really appreciate it. For the first time,
He gave me a warm smile. "That's all right. We're brothers, aren't we?" Chapter 2.
Oleg, have you ever played computer games?
Dmitri's colleague Zoriana sat by her computer, entering my data into the company's database. First name, family name, date of birth, social security number, that sort of thing. She had cropped hair and funny earrings shaped as iridescent butterflies. Intelligent eyes glistened behind glasses. 20 years old, max. Do Tetris and tank simulators count? I asked. She smiled without taking her eyes off the monitor.
Any bad habits?
Not that I'm aware of. She typed away.
Good. Basically, that's it. All I need is your signature.
Be my guest.
Not so fast,
She smiled.
I know you're serious about it. Dmitri told me. It's not that. First, you need to familiarize yourself with the game's content. You need to choose a race and profession.
Does it really matter? I asked.
You see, Oleg,
Zoriana adjusted her glasses and smiled condescendingly.
computer games of today are a far cry from those like Tetris. They are millions of years apart, so to say.
Unwilling to argue, I raised my hands in the air. I give up. Let's choose a race.
Excellent. I like your attitude. I'm going to take you to a Class A test module so you can see for yourself.
The test module looked like a cross between a dentist's chair and... I couldn't help laughing at the thought. One of those hairdresser's chairs from the 1970s with a huge bucket-shaped bowl over your head. Ignoring my merriment, she walked over to the machine and began keying in some information on the monitor built into the bucket. She must have probably heard her fair share of clumsy jokes about the machine's weird shape.
Make yourself comfortable, Oleg. The process will take much longer than you might think. I suggest you use the bathroom first.
I shook my head and climbed onto the hard seat. She finished adjusting the settings.
Relax, she said, and don't turn your head. It's not dangerous. Now close your eyes.
With a quiet beep, the bucket came down, covering my head all the way to the chin. I felt Zoriana take my hand and press my fingers against a hard surface.
You can open your eyes now. The sensor panel is next to your right hand. The panoramic screen is right in front of you. Do you have a cell phone?
Yes.
It's the same principle. I'm uploading the content. That's it. I'm leaving you to study it. If you need me, there's an icon with a ring bell in the top right corner of the screen.
I see. Thanks.
See you later.
The program upload bar began to grow, changing its light from yellow to green as the percentage increased. It felt like sitting in a 3D theater. I even lifted my hand, hoping to touch the image. 99%. 100%. The speakers exploded with a fanfare riff. I hurried to put the sound down. Basically, the thing was quite easy to use. No more difficult than my phone. The interface pleased the eye. The font was clear, the graphics high quality. Apparently, people enjoyed playing games in these machines. If they spent so much money on it, actually investing in it, then they must have. Whatever. So far, I wasn't that impressed. Never mind. Let's do it. The world's history came first, but I had no interest in all those myths and chronicles. They must have been packed solid with useless information dear to the hearts of some die-hard fantasy fans. Me, I preferred facts. What's there? Aha, newbie guide, professions. Let's click it. Farming, crafting, services. So, each category has hundreds of pages. Blacksmith, street sweeper, stable hand, fisherman, herbalist, water carrier, sewage collector, farmer, gardener. The mind boggles. Zoriana was right. I wasn't going to leave this place anytime soon. I clicked on the filter. Most popular. A hairstylist, a landscape designer, a manager. Okay. Filter. Best paid. Number 1 on the best paying list was Mine Digger. I didn't look any further. Mine Digger it was. Now, race. Which ones were the most popular for this particular profession? The huge bulk of racial choice number 1 filled the screen. Muscles bulged under his gray, hairless hide. His sinewy arms, wound with veins, hung to his knees. A walking shovel-like. What's your name, handsome? A cave horrid. Basic characteristics: strength, speed, survivability, defense, agility. As for his additional abilities, I really needed to look into them. Additional ability: Force of the Mountains. Effect: plus 0.5% to strength with every new skill level. Additional ability: Willpower. Effect: plus 0.8% to speed with every new skill level. This was more or less clear. The guy was strong, but too slow. Next, a rock rog. More of the same, only a tad smaller. Slightly less strength, a bit more speed. The next down the list was Dark Gnome. What about you, buddy? Additional ability: Free Miner. Effect: plus 0.5% to chance to mine twice as many resources in one swing of the pick. Additional ability: Dark Vision. Effect: plus 0.1% to chance to mine a higher level resource in one swing of the pick. He was followed by a dwarf with similar characteristics. Basically, the bulk of players seemed to prefer strong and slow guys. They apparently thought that speed had no use in underground mines. Others went for dwarves and gnomes whose additional abilities offered resource bonuses. I checked their contracts. They offered 3 types of payment: by the hour, by piecework, and extracted value. Now, what was that? Aha, I see. Same as the 2 above, but it also took into consideration the resource's price. I might take piecework plus extracted value. So, where was I? Oh yes, a dwarf or a gnome. I definitely wasn't going for the first 2 beefcakes. As far as I was concerned, too much muscle never solved a problem. I repeated my search, adding strength and speed to the search characteristics. Same story. Oh well, I'd have to go for dwarf then. Why not? His characteristics were not bad. Also, as far as I remembered, these were underground dwellers, a race of mine diggers, at least if the game developers stuck to the traditional mythology. I clicked Reset Settings. Wait a bit. What's that now? I repeated my search. Indeed, the moment I filtered search results by popularity, I got 124 search results. But the moment I removed it, the search came back with 125 results. Same thing happened when I tried to filter the search results by strength. Why? The search filter seemed to have overlooked a race. Was it a glitch? It shouldn't be. This was a big corporation. So how was I supposed to find the missing race? Did they expect me to scroll through all the pages? No, there had to be a better way. Then, I figured it. I filtered the search results by page views. Got it. I entered 0 into the page view results and waited. There. But was this a joke? The picture of a puny little man appeared on the screen. He had a shaggy beard and unkempt hair. I gave him a closer look. His shoulders were narrow, but his forearms were rather strong. All he needed was a sailor's uniform, complete with hat and pipe, to look like the epitome of a weathered seafarer. His complexion was tinged gray. His eyes glared at me from under his bushy eyebrows. His hands were large. Actually, it all fit. What would that 10-foot monster of a horrid do in a narrow, low-ceilinged mine? Together with the other one, the rock rog, he was destined to farm cheap ore. and both dwarves and gnomes looked like sawn-off wardrobes with knee-long beards, way too broad around the beam to toil in narrow tunnels. Even if creatures like these had indeed existed, they must have looked different. Never mind. No sense in me getting so wound up. So, what's your name, buddy? An Enon. Okay. And how about your abilities? Additional ability. Shrewd Operator. Effect. Plus 1% to your chance of raising skill level with every 20 resources farmed. Additional ability. True heroes take devious routes. Effect. Plus 2% to your chance to raise the Shrewd Operator ability 1 level with every 100 resources farmed. Did that mean that the second ability affected the first one? In other words, I'd only have one because they were interconnected. And in terms of skill, what a shame I couldn't try it out. I spent at least another hour reading up on the Enon, as if it could change anything. I peered into his sullen face. What do you say, buddy? Should we try it? He didn't say anything, just kept staring into space. I gave it some more thought and calculation. Finally, I pressed select. You've chosen the profession of mine digger. Confirm. Yes, no. Yes. You've chosen the race of Enon. Confirm. Yes, no. Yes. Enter the name by which you would like to be known in the game. Oleg. We're sorry. The name is already in use. Would you like to enter another name? Good question. A small window popped up. Enon Name Generator. Let's try it. I entered Oleg and cringed at the results. No good. Definitely no. But this one might actually work. And this one? Olgerd. Welcome, Olgerd. Well done. Right. I clicked on the bell. Time to get out of this contraption. Zoriana reappeared after a few minutes.
Are you all right? I was worried. I was about to check on you myself.
Why?
You've been sitting here for nearly 4 hours.
No way. I thought it was 30 minutes at most.
Yeah, right. And you haven't even started playing yet. This was only a test module. Now, I would ask you to follow me.
What do you mean I wasn't playing? She gave me a funny look, then turned round and headed for the exit. I shrugged and tagged along. We came back to my brother's office. He sat there staring thoughtfully at the monitor. The silence was only disturbed by the quiet hum of the computer cooler and the clicking of a mouse. I sat in front of him, waiting. They were taking themselves too seriously here. No idea what all this hype around this mirror world was about. If you asked me, this was just a flea circus, and a very expensive one at that. My brother kept staring at my results. What was wrong? What could he see there? He rubbed his forehead. I see, said the blind man. That's what Dad used to say. His favorite expression. It was. He agreed without taking his eyes from the monitor. He couldn't just say, I see. He absolutely had to add, said the blind man. I got the habit from him. Me too, I said. He smiled bitterly. We have a lot in common, don't you think? I paused. How's your mom? Sick. And yours? She died 7 years ago. I'm sorry. We fell silent. The mouse kept clicking. The cooler switched off. All done. Dmitri finally looked up at me. I've saved your escapades in our database. Where did you find him? I didn't even know this race existed. I shrugged. Pure chance. Never mind. Now it's only the checkup left to do and we can sign you up. That's tomorrow. Now you need to go and get some rest. What checkup? Just a few tests. It's obligatory.
Government's requirement.
Is it so serious?
It is. There were certain problems just after the game's release.
He waved my silent question away.
It's nothing, really. That's it for today. I'll be expecting you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Go and get some rest now.
I struggled to my feet. Thanks, man. I offered him my hand.
Don't mention it. I just hope it works out for you.
I smiled and nodded, then headed for the door. Things got rolling. I couldn't wait to share the news with my wife. All the way back to my rented apartment, I imagined her eyes and her smile when she hears the news. I couldn't stop thinking about how it all was finally over. We'd be together. Sveta was bound to be happy for me and my brother getting to know each other. I was already 40. He 35. We were grown-up people now. We had to understand that our parents must have had their own agendas that had nothing to do with their children. I couldn't wait till tomorrow. Time was an issue. Chapter 3. The checkup was a joke. I received the once-over from a doctor and had to fill in a few questionnaires. Then I was taken to a gym where I was fitted up with sensors and instructed to lift weights, run, and do sit-ups. I even managed to do 6 pull-ups. Zoriana watched my exploits closely, marking something down on a clipboard. Finally, they released me. It took them another hour to calculate the results. Dmitri entered the office, beaming from ear to ear. What was he celebrating? Then again, he was probably just happy for his brother.
You got 25 points. Not bad at all. I've seen fitter people never make 20. That's what I call letting your head do the work.
Why? Does it matter?
Well, for one, had you failed to make 15 points, you'd have been disqualified.
Wow. Why didn't you tell me so?
I couldn't. We have very strict rules about that. The fine print. Spontaneous testing. But it doesn't matter. Everything's fine. I was sure you'd make it.
Me too, sort of. And secondly?
Secondly, the developers have a rule. The test points are a bonus added to the player's main characteristics. Now when you log in, apart from the standard initiation package, you'll also have these 25 points. It's up to you how you're going to distribute them.
I shrugged. What did he expect me to say? I didn't have the slightest idea what I was getting into. Sveta had told me she'd seen their ads on TV. The thing looked legit. Then again, gone were the days when you could actually believe what they said on TV. Or should I say, you could never believe it.
Once you get to the glass house, you'll wish you'd earned more points. Everyone does. They even joke about it. One thing I can tell you, you can never have too many bonus points.
Again, I shrugged.
Very well, he said. Let's get on with it. Your account is halfway complete. All you need to do now is confirm your settings, and off you go. Next thing, the actual hiring, the signing of the contract, and the distribution of tools take place in Mirror World. Here we can't influence your decision. One word of advice. Keep an eye on the in-game news. Try to deal only with established players. Find a way to join a strong clan or guild. The first day is crucial. Today you'll be logging in from here. Next time you'll already be using your employer's module. Your objective is to land a work contract in Mirror World. The longer its term, the bigger loan they'll offer you. And one last thing. Don't overexert yourself. The human mind is an unpredictable and poorly studied piece of gear. Everything you do in the game affects your body. That's just the way it works. Remember the other thing Dad used to say?
A sound mind in a sound body?
Exactly. Only here it's the other way around, sort of. As long as your mind is sound, so is your body. You'll see what I mean. Good luck.
The GT class module resembled a horizontal sunbed. I faltered. I had this funny feeling. It looked too much like a coffin.
Are you okay?
I startled. A young guy of about 25 looked at me sympathetically. I lowered my eyes at his name tag, squinting. Andrew, Module Unit Controller. I'm fine, thanks, I said. Just a bit dizzy. He smiled.
It's all right, it happens. People do get last-moment jitters, and then you just can't pull them out by their ears. Please remove your clothes and take your place.
I did as he asked of me. The warm, gelatinous bed enfolded over my body. It felt like lying in plum jelly.
Please don't move.
I froze. Andre crowned my head with a complex-looking device.
Close your eyes.
I did as I was told.
I'm going to count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
His voice began to distance.
6.
Now I had to strain my ears to hear him.
7, 8.
Silence fell, boundless and perfect. Had I just died? I was enveloped in pitch darkness. No, I couldn't have been. My thinking was perfectly clear. I tried to speak, but I couldn't. I tried to turn my head after a fashion. It felt as if my body was gone. My glance chanced on a tiny white spot. I focused. It kept growing. Now it was the size of a tennis ball. A saucer, looming ever closer until it had grown to the size of a window. Closer. Light consumed me. The sound of falling water assaulted my eardrums. A fresh breeze touched my face, mixed with a veil of moisture. My body convulsed. I sensed a few pebbles under my open hand. All of a sudden, I could feel them throughout my entire body. I pushed away from the ground and sat up. Jesus Christ Almighty! Somehow they had magically transported me from their labs to this beautiful waterfall. The rocks felt warm to touch. I brushed my hand over some shrubs growing in a crevice in the cliff. This was 100% real. Impossible. I took in a deep breath. The air was sweet. Trees rustled in the wind. I could hear birds chirruping. The waterfall rumbled away. I must be going mad. Confounding me even more, a 3D sign appeared before my eyes. I startled. The letters faded, then filled again with color. Welcome to Mirror World, Olgerd. In order to enjoy the world in its entirety, please complete your account registration. Would you like to complete your account registration now? Yes, no. I focused on yes. Congratulations. Registration complete. You have 15 points available. You have 25 bonus points available. This would have to wait. I wasn't in a hurry. I tried to get up and failed. You cannot move. Strength, 0. Speed, 0. Ah, so that's how it worked then. I invested 1 point into each. My body began to obey me, albeit reluctantly, as if in slow motion. I added another point to speed. Much better, but still too slow. 2 more. Excellent. It wasn't as if I needed to run around here. I tried to walk about for a bit. It felt okay. Now strength. I picked up a rock small enough to close my hand around it. Good. How about this one the size of my head? As if. But my trade as mine digger called for some serious weightlifting. I added 1 point to strength. I still couldn't lift the bigger rock. Another one. Yes! Perfect. From what I'd read the day before, I had to go easy on points. If I wanted to bring a characteristic back to 0, I was going to lose half the points I'd invested in it. So I had to give it a good think. Just imagine how many points I'd have had to invest in Cave Horrid with his bulk. And here I'd gotten away with only a few. So, what did we have here? Strength, 3 points. Speed, 4 points. I had 33 points left. Not bad. I walked over to the water and peered at my reflection. An Ennin stared back at me. He had my face and body build by default. I made sure not to change the settings. So there we were, as large as life and twice as ugly. I touched the water. It was cool to touch, the kind you'd expect water to be in the mountains. How did they do it? Was it my mind, with its knowledge of what water should be like, affecting my perception? Or was it some different mechanism entirely? I had a good eyeful of the new me. Then I checked the map. It offered a helpful view of all the nearby settlements. The largest of them, Luton City, was about 2 miles away. So that's where I decided to go. I marched away, first along a trail winding around cliffs, and then through a forest, turning my head this way and that like a 5-year-old boy on his first trip out of town. The area was admittedly impressive. Giant, ancient trees loomed overhead, threatening to squash me with their bulk. The numerous meadows were crowded with flowers of every color of the rainbow. This riot of color was astounding, and even more amazing was the world's authenticity. After some 10 minutes, I began to feel fatigued. My breathing became labored. My legs grew heavy. I had a splitting headache. It felt as if I just single-handedly unloaded a truck full of bricks. Something was going wrong. Aha! I saw it. Energy. 5 out of 40. Basically, a 10-minute walk had just consumed almost all of my energy. Not good. I perched on a large fallen tree covered in thick moss. Time to look into this. Where was it now? Aha! Stamina. Effect. Each point gives plus 20 to energy. Let's do some math. 10 minutes of brisk walking equaled 35 energy. So, apparently, walking was a luxury in this world. I splurged 3 points on stamina, which gave me stamina 3, energy 12 out of 100. Wow! 12 already? I'd had 5 only a moment ago. I could breathe easier now, even though my legs were still heavy, which meant that sitting still restored your energy. Finally, some good news. Never mind, I'd apparently have to travel in stops and starts. Yes, it would take me some time, but I couldn't help it. And that's how I continued on my way. The moment I started feeling tired, I immediately found myself a nice, comfortable spot to rehabilitate. When I was crossing a large field, a colorful cavalcade of riders in shiny armor caught up with me. I'd just sat down to recuperate. No idea what prompted them to stop. Could be either my unkempt looks or the silent amazement in my stare. Whatever. The enormous head of a black horse hovered over me, glaring at me with its evil eye, and quite prepared to trample me. The smiling face of a perfectly beautiful young girl beamed at me from behind the horse's back. Emerald eyes, golden locks, a full bosom, a rod-straight back, and a perfectly shaped body. "Greetings, O wanderer!" She had a musical voice, strong and cheerful. "You shaggy dog! You should bow when you see a lady!" Another horse soared over me. Its rider looked utterly awesome in his head-to-toe armor. "Please don't, Lord Melwis." The girl's voice chimed again. "Can't you see he's a newbie? Aren't you, my good man?" She seemed to be addressing me. "I am. You're absolutely right." "I am my lady," the man snapped at me. Then bow as low as you can, peasant! The bully's horse seemed about to crush me like a walnut. Young man, I addressed the rider, how dare you talk to me like that? His black eyes turned into slits. Oh, I dare! His steel-clad hand reached for his sword. Melwis, please don't! The musical voice assaulted my eardrums. Only for you, Lady Isa. The bully lost all interest in me and nudged his horse forward, covering me with a thick cloud of dust. I burst out coughing. "Thank you, my lady," I said, trying out new forms of speech. "It's my first day today."
We've all had our first day here.
She flashed me a winning smile.
I can see you're all empty. Hey, Aragorn!
Another rider approached. His armor was different from a knight's traditional suit. Navy blue, it was covered in some fancy script. Beautiful.
Yes, my lady.
Aragorn lowered his head.
Please, help this poor soul.
Lady Isa made a cute face. The Dark Knight smiled. Silently, he reached his hand out to me. The entire cavalcade raced off, leaving me to choke in the filthy dust. I began cleaning myself up. It took me some time to notice a system message that had apparently been there for some time. You've received a blessing. Dark Hand. Effect: +10 to energy every 30 seconds. Duration: 2 hours. I stood there blinking like an idiot, watching my energy bar approach the 100% mark.
So, noob, are you sufficiently impressed?
Someone growled behind my back. I swung round. A cave horrid in the flesh stood not 5 paces away from me. He was at least 10 foot tall. Powerful muscles rippled under his thick gray hide. I'd seen a rhino in a Madrid zoo once. That's the kind of hide he had. Most of all, he resembled a large chunk of rockfall. The horrid grinned, exposing his crooked fangs.
Enjoying the view?
I gulped. Looking at computer pictures while wearing that stupid bucket on my head was one thing. Encountering this monster in the flesh was quite another.
Cat got your tongue?
Sorry, I mumbled.
Look at this noob,
He growled, baring his teeth.
Never seen a horrid before?
Only in pictures in the test module, I admitted.
Is this your first day in the glass house, then?
My first hour, more like.
Aha! That's what it is! I see. A daily grinder, a fellow mine digger. An Enon? What the hell is that?
How'd you know all this? I asked him.
Jesus.
The horrid rolled his eyes.
You are a noob, aren't you? Focus on the space just over my head.
Name, Grursh. Race, cave horrid. Account type, daily grind. Level 0. Profession, mine digger. Skill level 9. How interesting, I said pensively.
Nice to meet you, Olgerd,
He roared. Nice to meet you too, Gritch.
It's Greg, actually.
He waved his bucket-sized hand in the air. I'm Olgerd. I proffered mine.
Not a good idea.
Greg grinned.
You risk losing your mitt. The horrid race is quite strong.
I snatched my hand away.
That's right. So, where are you heading, Olgerd?
I'm off to Luton, looking for work.
So, same here. We can go together if you want. We could chat about the game.
I nodded eagerly, grinning. How great was that? How was I supposed to know that Mirror World was this authentic?
I can see you've no idea what a cool goodie you've just got.
Greg boomed, thumping along. I've no idea of lots of things.
You're dead right there. The Dark Hand is an expensive buff, about 50 gold normally. It's rare, perfect for working underground, can keep you going for 2 hours without grub. And that's an extra slot in your bag any way you look at it. Talking about grub,
He reached into his bag and threw something into his mouth. I focused on the item. A rosy-cheeked apple. Effect: restores 100 points energy. Wow, I enthused.
My point entirely.
Greg grinned.
You're a noob if ever I've seen one.
Mind telling me what noob means? He stared at me.
Have you ever played before?
Having heard my explanation about tank games, he shook his head.
Hopeless case, you. Go to the info portal and look it up. There's lots of stuff there. It's the icon with the mirror.
Does the game have internet access?
Not into the real world, no. But it has its own network.
It didn't take me long to locate the icon with the mirror. This is crazy, was all I could say when a browser window opened up right before my eyes. Local news, translators, weather, maps, and apps. Tons of useful tools, perfectly downloadable and usable. Provided you had money, that is.
So?
My new friend grinned.
Have you looked up noob?
Okay. I opened the dictionary. Oh, well, I couldn't agree more. Greg, you've no idea how right you are, I said.
How old are you in real life?
Almost 41.
I see. Now everything becomes clear. And then again, they say that Romulus is 50 plus, but he's one of the top players.
The one with the steel shirts?
Ha! You're full of surprises. Not all's lost, then.
And how old are you?
Almost 20. The best age, as they say. LOL.
I didn't ask him any further questions. He didn't look too eager to open up, either. I got the impression that people here weren't too willing to exchange personal data. I, for one, didn't want everyone and their grandma to know who I was.
Have you already decided on an employer?
Greg asked. Not yet. Why? Did I have this option?
You're too much, you. Are you sure you know how to use the internet?
Yes, I'd admittedly been slow on the uptake, as today's youngsters say. The thought of looking it all up and checking a few forums hadn't even occurred to me. It must have had something to do with my being so preoccupied with my daughter's condition. Also, to be brutally honest, I hadn't taken any of this seriously. I hadn't expected it to be so incredibly awesome. Never mind. I was sure I'd sort it all out somehow. I had to. Any advice for me? I asked.
Luton isn't much of a city, even though it's the capital of the cluster. Not much choice there. You either try the Dwarves Guild, or go cap in hand to the father of that idiot who very nearly gave you a taste of his lash of fury.
I was told that daily grinders can't kill anyone and can't be killed.
They can't, no, but he could have whacked you with it, and very hard, too.
Seeing the incomprehension in my stare, Greg began to explain.
He could give you an injury debuff. In other words, cripple you for a limited period of time. He's level 130, so his lash is quite a bitch. One blow would have been enough to finish you off. These kinds of weapons increase fury, and we here try not to annoy any characters who might happen to level it. He can give you a Class 9 injury, and that's the end of you. They normally last over 24 hours. You'll spend all your money on quacks and healing spells. Actually, the highest level healer I know in Luton is the mayor himself. He heals all the injuries up to Class 7.
These injuries, what do they do?
Normally, it's minus to life, energy, speed, and such. Works the same as your blessing.
My what?
The blessing. I mean the buff you've received.
I see. Sorry, it's all a bit confusing.
Never mind. You'll work it all out in the end. It's your first day, after all. You're a big guy. You'll make it.
That's settled then. Off to the dwarves we go. Somehow I'm not so keen on having to constantly look over my shoulder for this scumbag.
Can't say I blame you. He's 16 in real life, by the way. His dad is a bank manager. But strangely enough, his mines are a better workplace. I work for him, and I'm still alive and in one piece. Money just keeps falling into my account.
What's so good about it?
First, we all work for a set wage. The money's very good. You just keep picking at the rock without a worry in the world. They have all sorts of bonuses, too. Clothing and tools on the house. And the food.
Sounds good. How about the dwarves?
At the dwarves, it's exactly the opposite. You get paid for what you produce. Gear, tools, you pay for everything yourself.
Now I see why your strength is so high.
Ah, so you noticed.
He grinned with pleasure.
What would I need speed for? At the dwarves, you do need to move it, but here, I get paid for hacking at the rock and keeping an eye on the clock. After a week, I installed this little piece of software my bosses suggested, the Merry Digger. Once you activate it, your char can work on his own. The program keeps an eye on him, restoring his energy, sitting him down to rest, or taking him out for a pee. And I can browse the net to my heart's content while I wait for my wage to drop into my account.
He leaned close to me and whispered conspiratorially,
I'm saving up to buy myself a bronze account. The moment I pay off my daily grind plan, I'll start putting the money aside for it. That's a totally different ballgame. That's why I do my research and visit all those sites and forums. I need to come up with a strategy. From what I've heard, even Romulus himself started off as a daily grinder. He played a horrid too. Maybe they're just rumors, but I read about these things in some quite reliable sources.
aha. So that's why this race was so popular. Romulus, of course. How childish. The rich characters benefited from cheap labor. Mindless cheap labor, even, considering they'd built all these stupid programs. I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd advised Greg to invest most of his points into strength. One more argument for my joining the dwarves. Finally, the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle began falling into place. Hey, I said, mind if I add you as a friend?
Not a problem.
I entered his name. Access denied. And again. Denied again. How weird. Why do you keep rejecting my friend request? He smiled.
Which name did you enter?
I slapped my forehead. I am a noob, really.
You said it.
Right. I entered Gersh. Friend request accepted. Greg didn't send me his. Apparently, he wasn't interested in the likes of useless first-timers like myself. That was only fair. An hour later, we walked out into a large river valley. Luton City stood on a riverbank, looking utterly beautiful. The game designers had done a fine job. Neat towers topped city walls built of perfectly smooth slabs of stone. The houses' colored domes peeked out from behind the wall, most of them flying bright flags. This was a nice and neat version of the Middle Ages.
That's it, Olgerd,
Greg said.
Good luck. From here, you're on your own. I still have quite a hike to get to Lord Shantar's estate.
Thanks, Greg. I really appreciate your help. I gingerly touched his broad forearm. I meant it. I'd met him in the right place at the right time.
Ah, one more thing,
He growled from afar.
Go directly to the Mine Diggers Guild. They'll give you your first profession quest. From then on, you'll be fine.
Thanks. I waved my hand to him. Good luck. Chapter 4. As you'd expect, guards stood like statues by the city gates. 3 of them were clad in steel suits of armor, and one in a navy blue one, like I'd seen on the guy who'd accompanied Lady Isa. I focused on the guards. All 4 were level 200, 3 warriors and a wizard. No one paid any attention to me. The wizard gave me the once-over and turned back to the others, talking heatedly. The moment I entered the city, a system message popped up. "We welcome you, O traveler, to the glorious city of Luton. Would you like to make our city your permanent or temporary resurrection point?" I clicked no. That was one thing I didn't need. Free apps available. Luton and its environments, and a history of Luton. This I couldn't refuse. Would you like to install our free apps, Luton and its environments, and a history of Luton? Yes, please. A map was exactly what I needed. New app available. Streets and Dark Alleys of Luton. Price, 5 gold. No, thank you. I had no money. Dimitri had tried to talk me into putting a couple of $100 onto my in-game account. I'd refused. My daughter needed that money. I just hoped that I could borrow some basic gear from the dwarves until I could pay it back. More messages kept popping up, offering me all sorts of undoubtedly useful apps. For money, of course. I kept waiting for them to come up with another freebie, but no such luck. Apparently, that was all there was. I pressed no one last time. The system bade its farewell and left me well alone. I opened the map. The guild. There it was. Mine Diggers of Luton. Off we go. The artist in me thoroughly enjoyed my stroll through town. Those programmers, developers, or whoever they were, had done a fine job. Everything was well written and thought out. I felt like a tourist in one of those medieval cities. Shame I didn't have a camera. My girls would have loved to see it. Having said that, there must be a camera there somewhere. Found it. New app available. Screenshot. Price, 3 gold. What were you supposed to do with them? Oh well. Once I got a bit of money behind me, I would surely buy it. $3 weren't going to break the bank. Then I could take all the screenshots I wanted. The SatNav app cost 5 gold. I looked at its properties. This was a very useful little piece of software that recognized all the maps I had. Never mind. Later. All later. In full accordance with the city plan, I crossed the refraction square and took Eyre Street. A few blocks later, I saw a squat, 2-story building with a fancy sign that read, Mine Diggers Guild. I walked in. The place looked quite busy. Their main hall reminded me of the railway post office back in my hometown. Several dozen vaulted ticket windows lined the walls, complete with tellers behind little desks. Lines of players snaked toward each and every window. All those races. Indeed, human imagination knew no bounds. Stocky dwarves and black-bearded gnomes, green-skinned rogs, a dozen rock dwandies, and a few of Greg's fellow horrids. Jesus, I whispered for the umpteenth time. I joined one of the lines and decided to check the net. I was so engrossed in my browsing that I didn't even hear the teller calling me.
You deaf?
Excuse me?
You noobs are all the same.
A pair of very black and very angry eyes glared at me. A bulbous nose, a black beard, and a dark gray complexion. The gnome rubbed his forehead in anger. "Excuse me," I said. "I got sidetracked."
You sure did.
He mumbled under his nose, sorting through the scrolls on the desk in front of him.
Olgerd and Enon. That's strange. Never heard of that race. Now, characteristics. I see. That's all right. Here, this is your first quest.
Find your way to the nearest Mine Diggers Guild and confirm your chosen profession. Accept. Yes, no. Yes. Congratulations, Olgerd. From now on, you're a mine digger.
Now the next quest,
he continued matter-of-factly, rummaging through his papers. Enroll in the Mine Diggers Guild. Required. Yes. Congratulations, Olgerd. From now on, you're a member of the Mine Diggers Guild.
And another one,
The gnome grumbled. Please confirm your willingness to pay weekly subscription dues into the guild's treasury. Required. Every due paid gives +50 to your mine digger reputation. All done, I said.
Will you pay now or after you receive your first wage?
He asked. After.
I knew it.
He grumbled.
Now, a bit of free advice. If you decide to seek employment at Lord Shantar's, you should invest in strength. But as for my fellow stonemasons, they have the obligatory 10 points speed. They don't need no slouches. That's all for you. Next!
I mumbled my thanks and hurried toward the exit. Only when I walked out onto the street did I realize the significance of the dwarves' 10-point speed requirement. By raising your speed to 10, you automatically had to increase stamina. In other words, in order to be faster, you needed more energy. Then you'd have to raise strength, too. The higher the strength, the faster your energy restoration times are. I could already see I'd have to part with my points. There just was no way around it. It didn't take me long to find the dwarves' office. A large sign hung next to the front door, provided this masterpiece could be called a sign. It was a large slab of stone, 7 feet by 3.5, as thick as the upper arm of my new friend Greg. Masterfully carved, the sign read, Stonefoot Clan. The street around their front door was swarming with players. Remarkably, I didn't see a single horrid, dwand, or human, only dwarves and gnomes. I liked their cheerful faces, their slapping of shoulders, their constant joking and guffawing. These guys were nice. As I walked past them, a ginger-haired dwarf slapped my shoulder. A gnome gave me a wink, as in, cheer up, don't be shy. They were probably celebrating something. I just hoped the office wasn't closed yet. To my question of where I could find their HR, a stocky dwarf pointed at their staircase. I hurried up the steps. The next floor was surprisingly quiet. Everybody must have already gone down. It was almost lunchtime. My heart raced. I just hoped I'd make it. I hurried along the wide corridor, desperately peering at the signs on large carved doors, also made of stone, by the looks of them. One of the doors a few paces ahead of me swung open, letting out a gnome and a dwarf. They spoke in low voices, demonstratively ignoring me. "Excuse me," my voice broke, betraying my true feelings. 2 pairs of eyes focused on me. "Could you be so kind as to tell me whom I should address regarding employment?"
Too late,
the gnome said calmly.
all vacancies have been filled.
We posted a notice on our site 3 days ago,
The other one added. I heaved a disappointed sigh. 3 days ago, I'd known nothing about their existence.
Try Lord Shantar's,
The dwarf said with a crooked grin.
They always have vacancies.
Oh well, exactly what I didn't want to do. As I watched the celebrating dwarves back in the street, I couldn't help thinking. Only a few minutes ago, I'd felt myself part of their crowd. Now, there I was again, alone. It looked as if they were celebrating the discovery of a new mother lode. Their warriors had already mopped it up. The mine diggers were going to make a pretty penny. What a shame. I'd as good as been part of it. I heaved a sigh and opened the map. Let's see. Shantar's estate. It was a 30-minute hike from here. My buff was to last another 20 minutes. I had to move it. Chapter 5. As I walked, I decided to message Greg. "Hi there. Didn't work out with the dwarves. I'm coming over." He took his time to answer. He'd probably already forgotten about me. Or he might have been ignoring me. I was no family of his, after all. Finally, he wrote back.
Hi, noob. So you've changed your mind then? You'd better hurry up. It's lunchtime in an hour, and our HR is only open in the mornings. If you fail to get hired today, you'll have to shell out tomorrow for the capsule.
Thanks, Greg. I won't be a mo.
My pleasure. When you enter the settlement, just ignore the system's greeting. You'll sort it out later. Just keep going straight ahead until you see the town hall. It's easy to find. The place is called the Ruby. That's it. I'll let you know if I'm in the area. Good luck, noob.
It took me longer than expected. The blessing had expired after 20 minutes, and one becomes very quickly used to such things. I tried to keep up the pace, but only brought myself down to near zero. I had to stop, then continue on my way in a more relaxed tempo. I'd never forget those last 15 minutes. I was fighting off the desire to invest another 2 points into each characteristic. Still, I restrained myself. As I walked through the gate, I followed Greg's advice and disregarded the system's greeting. It only took me a few minutes to reach the town hall, wasting a few more precious energy points on it. It wasn't the right time to skimp. Getting a job was critical. I'd hate to have exited the game with nothing to show for it. The settlement was a cross between a very small town and a rather large village. Closer to its center, the streets grew wider, the small houses giving way to taller, more imposing edifices. The place was clean, cozy. The multiracial folk I met on my way were more on the smiley side. Then again, why would they frown? This was only a game. They didn't have a care in the world. Judging by their clothes and the abundance of zero levels, the bulk of the settlement was comprised of grinders, mainly gatherers. About 70% of them must have been mine diggers, prospectors. There were also lots of herbal doctors. One was busy sweeping the street. I could hear the clanging of hammers and the ringing of an anvil. No one seemed to be lazing about or shirking their work. They really gave it their all and didn't slow down for a minute. If only everyone worked like this in real life. It didn't take me long to find the Ruby. It would have been hard not to have noticed Greg's massive bulk hovering next to it. A slightly smaller species of his race was standing next to him, listening to whatever Greg was passionately telling him. "Hi, Greg, I'm here." No, I didn't shout it across the square. I simply PM'd him. He swung round, his gaze searching me out in the crowd, then waved hard with his shovel of a hand.
I told you wouldn't take long,
Greg bellowed to his partner when I finally stopped next to them, gasping for breath. His partner wasn't exactly a partner, or rather, not in the sense you'd think. He turned out to be female. A female horrid. What would you call them? A she-horrid? A horridess? The reason I was curious was because I was probably risking my own skin, as a wrongly uttered word might earn me a hearty punch from this 10-foot lady built like a hippo. "Hi, I'm Olgerd." I hurried to introduce myself. "As if I didn't know," she bellowed, then bared a row of small fangs in a smile. "It's written all over your face." "Oh, I still can't get used to it." "You will, don't worry. Never mind. Come along, then. I'll sign you up. You're lucky you got me on my good day." "Thanks," I said. "You'd better thank your friend," she grumbled, unlocking the door. "He's been on my case for the last hour. Oh, please take him. He's a total noob. He's such a sorry sight. As if I have nothing better to do with my time. My friends have almost given up waiting for me while I'm busy here with you two."
Come on, Sandra babe,
Greg butted in.
You know I can be grateful.
He glared at me meaningfully, nodding at the lady's monstrous bulk striding next to him. "Of course." I awoke from my stupor. "I owe you. The first payday I'll be around with a box of chocolates and a bottle of champagne." I faltered and added, "Or whatever you guys give to each other here." Yeah, something like that. She swung her 50-pound hand in the air, waving my suggestion away. Real-life stereotypes die hard. Her office was as massive as its owner, with a heavy desk, a powerful chair, and several crudely made cabinets. Sandra, which was apparently her name, laid her hand on a dark panel built into the wall. After a brief pause, a translucent screen materialized over the desk. "We need to wait for it to boot up," she explained, studying herself in a wide mirror. Our eyes met. "You're probably wondering what a woman would want with an avatar like this." I gave an embarrassed nod. "Don't," she said. "Your reaction is perfectly normal. I'm actually 25 and blonde with legs that go on forever. Can you imagine how fed up I am with all the idiots, with all those hi beautiful and all that bullshit? Now imagine me as a freaking alpha or a dryad. I need to work, you know. My mom's sick. Every minute is precious. That's why I chose this little gal. This way I can kick any butt that shows disrespect." "I know what you mean. Excellent decision," I said, and I really meant it.
"I like you the way you are,"
Greg offered jokingly. "Yeah, right. Pull the other one. Wait. Aha! It's up and running. Now, name, Olgerd. Race, Enin." She peered at the roller captions on the screen. "Why did you go see the midgets first? What was wrong with us?"
"You see, Sandy, he'd managed to run into our little shit within the first hour in the game. The motherfucker had very nearly given him a dose of his lash of fury."
"The guy is a first-rate freak," Sandra commented, without taking her eyes off the monitor. "I think everyone here's fed up with him like you wouldn't imagine. Had it not been for his daddy, we'd have long shoved his head up his butt. Know what I mean?" I didn't, but I got the idea. "The dwarves keep themselves to themselves. Greg, you really should have told him."
"I didn't know, did I?"
Greg mumbled.
"I thought he was one of those."
"Thinking isn't your forte, buddy. Now, what next? How many points have you got left?" 30, I said. "Really?" She turned away from the screen. "How many did you start with?" 40. "Which means you had 25 test points. Not bad. But I'm surprised you've made it here at all. Did you take frequent breaks?" Greg laughed.
"No, he didn't. He used the Dark Hand. Aragorn bestowed it on him."
"What, that cheapskate? He's tighter than a duck's ass." "It was Lady Isa who asked him to do so," I said. "Ah, yeah, our Lord's daughter. That explains it. She's a nice girl. So how are you going to distribute your points?" "Depends on the contract," I said. I'd already come up with a strategy. Now all I had to do was double-check it. "What kind of contract do you want, then?" "I'd like piecework plus extracted value." "You've come prepared, eh?" "Purely by chance," I shrugged. I checked the contract types when I was choosing my char, but I still don't understand what extracted value means. "It means you get a bonus from the resource's market price, which in our case is 1%. "How interesting," I said. "Useless, more like," she snapped. Seeing my puzzled face, she began explaining. "You see, your lord's mines are poor in precious stones, and whatever's available is only worth something in large quantities."
"In other words,"
Greg added,
"had I signed this type of contract, I'd have had to toil in the mines day and night, and I'm not even sure I'd be able to earn what I'm earning now."
"But it's your decision," Sandra summed up. "Is it possible to sign a contract, then cancel it and sign a new one?" "You mean you'd like to try it?" "Yeah." "You can, of course, but you'd have to pay the cancellation fee." "I see." "But you can, in fact, try without canceling the contract. Thing is, you are required to sign a 2-week contract first. This is sort of trial period. Then, if both worker and employer are happy, they can make a longer contract, say for 6 months. After that, you can make an even longer one. You get the picture. I think 2 weeks will be well enough for you to make up your mind.
I agree.
Excellent. So what do you choose?
Piecework plus extracted value.
Greg gasped.
Sandra hummed sarcastically.
I had a funny feeling you would. Just something my delicate stone heart tells me. Trust my word, dude. They'll carry you out of the mine feet first.
Let's see if I make it, I whispered. My hands shook with excitement. This was probably what a gambler feels like when he bets everything he has on zero. I risked everything, but it was worth it. I wasn't going to raise enough money promptly just by working, and promptly was the key word. I needed the money fast. I needed my girl to live.
Right, I'm sending you the contract. Yes? Good. Press accept here and here. Yes? All done.
Sandra, I said, I wonder if you could forward a copy to my bank, please?
Absolutely. Here you are. And one more thing. We have several in-game banks here. You'll need to open an account with one of them and send me the number. That's where we'll send your wages. Pay packets are paid every week. I'll expect you at our office tomorrow to confirm your data. Here's the address. Your module number is 345C. As for your working schedule, it's entirely up to you. This idiot needs to show up at 8 every morning. She nodded at Greg. But you have a different set of problems entirely. You're entitled to a startup kit. Gear, clothes, tools, and food. It won't last forever, as you understand, so any new or replacement items are your responsibility. Now, you can get it all at Digger's store. That's our local mini-market. Apart from that, there are loads of various little bits of software. Bots, maps, resource guides, sat-navs, music players. I'm all right, thanks. That's it, then.
Sandra squeezed her bulk out of the chair.
Congratulations on your first job in Mirror World. I'm not shaking hands with you, otherwise you'll be walking around with an injury debuff for the rest of the day. Now a word of advice. You can pick up your gear tomorrow if you wish. It's better you quit the game for today. You've been here long enough for day one as it is, plus all your experiments with energy. You'll know what I mean when you're back. See you tomorrow. Good luck.
We thanked her again and walked out onto the street. My new friend smiled.
So, Mr. Mine Digger, see you tomorrow? Once you log out, get yourself a nice big meal and go to bed. Tomorrow will be a big day for you. Oh, and one more thing. Before you log out, I suggest you bind your login to this place. That way you won't find yourself God knows where next time you enter.
I nodded. Will do. I really appreciate it, man. No idea what I'd have done without you.
That's nothing.
He waved my words away.
Now press the logout button.
Just before I did, I received a system message. Gersh would like to be your friend. Accept. Yes, no. I smiled and pressed yes, then logged out. Chapter 6. My awakening, or whatever you might call it, was instant. One moment I was standing in the middle of the mining village, then I pressed confirm logout, and here I was, stirring in the plum jelly like a beetle in a jam jar. The lid of my coffin was already open. My vision was blurred, as if underwater. But of course, this was my bad eyesight coming back. I'd been so busy in the game I hadn't even noticed that I could see perfectly well. My body shuddered as the real world flooded over me. A dull throbbing in my temples came first. My blood pressure was off the scale, and I'd left the pills in the rented apartment that morning. Never mind, there's nothing a hot shower can't fix. It had always worked for me before. Gradually, the pain began to subside, but it was still there. I clambered out of the capsule. My poor legs. What had those people been doing to my body while I was playing?
Had they sent it to unload cement trucks? I'd been told it might feel bad, but I hadn't expected it to be so freaking awful. How long might I last like this? No. Thinking like that wasn't going to help anything. I had to last, as long as was necessary. I felt at least 5 years older. My joints ached. My muscles felt leaden. My head was splitting. My eyesight was failing, and my hands shook. I could clearly hear my heart beating. Someone supported me by the elbows. "Ah, you've come round?" I saw my brother's blurred, smiling face. "Welcome back." A soft chair hugged my body. A cup of hot, strong tea. A warm blanket wrapped around my legs. My brother's office was cozy and quiet. Night had fallen behind the window. I hadn't even noticed the day go by. "Feeling better?" Dmitri was sitting opposite, nursing an identical teacup. "Sort of," I croaked. "But I feel like I've been through the mangle." "Nice simile. You did well calling it short." It was a tip from some good good horrids. "Who did you join?" "Some dude called Lord Shantar." "Good." He nodded. "You'll have a fixed wage and will be able to pay off your loan just nicely." "I've chosen piecework plus extracted value." He choked on his tea. "Are you mad? You won't survive this week! Everybody knows how poor his mines are. It's basically just refuse rock they sell on an industrial scale. I'm sure the bank will bring your loan amount down now." "You didn't tell me that," I whispered. "You didn't tell me lots of things." Was it my imagination, or had he really shrunk under my gaze? "Listen," I began, "my wife and I really appreciate what you've done for us. You're literally bringing our daughter back from the grave. This is your game and your money. I'll never be able to repay you. We may be half-brothers, but we are basically strangers. You don't owe me anything, but still you're helping me. The only excuse I have is the fact that I met you so late. Then there was Christina's illness. Even though it was my responsibility as your older brother to call you and stay in touch. I'm very sorry about it. But Dmitri, you shouldn't have done it the way you did. You just threw me in at the deep end as if you wanted to see whether I'd sink or swim. Like a blind kitten, you know? I understand all this about the company's policy, but Dmitri, this isn't the right way to do these things, is it? I've been in many European countries where I'm pretty sure your company has its fair share of terminals too, but somehow I don't think they treat their clients the same way. All I've heard was some vague hints like, "Don't worry, you'll soon find out," and a few very economical pieces of advice. Is this your company policy or our traditional Russian recklessness? Don't forget, I'm a total noob, as someone's already called me. "That's exactly what you are," Dmitri answered calmly. I choked on my soliloquy and stared at him. "Why do you think I took you to Zoriana? What were you doing in that test module all that time? Tell me. Did you read the game's story? Did you peruse the in-game news? No good blaming me for not taking it seriously. A noob is all well and good, but how was I supposed to know you were completely virgin? Apparently you don't even watch TV or check online news. Our ads take up more TV time than women's tampons. As you've just said, this isn't the right way to do these things." A long silence hung in the air. Finally, I took in a deep breath, wishing to speak first. However, he beat me to it. "Never mind," Dmitri said. "We're both to blame, probably. We can't undo it. Drink your tea. Try to get some rest. You can sleep here. This chair is convertible. You can't go anywhere in that state. I've already ordered you a dinner from the Ukrainian restaurant. Nothing like a bowl full of Ukrainian borscht to cheer one up. You'll chase it down with some smoked lard on rye bread, followed up by a dish of potato dumplings with crackling. Then wash it all back down again with some kvass. That'll put you right. Then have some more tea before you go to bed. And tomorrow you won't know yourself."
He was already reaching for the door when I finally said, "Thanks, brother. I'm sorry."
"I'm sorry, too. Actually, how did you like Mirror World?"
"Honestly, not special. The real world is better, simply because both my girls are here."
"You know something? You've no idea how much we have in common."
He gave me a wink and left. I attacked my food as if I'd been starving for several days. I could barely remember ever having this kind of appetite. Finally, I sat back, feeling drowsy. No, wait. First I had to give Sveta a ring. She was awake anyway, listening to little Christina's heart. "How are you, sweetheart?" her anxious voice demanded. I grinned into the receiver. "I'll live. I've checked a few sites and forums. There's lots of pictures there. Is it as real as they say it is?" "You can't even imagine. You're much smarter than I am, by the way. I haven't even thought of looking it up. I might do some browsing now before going to bed." "Please take good care of yourself." Her voice quivered. "People say lots of things." "I've already worked that out. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark." "They say you need to eat a lot when you log out." "I've just wolfed down 3 times my usual portion, and I think I'm hungry again." "Please don't. I'm telling you that as a doctor. You'll be sick." "It's all right, don't worry. I'll grin and bear it." "How's our little rabbit?" "She's still the same," she said softly. "It's going to be all right, sweet, I assure you. Tomorrow, first thing, I'm going to the bank to sign for the loan. Dimitri is topping it up so they can start growing our baby's little heart. She'll make it. I know it." She gave a sob. "It feels as if I'm losing both of you." "What are you saying, babe? You know I'm strong. I only look like a wuss." "I know. That's why I'm worried. You might overdo it. I know you. When it's for us, you'll do anything." We talked for a long time, crying, laughing, and dreaming. Finally, Sveta cut it short and demanded I hang up, making me promise I wouldn't stay up too late with the computer. The internet, indeed, was packed with the information about the game. Everything you needed, it was there. Players' blogs bursting with pictures, clan sites, employment sites, and forums. I found the official Stonefoot clan site. Indeed, they had no vacancies. A small announcement promised potential openings next year. A whole year. This was a huge amount of time in gaming terms. Would the game even be here in a year's time? Never mind. As I looked up my employer site, I was chewing on the last slice of rye bread. Waste not, want not. But when I opened the biography of Lord Shantar, I very nearly choked on my fare. This Lord Shantar was none other than my very own bank manager friend, Mr. Shantarsky. That's what had been giving me this constant déjà vu feeling all day. All right, so that's what it was then. I didn't even know what I was supposed to feel about it. The next morning, I'd have to raise the subject in the bank. I was dying to call my wife, but stopped myself. Dimitri must have known all along. But he'd said nothing to me, the fox. Never mind. I went on reading. Lord Shantar, level 210. When did the guy find the time to play? A member of the Gold Guild clan, which in turn made part of the Alliance of Light. Was in its top 10, in fact. They looked like serious people. Apparently, the game was divided into the 2 sides of light and darkness, respectively, constantly feuding with each other. Not that it had anything to do with me. I was a humble level 0 grinder. So I gave that bit of info a miss. I couldn't care less about their petty clan wars.
The game's official site informed everyone of the beta testing of their water world. According to the news, it had been successfully tested on several local servers with a preliminary release date in roughly 3 months' time. Nice job. Those game developers didn't rest on their laurels. From there, I switched to studying the various stats, professions, gear, and point distribution. Apparently, I'd done rather well on my first day in the game. Some had it much worse. I read in a blog about an Italian, a total noob like myself, who'd managed to splurge all his points on strength, naturally completely immobilizing himself. After having sat still for 2 hours, he'd been forced to reset his characteristics, losing 20% in the process. A chill ran down my spine. I wouldn't have liked to have been in his shoes, that's for sure. I also found out that the few lucky ones who'd managed to reach level 3 in farming, which seemed virtually impossible doing standard mining, received access to a second profession, a crafting one. Its choice depended on one's racial characteristics. In other words, I wouldn't be able to choose freely anymore. I had to accept what I was offered. According to the bloggers, this second profession was akin to a ticket to heaven. It took a lot of elbow grease, but in another year or two, such a hard-working bastard could afford a silver plan, no less. I whistled with surprise. My hands shook as I entered my race in the search box. Right. Excuse me? No results found? None at all? I checked the connection. It was working. What was wrong, then? I entered the word into the advanced search. Aha! One of the forums seemed to have the search term mentioned in a dialogue, the whole 2 lines of it. A certain Medved was writing, "Hi all. Checked the admin site today. They've introduced this new race, the Enin. I mean, WTF? What's wrong with all the dwarves and other underground midgets? Nothing about their abilities anywhere. Just another stupid beta they'll have to delete after a while." A certain Ginger Dwarfa answered, "Who are you calling midgets, jerk?" That was about it. I stared at their brief teenage squabble, trying to work out what was going on. I did another check, just in case, of some of the biggest and most influential sites and forums. Nothing. That was a letdown. Did that mean I'd chosen a non-existent race? How on earth had I managed to do that? I'd already spent half a day playing it. Finally, I located the info that comforted me somewhat. Apparently, the game included lots of races that hadn't become part of it. That didn't mean anything. Quite a few players were happy about it. Choosing one of the so-called dead races was even trendy in a way. But being a single player of some esoteric dead race was admittedly weird. As I fell asleep, I kept thinking about my wife and daughter. Strangely enough, I was looking forward to the next morning. The Enin's gloomy glare puzzled me. What kind of beast are you? How am I supposed to level you? You don't even have a simple manual, let alone a guidebook. I'd managed to stake everything on a dark horse. Just my luck. Chapter 7. Next morning, I couldn't get to the bank fast enough. I was standing at its doors 20 minutes before opening time. As it turned out, my loan was already halfway through. Sandra hadn't let me down and sent the contract in. Even though Shantarsky wasn't in the office, one of the girls there told me that he'd okayed my loan yesterday and authorized her to offer me $19,000. Deep inside, I was jumping for joy. No, it wasn't the amount I'd initially counted on, but after my escapades in the game, I hadn't counted on more than $15,000. That's what Dmitri had thought, too. But I was lucky. I'd got another $4,000 on top. The paperwork didn't take long. I was already their client anyway. I'd been with them for over 4 years. So now I had $36,200 on my account. The agreement with Dmitri was for 11,000, but he'd transferred 12, saying the extra 1,000 was just emergency money to make sure I had a bit of extra cash to spend. I gave Sveta a quick ring. She cried with joy. Managing the money was her job. Ecstatic about my first victory, I hurried to the address Sandra had given me. As I rode the bus, my cell rang. Sveta's number appeared on the screen. I could hear her triumphant voice. "The money's on its way. Her heart is already growing." I felt tears well up in my eyes. "You've done it. We love you." "I love you too," I managed. "I need to go, sweetheart," she said. "The doctors will be doing their rounds in a moment. You take care of yourself. If something happens to you, I'll never forgive myself. Do you hear me?" "Yes, baby." We said our goodbyes. By then, the bus was almost empty. I stared at the houses behind the window, the passers-by and the traffic lights flashing past. An autumn drizzle was in the air. I tried not to think that I only had $1,200 left on the account, or that I had to pay the loan back somehow. Too much thinking might burn me out, and then I'd be sorry. I needed to stay healthy more than anything now. I was facing a problem that didn't seem to have a solution, but I was going to brave it no matter what. The communal module center was in the industrial zone almost out of town. My module was located on the second floor of a refurbished building of what used to be a clothes factory. Now it looked modern and spanking new. I dreaded to even think how much money they'd poured into it. The place was swarming with staff and security. Little wonder, all that equipment must have cost millions. Each module was located in its own small space, a bit like a hotel room with a shower and a toilet. A small fridge sat in one corner, next to a microwave and an electric plate. A bed, a table, 2 chairs, and a narrow wardrobe. Once again, I tried to imagine the scope of the company's investment in all this, and failed. At the reception, they'd given me a user's manual. It looked pretty straightforward. All the modules were connected to the host computer. A special program monitored each client's bodily functions, their pulse, blood pressure, body temperature, and such. The building had its own medical center with doctors on call day and night, just in case someone overdid it. The whole thing ran like clockwork, or like an assembly line, and I was quickly becoming a cog in their works. Already at the bank, they'd told me that I could move into the center permanently. All out-of-town clients did so. Both the room and the module were paid by the employer, who, I suppose, would later deduct it from my wages. A health check was also included. It was pointless dragging it out. I packed up my things, gave my heartfelt thanks to the landlady, and hurried on to the center. As I stepped into my room, I tried to get used to the thought that it was to become my home for a very long time. It was already midday, midday, and I hadn't shown up at work yet. I set my suitcase down in the corner. I could unpack later. I undressed, kissed the picture of my 2 girls, then plunged into the gelatinous bed. I pressed start. All systems go. Time was an issue. The familiar darkness enveloped me, followed by the approaching light. This time I logged in much quicker. Dmitri had told me that every time I entered the game, the contrast between the 2 realities would continue to erode. Very soon it would feel like walking from my lounge into the bedroom. I was standing in the square, on the exact same spot where I'd logged out yesterday. I had Greg to thank for that, among other things. Actually, he was offline, despite the fact that the workday was in full swing. Could he have taken a day off? Never mind. That could wait. I opened the courtesy map of the settlement. The digger's store was 2 blocks away from the town hall. Off we go, then. In the morning, my wife had insisted I put $100 on my in-game account. I'd protested, but she would hear nothing of it. She wanted me to deposit more money, but then it was my turn to refuse point blank. That's how it happened that I had 100 gold glittering in my purse. I just hoped I wouldn't have to spend much. Remembering my earlier mistakes, I walked in a controlled, even pace. I had to go easy on my energy resources. Today, I felt a bit more confident. The world around me had lost some of its absurd mystery. The internet was a great thing any way you looked at it. I'd gleaned a lot of useful intel last night. So now, as I headed for the shop, I already had a strategy. The digger's store reminded me of its counterparts in cowboy movies. Wooden shelves lined the walls. Hooks were hung with clusters of boots. Tools everywhere, from fishing rods to hoes and spades. The mannequins in the shop window were kitted out in all sorts of gear, complete with bags and belts. As I walked in, I had to slip past two very unpleasant fanged individuals. Their animal glares drilled holes in me. I pretended I hadn't noticed, just brushed past them through the closing doors. A conflict was the last thing I needed right now.
"Morning, sir,"
a rock dwand said from behind the counter. The shop owner was rather small, with gray skin and small, pointy ears. He beamed, exposing a row of small but very sharp teeth within his wide, frog-like mouth.
"How can I help you?" Don't bother. An Enin, a mine digger, current profession level 0.
I smiled back. "You've nailed it," I said, then hurried to add, "A very good morning to you, too."
"So, at the moment you have 3 sets of clothes available, a tool, and a shoulder bag. What exactly do you have in mind? A Hulk? Speedo? A Duracell bunny? Or is the price an issue?"
"The price?"
"Exactly. I can offer a Goner's Universal Kit. Its elements fit any kit without affecting its bonuses. Its pros, low price and 0 durability, which means it's fatigue-free, if you'll excuse the pun. You just can't wear it out. Its cons, a drop in characteristics and no bonus. What would you prefer?"
I faltered. "Honestly, I've looked it up and I was thinking about the speedy one. Doesn't it have an energy bonus?"
"Absolutely," the dwand said. "I can tell you more. All the chars of your build seem to go for it."
"You mind if I give it some thought?"
"Of course,"
he smiled.
"To tell you the truth, it's the first time I see someone contemplating the purchase of a 0-level kit. You'll kill it in a week and be back here with me."
"Pardon me?"
"You heard. It only has 20 points durability. The first rock fall, a ricocheting pick, or even a friendly slap on the shoulder from a horrid will all shave some off. An herbalist can afford to roam around the fields in the same gear week in, week out. A mine digger can't. It's a dangerous trade. Accident-prone, if you know what I mean."
"I see," I said. "So this generous promise of gear kit on the employer has strings attached."
"You haven't read the fine print. The startup gear kit is on the employer."
"Very well. So how much is this Speedo kit?"
"Let me see. The startup kit contains 5 pieces. Some clothing, plus a pick, which too has a tendency to break often. It is 13 gold and 70 silver.
Which makes it about 60 gold a month, plus energy restoration. So,
Well, at an average wage of 450 gold a week, it won't break the bank, will it?"
I'm getting paid piecework plus extracted value, I mumbled, desperately trying to find a solution.
"You don't mean it."
The dwand shook his head.
"Talk about bad luck."
I know. I waved his sympathy away. Everybody and their grandmother have already told me about the local mines.
"Here, if you're paid piecework, the most you can make is 200 gold a week after taxes, give or take a few. I might be wrong, of course. 800 gold a month."
He paused and added,
"That's if you live that long."
"Is it so bad?" He shrugged.
"You won't understand until you try."
I sighed. 450 a week just won't cut it, I'm afraid. He chuckled.
"You have some appetite."
I looked up at him. He promptly shut up. Apparently there was something in my stare these days. That's the second time it had happened to me here. I couldn't remember any such reactions to my gaze in the past. But then again, imagine a sullen Enon with a pitch-dark glare. It couldn't be that nice. I felt awkward. "My daughter's dying," I explained. He nodded. What did I care about his feelings? And if so, why should he care about my problems? He stepped back behind the counter, giving me some space to think. I concentrated on the gear's stats. The 5 items of Speedo, counting the pick, offered 25 to speed, 11 to strength, and a bonus of +5 to stamina. I opened the stats simulator and did a rough calculation. This was what I had. Speed 29, strength 15, stamina 8. I had 30 points left to spare, but I'd better save those for any additional skills. I had big plans regarding them. I opened the Goner's kit. This was how it looked. Speed 19, strength 9, stamina 3. Stamina was so low because the Goner had no bonus, so I'd have to splurge on it from my reserve. Apart from that, the Goner looked rather decent. Why not? Indestructible duds, what's there not to like? I could use some in real life, that's for sure. No idea about down the mine, though. What if I died within the first hour just through wearing the kit? I needed to do something about my energy levels.
So, have you decided?
The vendor's voice made me jump. I think so. This was one choice I was going to regret. I think I'll take the Goner. The Dwand, I focused to read his name tag, aha, Rorgus, stared at me. This was the kind of gaze one reserves for idiots or suicide cases. A system message helpfully popped up. Congratulations! You've just acquired a Goner's Universal Gear Kit. A ragged shirt. Receipt confirmed. A pair of worn-out pants. Receipt confirmed. A creased jacket. Receipt confirmed. A misshapen hard hat. Receipt confirmed. An old pick. Receipt confirmed. I just hoped I wasn't going to regret my decision. I hurried to change. My new togs fit nicely. I chose not to check them out in the mirror, though. I must have looked a sight. But I wasn't here for a fashion show. Your characteristics have grown. Speed, +15. Strength, +6. My old 0-level clothes that I'd received at the start of the game had now disappeared. I did a few jumps and squats and touched my toes a few times, noticing with delight that strength had positively affected my energy restoration times.
And?
Rorgus asked doubtfully.
Fit okay?
Fine. I ignored the sarcasm in his voice.
Shoulder bags are standard issue for all 0-level players, he continued. Durability 30. Holds 40 items. Not bad at all, if you ask me. Quite resistant. Normally, it's the last item to break. Take it, you won't regret it. Now this...
He reached under the counter and produced a small box divided into 8 compartments. Round brown stoppers just showed above them. I focused. Name, Stamina Elixir. Effect, restores 200 points energy.
A word of warning,
the vendor said.
Don't overdo them. You might regret it later in real life.
Thanks for the tip, I said, as I remembered my last night's logging out experience. No thanks.
Your contract specifies that your employer only pays for the startup gear kit. After that, it's your responsibility. We have a rather wide range of elixirs and other restoring products. These are 10 silver apiece. Using 1 or 2 a day, you don't run the risk of damaging your physical body. Any more than that, and the consequences can be hard to predict. Can I help you with something else?
Only if you tell me if the catalog download is free.
Absolutely. Here.
I confirmed its installation and was about to leave when my eye chanced on a neat row of wooden boxes on one of the shelves. "What's that you've got there?" The vendor turned to look. He chuckled in confirmation of his own thoughts, headed for the shelves and began rummaging through them. Soon he was back with a beautifully carved brown box. He opened it, showing me 10 green tablets the size of a 5-year-old child's palm, each about a finger thick. The material looked like stone. A few pictograms were carved at their centers. Whether runes or hieroglyphics, I couldn't tell.
"The Malachite runes," Rorgus said. "They boost items' characteristics. Not the most popular thing among mine diggers. By themselves, they're indestructible, but once applied to an item, in case of its destruction, they disappear as well. A costly toy, let me tell you. These ones over here are from 50 gold up."
I focused on one of the tablets. Name, Malachite Rune of Strength. Effect, +10 to Strength. Level restriction, Seasoned Mine Digger. That was worth having. "How many of them can you use?" I asked. He grinned, seeing my interest.
"One per item. The problem is you'll never make it to seasoned in these here mines. Wait a sec."
He disappeared in his storeroom and stayed there for a good 10 minutes. He reemerged all sweaty, his right sleeve covered in dust, a piece of cobweb clinging to his left shoulder. Had it not been for his gray skin tone, I'd have thought he had turned crimson from the effort.
"Here,"
he said victoriously, setting a dusty wooden box onto the counter.
"I thought I wouldn't find it. This is a relic."
He wiped the box clean with his sleeve.
"Yet another beta testing sample. You can't imagine how much of this junk has gone through my hands. Look."
He opened the lid. 4 gray, or rather earth-colored, runes lay at the bottom of the box.
"Zero-level clay runes."
He grinned.
"I don't think anyone still has any of these anymore. They're ancient. The admins got rid of them at an early stage as no one used them. But I stashed them away, just in case."
Why did no one use them?
"Why would they? The zero-level gear has a week's durability. Once the item's broken, the rune's gone with it. And they're 15 gold each. Seasoned diggers don't need clay. They can afford the malachite ones. No idea why the admins decided to get rid of them. Wouldn't it have been easier to simply drop the price? Never mind."
"I beg your pardon, sir." My voice began to shake. "Do you think these runes might fit my gear?"
"That's exactly what I'm driving at," he said. "I've never in my life seen anyone install runes on zero-level items. It's actually the first time I see a Goner's kit in the flesh, if you know what I mean. All thanks to you, a player who thinks out of the box."
I forced a skittish grin, unable to take my eyes off the clay tablets. 3 runes of +3 to strength each, and 1 of +7 to stamina. This was a treasure trove. Installing these runes would have considerably boosted my gear stats, without leaving me out of pocket either. If my items were indestructible, the runes too would last me an eternity. If only they fit.
"So what do you think? Would you like to try them?"
I gave a nervous nod.
"Do you have the money?"
The Dwand double-checked.
"Once a rune is installed, it can't be removed."
"I do have the money," I reassured him. "If it works, I'll buy all 4 of them."
"Let's do it then," he said. "Take a rune. The system will ask you to choose an item you'd like to use it on. After that, you know what to do. God bless."
I reached out and picked up a clay tablet. Was it indeed warm, or was it my imagination? The rune began to glow. Name, Clay Rune of Strength. Effect, +3 to Strength. Restrictions, none. Choose the item you would like to install the rune on. I chose the shirt. Congratulations, you've received +3 to Strength. The rune crumbled in my hands and disappeared without a trace. A complex earth color sign appeared on my shirt above my heart. I got it! I raised my hands, celebrating. Strangely enough, Rorgus seemed to be celebrating with me. I hurried to shell out 60 gold and installed the remaining runes. This was how my stats looked now. Speed, 19. Strength, 18. Stamina, 10. My energy bar had grown to 240. Excellent. All wasn't as bad as I'd thought. I compared my finished kit to the Speedo and was pleasantly surprised. I had 10 points less speed, but 3 points more strength and 2 points more stamina. So even without a bonus, my kit was nothing to sniff at. On Rorgus's advice, I also purchased a 10-slot leather belt to stash away elixirs. It also had 30 points durability. We spent the next quarter of an hour chatting. I bade him a warm farewell and walked out of the shop. Hope gave me wings. Chapter 8. I perched myself on a bench in the shade of a large tree and tried to calm down. I was done with the shopping. Now all I had to do was distribute the additional skills. 30 points was desperately not enough, but I hoped this was only the beginning. Let's do it then. I invested 20 points into the True Heroes Take Devious Routes skill. The catchy phrase belonged to a Soviet-era song lyricist, Vadim Korostilev, who'd apparently been poking fun at the so-called Homo Sovieticus behavioral patterns. I had no idea who'd created my character, but he definitely had a good sense of humor. Done it. Congratulations! You've received plus 20 to your additional skill. Name of skill, True Heroes Take Devious Routes. Congratulations! You've received plus 10 to your additional skill. Name of skill, Shrewd Operator. I took stock of my mental exercise. My chances of raising my skill level by collecting 20 rocks had increased to 10%. Also, collecting 100 resources improved my chances of adding 1 point to Shrewd Operator 40%. I just hoped that this estimate would be worth the effort. That was it. I had no reserve points left. Now, mining. The previous night I'd read in one of the forums that there were 5 zero-level minerals: aquamarine, turquoise, agate, granite, and marble. Lord Shantar's mines mainly specialized in the 2 latter ones. Loaded individuals were quick to find their place in the gaming world. Demand and supply walked hand in hand, as Shantarsky surely knew. All he'd done, he'd created a low-scale mining business as his personal retirement fund. Still, neither granite nor marble suited me. They were too heavy. Only the Horrid-like races could do this kind of work. The lightest mineral was turquoise, followed by aquamarine and agate as a close third. Those were the minerals used by zero-level crafters. Jewelers, sculptors, blacksmiths, alchemists, and such. Nothing was wasted. The game developers had taken good care of that. The market dictated its own terms. 1,000 points of marble cost more or less the same as 1,000 turquoise, a tad more even. But as for demand, if both granite and marble were bought by the 1,000, things like turquoise, agate, and aquamarine were sold by the 100, if not less, which was why everyone considered me either a noob or an idiot, a suicide case even, whenever I mentioned my contract. Still, this noob had a plan. The noob was about to take the devious route. They knew nothing of my additional characteristics. I'd kept them to myself. I just didn't appreciate people's stares focusing on me. My plan was both simple and potentially damaging, to my health first and foremost. I decided to gamble on quick skill leveling, which directly depended on the quantity of minerals farmed. Being the lightest of the lot, turquoise fitted my plan perfectly. Yes, I was in for quite a bit of running and weightlifting, and I was quite prepared to gulp my share of energy-boosting elixirs if it helped me improve the skill. Once I made the first level, I could count on higher earnings. This was my plan. Very soon I was going to find out if it had any weak points. As I rummaged through the maps of Shantar, I decided to download the SatNav app after all. I paid the 5 gold and clicked Install. The app dutifully analyzed the precious few maps I had and came up with the following message. Would you like to install the Voyager bot? I leafed through the user's guide. All you had to do was enter your itinerary. Then the bot would take over your char and take him there, saving the maximum of energy by using low-calorie elixirs. Some sort of autopilot, basically. I downloaded that, too. The app kept showering me with more offers, but I paid no heed to those. I only had 30 gold left in my pocket. I opened the maps. Now, the marble mines, the granite mines, more marble, and again, and some granite. Aha! Finally found some agate. But where were the turquoise and aquamarine? Oh. No results found? And the aquamarine? Same? How strange. I tried the agate, and the search results came back with the name of a mine. What, only one? It must have been a glitch. Never mind. Whatever. Once I got to the mine, I'd see for myself. Off we go, then. The route has been calculated. Would you like to activate the Voyager bot? Yes, please. Choose the mode. I chose economy mode that didn't call for any boosts or stopovers. Time en route, 30 minutes. Accept. Yes, no. I was all set. My body made a smooth turnaround and began walking rather energetically. The feeling was strange. It was still me walking, as if someone invisible was pulling, or rather pushing, me forward. I decided to test it and tried to stop myself. It worked. Excellent. I leaned forward and touched my toes. Not a problem. I stood up, listening to my body. 30 seconds later, it resumed its progress. So, not bad at all. It hadn't taken me long to get to the mine. As I traveled, I used the time to study the app's menu and found lots of useful features. Good. I was finding my way around, and the best part was still to come. I came across many miners walking in the opposite direction, returning from work. All 0 levels, they plodded along, exchanging unenthusiastic comments. I noticed one guy being carried along, so badly had he overdone it. Mainly beefcake races, but I also saw a few punier types, all sporting every possible kind of tool and gear. My kit brought smiles to their faces. Someone pointed their finger at me. I could hear a few jokes and jibes coming from the crowd. I must have looked a sight. It was a good job I'd changed the stats settings to private. Otherwise, I'd have spent the rest of the day answering their questions. I reached a place where the route forked. Much to my relief, the bot turned right, leaving me alone on the road. It felt too empty. Even the trail had overgrown, as if no one had used it for a long time. Behind it, I glimpsed a few cliff tops. After 10 more minutes, I finally stood by the entrance to a mine. The place looked as if it had been really busy once, a long, long time ago. Apparently there used to be quite a demand for agate for a while. The entrance was littered with rock debris and rotting old trolleys. A row of derelict workers' barracks could be seen behind them, black with age. Oh, the place gave you that spooky feeling. The cave's dark mouth breathed damp and cold. Never mind. One can get used to anything. Still, knowing how it worked would be useful. I opened the info portal. So, mines, yes. Farming. Got it. According to the user's guide, a worker was supposed to sign on in a terminal that was located near the mine somewhere. Right. All I could see was an apparatus that looked a bit like a parking meter. What if I tried to approach it? I stopped within an arm's reach of the terminal. After a short pause, it sprang to life. Greetings, Olgerd. This is mine terminal number 12, levels 0 to 35. Resource, agate. Press confirm to begin farming. I'd failed to locate turquoise. Ditto for aquamarine. I had no time to go search for them now, either. I'd been in the game for several hours already, and I hadn't even started working yet. I heaved a sigh. Confirm. Chapter 9. My first step into the dark depths of the cave was wary. It might have been a game, but it felt just as spooky as in real life. Once I blinked the darkness from my eyes, I realized that I could see perfectly well in the gloom. It must have been one of my racial properties. The mine that looked so scary and damp on the outside turned out to be warm and inviting. I remembered reading that the Enans were natural cave dwellers. The game developers had apparently paid great attention to detail. Wonders will never cease. I'd never been known to enjoy closed spaces, but here I was, loving the dark confines of the cave. The abandoned location was in complete disarray. Oh well, apparently agate wasn't the flavor of the day. Just my luck. Yes, I saw my first stone. I took a powerful swing with the pick and grunted viciously as I buried its blade in the ground. I tried to pull it out. No way. Admittedly, this was the first time I had ever had to handle one. I'd even watched a couple of online tutorials the previous night explaining how to use a pick. As I repeatedly pulled at the handle, I began to panic. What had I thought I'd been doing, choosing this as my trade of choice? A gardener or a street sweeper sounded much more like myself. But no, I'd had to join the mine diggers, then sign the most lethal of contracts. Cursing myself to hell and back, I spent the next 5 minutes trying to prise the wretched pick free. The freaking stone would not give. With an angry gasp, I dropped to the ground, about to howl like a wolf. No amount of 4-letter words could express the degree of my agony. Wretched mine digger. Mine digger? That rang a bell. I frowned, trying to remember. Got it! I opened the info portal and selected the Apps tab. Where was it now? There! The Mary Digger bot. Price, 3 gold. Download. Yes, no. Yes. I downloaded and opened it. I thought I'd go mad in the time it took the program to install. Finally, it was ready. I pressed run. Greetings, Olgerd. This is Mary Digger. Please select mode. Economy mode. Rational mode. Speed mode. No mercy mode. Warning, not recommended. I'd have to do it by trial and error. I forced a nervous grin. Then again, why not? That's exactly how jurors are elected, isn't it? Actually, it was irrelevant. I had to test this bot now. I selected economy mode. Please wait. Data analysis in progress. The bot took over my body. It turned me around in the air, then froze me in place. Data analysis completed. Resources found in this location, agate. Quantity, 2,456 pieces. So, and I'd only noticed 1 stone. Would you like to calculate the time necessary to farm this resource? That was useful. I pressed confirm. Please wait. Data analysis in progress. Data analysis completed. Economy mode. 29 hours, 48 minutes. Time calculated without the use of elixirs, with occasional breaks for energy restoration. Rational mode. 15 hours, 12 minutes, with a minimum of 1 elixir, no breaks allowed. Speed mode. 7 hours, 15 minutes, with a minimum of 2 elixirs, no breaks allowed. No mercy mode. Analysis failed. 85% probability of total energy depletion before farming process is completed. Would you like to choose economy mode? So that's how it was then. This bot only gave me a 15% chance of not popping my clogs in the process of farming this wretched agate. Shame I couldn't check the approximate output and time frame just for future reference. Apparently, the game developers were playing it safe. If not, why would they have created this no-mercy mode at all? By the same token, even cigarette packs came with warnings and all sorts of blood-curdling little graphics. Let's give it a think. My contract specified that I'd be paid 6.5 gold per 1,000 of resource value, plus an extra % for the resource's rarity. Last night I'd checked the auction prices for 0-level stones. Prices per 1,000 were 80 to 100 gold. Ironically, agate was one of the cheapest, which only served to prove my, insert air quotes, remarkable good luck and observation skills. Or their complete lack thereof. What had I been doing, plunging into the mine head first, without first checking which locations had turquoise and aquamarine? Today I'd have to work here, but the following morning I was definitely going to search for turquoise. According to Rorgus, the best I could make in a week was 200 gold after taxes. If you deducted the expenses, then in order to make 30 gold a day, I'd have to farm about 4,500 stones, which meant brandishing my pick in speed mode for 15 hours or so. Oh, they might just as well bury me right here. Having said that, I remembered how I'd spent several months in Spain as a student, working in a field. We used to harvest onions. I still have dreams of those never-ending fields. You placed a 6-gallon plastic basket between your feet, bent your body until your torso was parallel to the ground, and started moving forward in a half-squatting position, wearing out a pair of thick leather gloves a day. The scorching Spanish sun blazed away overhead. A behemoth tractor followed you unhurriedly while you scooped the onions, filling your basket, then poured them into the tractor's bottomless bucket. In order to earn 5,000 pesetas, which had been the equivalent of $25 at the time, we all had to meet a quota of 7 tons each. I still shuddered remembering my first days at work. My muscles hadn't hurt anymore. My bones had. We slept on average 4 or 5 hours a night. Still, I'd made it. My body had been young, and I'd been reckless enough to eagerly test its limits. Ironically, now I'd ended up in a game where I'd have to live up to my old feat. My face dissolved into a smile. They say that the virtual world makes everything possible. Still, my virtual body's stats didn't offer much against the old me. The real-life grinder of flesh and blood, young, reckless, and tough. I heaved a sigh and selected speed mode. After a 30-second pause, my body began to move toward the pick still stuck in the rock. It came out with surprising ease. I hadn't even made any considerable effort. It felt almost like cheating. The thought surprised me. Was I going slightly mad? Sveta was going to laugh her socks off when I told her. Was I cheating on myself? While I was thus busy soul-searching, my bot had already produced 5 little stones. No, 6. You've received a resource. Agate. You've received +1 to your skill. Yesterday morning I might have been dancing around the room, overjoyed, but today all that forum reading had left its mark. Even a noob like myself gains a bit of confidence having spent some quality online time perusing the wealth of blogs, guides, and users' manuals. All of them claimed that, although profession leveling in Mirror World was admittedly boring and mind-numbing, at the end of the day, it paid for itself. Provided you did level up, of course. Zero-level resources only provided the base of your future prosperity. Farming them was in equal doses important, dangerous, cheap, and tedious. Location owners were the only people who profited from startup resources. Forum members engaged in lukewarm discussions, saying that it wasn't fair when one had everything and all the rest had to bust their guts for him for peanuts. They were predictably told that no one prevented players from buying gold plans and paying extra for their choice of minerals. Then they'd be all set to make a quick buck. When the game had only just started, they apparently used to have some sort of a free zone. Still, it didn't last. The stronger players formed several powerful clans and indulged in turf wars, plunging the area into the Middle Ages. The game developers' mailboxes were snowed under by tens of thousands of complaints and letters of protest against this breach of justice. As I'd read these forum comments, I'd been dying to add my 2 cents and ask them if they thought there was any difference between Mirror World and real life. Did they really think there were any unclaimed territories left on Earth? Didn't the whole world abide by the same principle? One man rakes it in, while millions have to toil? And where could I find an admin to complain to about this disparity? Not everyone had been interested in joining clans, and not all clans could boast any clout. Still, everyone needed to level up professions. This was one thing you couldn't get around. Either the admins felt the pressure from all the complaints, or for whatever reasons of their own, but they'd created a large gaming territory and packed it chock full of mobs, resources, and all sorts of instances. Now, anyone could take the risk of visiting the new neutral zone nicknamed No Man's Lands in order to farm a rare piece of armor, an expensive resource, or just earn a few week-long injuries. Congratulations, you've received a resource, agate. You've received +1 to your skill. Excellent. This was a good start. Forum gurus had warned noobs against celebrating too soon when their skill began to grow after the first few farmed resources. Apparently, the first 10 points came relatively quickly, but after that, a player would hit a plateau when he would have to pay with his own blood, sometimes literally, for every point earned. The overall advice was to be patient, make sure you ate well, and above all, keep your head on. Only when I'd read this did I begin to realize the significance of my additional skills. In light of this, I was even more surprised why no one had chosen an Enin as their char. Your bag is full. The moment the message popped up, the Merry Digger bot turned my body around to face the exit. I decided not to resist it. I was quite curious about what I was supposed to do next. I hadn't even had time to mull over anything, and I'd already farmed 40 stones. I dreaded to think how long it would have taken me without this undoubtedly useful app. 2 skill points into the kitty. I left the cave and headed for the terminal. A message appeared on the screen. Greetings, Olgerd. Would you like to declare your resource? Name, agate. Quantity, 40 pieces. I pressed confirm. As I waited, I watched my energy bar grow. The bot knew what it was doing. Thank you for your work. You now have 40 pieces of agate. Rinse and repeat. My body turned round and headed for a new helping of pale blue stones the size of a small cantaloupe melon. Had I farmed turquoise, I wouldn't have had to spend so much energy. According to forum posts, it was even smaller. I definitely had to find a turquoise mine first thing tomorrow. 6 hours of work had flown by. I had 1,800 plus stones in the kitty. Skill level 6. +1 point to Shrewd Operator. As for true heroes take devious routes, I was in for a surprise. 5 out of 18 attempts had been successful, raising my Shrewd Operator skill to 15. And this was only my first day at work. I could literally feel my virtual heart jumping in my chest with joy. How had they created this illusion? Or was it my mind playing up? My own heart was far away now, deep inside my physical body, floating in that gelatinous goo. Your energy level has dropped to 40. Would you like to drink a stamina elixir? Yes, no. Tick the box if you don't want to see this message again. I confirmed elixir drinking, but I wasn't going to tick any boxes. I wasn't going to give this bot any more independence than was absolutely necessary. I preferred keeping an eye on everything myself. The contents of the fat vial proved tasteless. Once I'd drunk it, the vial disappeared, leaving me for some glassblower who too had to level up his or her chosen profession. I'd been at it for 13 hours now. The location's resources kept restoring promptly. It had been 2 hours since I'd drunk the second vial. My energy kept dropping, and even my frequent stops by the terminal didn't help anymore. It was probably my physical body reminding me of itself. I was pretty sure that if I drank another elixir, its effect wouldn't last for longer than an hour. Now I understood the connection between our physical and virtual bodies like never before. Or was it again my mind playing up? Now I could understand why the no mercy mode was not recommended. What was the point? All it meant was that you'd have to OD on elixirs until every new stone began to cost you dearly. That's exactly how others must have burned out. And for what? It only meant more money spent on elixirs to ruin your health faster. All to farm some agate? Please. Very well. It was time I stopped. Enough for my first day. I switched off the bot and staggered out. Night had fallen over Mirror World. An enormous moon bathed this weird land in its pale light. The sound of my footsteps alone disturbed the silence that had enveloped everything around. The terminal habitually greeted me with the phrase I couldn't hear anymore. "Greetings, Olgerd. Would you like to declare your resource? Name, agate. Quantity, 40 pieces. Yes, damn you. Thank you for your work. You now have 3,968 pieces of agate. Not good. Just falling short of my quota. All I'd earned was 25 gold. Shit. 2 more hours would have done it. But no, it wasn't worth risking it. I could barely stand on my feet. Before leaving, I checked my skill and ability levels. Current skill, 12 points. Maximal skill points for your current profession level, 35. Another 23 points and I'd become a seasoned digger, and that was totally different money. I'd have to spend some quality time studying resources and weigh up all the pros and cons. With any luck, I might start looking for a new mine the day after tomorrow. My girls only had to brave it for a little bit longer. I was almost there. I shook the thought away. Were they all right? They were probably already fast asleep. But not Sveta, no. In any case, I wasn't going to disturb her. I'd give her a call in the morning. I checked on my shrewd operator. 22 points. That's a result. Talk about devious routes. Time to quit. I cast one last glance at the moon. Wasn't it beautiful? Never mind, it wasn't real. Chapter 10. Darkness enveloped me. I was already getting used to it. What a weird sensation. Scary. You didn't feel your body at all. I couldn't see anything. I didn't breathe. Logging out was taking a while. I couldn't see the light. What was going on? Were they all asleep or something? Hey, where's my light? It felt a bit like waiting for an elevator. You knew it was there somewhere, shuffling its cables in the dark, but you couldn't tell its exact location because some idiot had melted the elevator button with his lighter, and then an alcoholic neighbor had cannibalized the floor display. His wife would stand next to you, also waiting for the elevator, cursing the anonymous vandals just to check if you knew who the true culprit was. The funny thing was, she would know you knew it, and you'd know she knew it too. And still, your good manners wouldn't allow you to confront her story, and you'd just stand there nodding as she heaped accusations onto the unknown bastards who deserved having their arms ripped off. Finally, my elevator. The light approached gradually. Too slowly, really. It hadn't been like this before. Hadn't Dimitri said things were only going to happen quicker? Then the light came crashing down on me, consuming me. Blurred images appeared before my eyes. My vision seemed to be failing alarmingly fast. I couldn't do without glasses anymore. If I still had time today, I'd go and see an optician. My body shuddered. I regained control over it. Jesus, what was that pain? I'd once read an interesting article about medieval torture tools. Some people had a truly sick imagination. They used to have this rack on which they used to stretch a victim's limbs while stabbing or roasting him or her. For some reason, I immediately remembered that rack when the pain flooded over me. All my joints were screaming. My head was going round. My arms felt like two unmanageable oak beams. My eyesight had dropped considerably. What was wrong with me? "So you're back now, Mr. Hard Worker?" My brother's voice came from somewhere to my right. "I tell you now, Oleg, you're a freaking shithead." "Why? What happened?" I managed. "He's asking me what happened. What happened is that somebody decided to become the first virtual champion mine digger and has very nearly busted his ass in the process. Not nearly even, you have busted it. Did you decide to remember the old days and die in style?" "No, wait. Please. What happened?" "What happened?" he snapped. "I'll tell you now. What happened is that one inappropriately forward individual, despite everything that had been said to him, spent 13 hours of the in-game time brandishing his pick in an agate mine. That's considering his own weight is 150 fucking pounds. He didn't give a shit about the 2-week adaptation period, did he? He just sank his dentures into the rock and away he went. Your new buddy Greg, too much muscle and not enough brains, even he took 3 weeks to adapt until he gradually eased himself into using boosting elixirs. And what did you do? You've downed 2 stamina elixirs and used it to turn out almost 4,000 resource units, which incidentally is unheard of for a normal production procedure. Those guys do their 400 or 500 stones a day and don't give a fuck. And what have you earned today? A measly $27? You're not a noob, brother. Do you know who you are? Have you thought of your wife? Of your daughter? They're beyond themselves with worry these last 2 days." I startled. 2 days? No. Oh, yes. Dimitri's eyes glistened with glee. "Can't you see where you are?" "Yeah, right, as if. It's your wretched eyesight." He sniffed and shut up. I heard the rustling of a paper bag, followed by quick footsteps in my direction. "Here, try them on." I sensed the familiar feeling of glasses hugging my temples. "I found your old pair and took it to the opticians on my way. They patched up the frame a little and put a new pair of lenses in. You look just like a mole." He waved away my attempts at gratitude. We'll sort the cost out later." The glasses changed everything. I took a look around me. I was hung with all sorts of tubes and wires. A hospital bed, complete with a control desk, allowed me to change my position any way I wanted. An IV drip needle was stuck in my arm. Some machine kept beeping rhythmically next to me. I looked out of the window. The sun blinked back at me. I smiled. This was the real sun, warm and beckoning. "What you grinning at?" Dmitri asked in a calmer voice. Then again, why not, now that the local doctors have brought you back from the dead? I carefully removed the glasses, wiped them on autopilot, then put them back on. My eyesight had indeed deteriorated. I'd have to get a new prescription. Later. All later. How are they? I asked. Dmitri knew what I meant. There's no change in Christina. She's a very clever child. I nodded and smiled. It was a pleasant compliment. It's always nice to hear your children being praised when you know the speaker means it. Your Sveta is already threatening to sue everyone in sight if anything happens to you. She promises to raze the whole place to the ground. I grinned. You'd better believe her. I do. Your wife is a fighter. All those years of battling for your daughter's life have left their mark. They have indeed. It felt good knowing my girls were trying to protect me. The doctor said 2 more weeks of this masochism and you'll waste yourself into an early grave. He pulled his chair closer to the bed. Listen, brother, he began. Listen, brother, I said simultaneously. We both shut up. Then we burst out laughing. The pressure seemed to have eased off a little. You first, I offered. No, you speak, he said. I've been doing all the talking for an hour now. I'm not a freaking stand-up comedian. But just before you say anything, tell me, WTF? Are you raving mad? Busting your guts for $20? Why won't you work for a regular wage? They love your kind of speedy idiots. I got my skill up to 12, I said. Dmitri choked on his words. For a while, he just stared at me, bug-eyed and open-mouthed. Then he stood up, strode toward the door, opened it, and looked outside. He closed it shut, walked back to me, and pulled himself and his chair as close to me as he could. Go ahead, he whispered. Surprised at this turn of events, I too switched to whispering. Nothing to tell. It's the additional skills. I told you. He shrugged. Do you think I remember? If I looked into every little trick that came with every race, I'd scorch my brain. You saw how many they were. What about those abilities? Firstly, I said, Shrewd Operator improves your chances to raise your skill with every 20th resource you farm. And secondly, Devious Roots works in tandem with Operator, improving your chances of raising it 1 point with every 100th resource. 12 points, Dmitri whispered musingly. So Pierrot was right then. That son of a bitch. I stared at him. Seeing my confusion, Dmitri hurried to explain. Remember the morning you came to see me? An hour earlier, we'd held a board meeting. The CEO had a field day ripping the programmers apart, namely Pierrot. That's Andrew Petrov, but everybody calls him Pierrot. Most heads of terminals took part in the discussion. We have this virtual conference room, you know. It's very convenient. It was Pierrot who dealt with race development. He's a bit of a nutcase. All programmers are. He shuddered. Basically, once the meeting was over, Pierrot laid his resignation on the CEO's desk and walked out, just like that. Didn't say a word to anyone. Packed his stuff and left. Let me guess. The Enin was his work, wasn't it? Dmitri nodded. Exactly. You might call it his swan song. He introduced it just as you connected to the test module. You weren't the only one who chose it. 125 players also did so. But then they all reconsidered. You were the first one. You found the Enin through a number of back doors, thus making it visible in the search. The developers reacted just in time and removed the Enin from the game. Why did the others reconsider? The developers applied a bit of pressure, telling them this was a glitchy, defective race. They said they couldn't be held responsible for any malfunctions. They sugarcoated it, of course, by throwing a few bonuses into the swap. Nothing groundbreaking, but enough to make one's life considerably easier at level 0. The players got the message. especially because you were the only one who'd already managed to try this race out. Actually, I have the authority to offer you the same. If you refuse, the responsibility is entirely yours. No one knows what this nutty programmer had in mind when he was writing it, or what kind of grass he smoked. On one hand, such an impressive raise in skill is awesome. But what's going to happen to you next? What if you level your char up only to discover he comes with a nice little glitch no one knows about? He offered you this char on a silver platter, but what if the platter has strings attached? Plus, you'll be constantly monitored by the admins. I don't think your activity can damage the game's economy. You're only a grain of sand in this ocean. But hundreds of thousands of you? That's a totally different ballgame. So what do you say?
Oh, I said. I've already invested so much into him. It would be a shame.
As you wish. The admins can't force you.
Does that mean it's up to me whether I want to abandon the char or not? Dmitri nodded.
It does. Once we've removed the race, the danger of any potential glitch will be neutralized. You're the only one left. They don't give a shit what you decide. They have much bigger fish to fry. They think in hundreds of $1 million. They're not interested in one particular character with a slightly elevated chance of skill raising. You pottering away in your measly mine somewhere in the outskirts of the game? Please. All they'll do, they'll assign a bot to tail you to make sure they keep tabs on you. Especially because they're more than sure that Pierrot has some sick surprise in store for you that would make you crawl back to them on your knees. It's not the first time this has happened, you know. The game keeps improving. True, there are some dedicated beta testing servers, but you can't provide for every eventuality. There's always something nasty coming to light, all the time. Talk about trial and error. The situation in your favorite Europe is no better. So basically, it's up to you.
That got me thinking. No, I didn't for 1 second want to abandon my char. That little was clear. I'd invested too much heart and effort into him already. No, I had other things to consider. Dmitri seemed to have second-guessed my plans.
You aren't going to change char, are you?
I shook my head.
Then I have some advice for you. Keep your head down. Pretend you're not even there. It'll only take a while. It's a good thing you keep your stats private. Most noobs do. This way you can stay off their radars. Otherwise, they'll be after you. Your gear is decent. Excellent idea with the runes, by the way.
The power of joint thinking. I shakily raised an authoritative finger. We thought it up together. Rorgus the vendor and myself.
I see.
Dmitri nodded.
Now, the short-term goal. You'll have to stay in bed for a few days, I'm afraid. You need some treatment. If you play at all, it must be in economy mode. Don't worry about the money. I've just sent you another 3 grand. Lie still, you. I know you appreciate it. Down, I say. We'll settle our accounts later. Your Shantarsky's just called. He's asking you not to exert yourself on the work front anymore. I told him you overdid it a little. It happens all the time. So he's quite happy now. He's expecting you back to work tomorrow morning.
How nice of him. I forced a sarcastic grin. I haven't seen him in the game yet, by the way.
What do you want him to do in Luton? It's the asshole of the world. Our Lord Shantar lives in Melonville, the great capital of Mirror World. He has about half a dozen such properties all around the game. The Gold Guild is a very influential clan.
Why did I arrive at Luton on my first day, then?
Because that's the cluster associated with our terminal.
I see. The phone rang. My heart clenched. It was Sveta calling.
Right, I'll leave you to it.
Dmitri handed me the phone.
We'll talk later. I don't want to see you anywhere near the capsule, understood?
Which capsule? Can't you see I can't move? I managed a smile as I took the phone and pressed the button. Hi, babe. You okay? Quietly, Dmitri left the room and closed the door tactfully behind himself.
My girls and I talked for a good 3 hours. Sveta was crying, desperate to join me, but I knew that as she spoke, her hand lay on our little Christina's chest. Chapter 11. I'd been lazing around in the Virtual Center's hospital for 3 days now. My body was gradually recovering from the mining marathon. According to some forum discussions, that's how people called these things, which meant I wasn't the only wussy grinder around. I spent some time reading the comments. Apparently, my exploits would need a 2-week recovery period, but if someone wanted to go back to work, no one could stop him. All I had to do was sign a disclaimer and I could head back to the mine. A special clause in the contract specified that the hospital treatment was free. No wonder I received daily phone calls from the bank asking after my health. I couldn't help smiling. I'd earned all of $25, but I'd already cost my employers hundreds. Some employee? Who would want me? I had a funny feeling that once my 2-week contract with Lord Shantar expired, he'd show me the door. I was nothing but a headache for them. So the next morning I was going back, and that was non-negotiable.
Hey, dude.
A hoarse 2-packs-a-day male voice disrupted my musings. I was lucky with my hospital roommate, wasn't I? Skinny, about 5'8", with a crew cut, he was stooping, his narrow shoulders shaking in constant bouts of coughing. He must have had TB or something. Probably caught it in some seedy jailhouse. He called everyone dude. The hospital staff didn't give a damn. They reminded me of in-game grinders. Same emotionless smiles, all their movements well calculated, their every action well rehearsed. They probably earned a nice buck here. Excellent working conditions, security at the gate, hefty advance payments, and regular wages, which probably allowed them to suffer idiots like this Vova quite gladly, just by ignoring him. "Vova, what is it?" I asked.
Got a smoke?
I told you I didn't.
Sorry, dude.
They brought him in last night, bandaged all over like some Egyptian mummy. According to him, he'd been victim of a rock slide while mining. His injured char was out of action for a week, and the man himself was sent to the hospital ASAP. His whole body was black and blue, and his head, too, had apparently taken a beating. The same evening, a doctor had come to see him. He'd explained to Vova that he might suffer memory lapses for a while. In return, the doctor was called Dude, after which he bid a hasty goodbye. Once back in the game, I'd have to be doubly careful. My roommate was living proof of that. I didn't waste time. I attacked the new information like a hungry cat attacks a bowl full of minced steak. I tried to find out something about the Ennons. Anything at all. Nothing. Even the dialogue I'd seen a couple of days ago had disappeared from the search engine. The admins were cleaning up after themselves. I checked the Dead Clan site. This was a meeting place for all the races already removed from the game, and all the players who'd been too happy with their stats to promptly delete their unwanted chars. Talk about a motley crew. They had all sorts. Red-skinned four-arm narcs, hairy tarks, small grauls, and mysterious ralds. They shared useful links as well as their own experiences, and posted ads in search of compatible weapons, gear, and rare elixirs. Vova tried to bum a smoke off me at least 5 more times, then began snoring peacefully. Poor wretch. He probably had a family. His wife and children must have been worried out of their minds. I'd have to ask him about them when he woke up. In the meantime, I found some info on level 1 stones. They were amethyst, obsidian, sapphire, and malachite. I checked their prices. Excellent. The former 3 cost almost 3 times more apiece than marble or granite. Malachite was cheaper, but the demand for it was higher because almost 30% of all crafters needed it. Virtually all of it was used in crafting, for instance, for the making of the runes like I'd seen earlier. In the context of Mirror World, malachite was apparently a much sought-after resource. Still, it wasn't good enough for me. I had my sights set on sapphire, the lightest and the most expensive of them all. Mining sapphire could easily give me $600 a week after taxes, and that was a totally different ballgame. For someone, it might have been good enough. No pressure. With a bit of work, you could pay off your credit and take regular days off to be with your family. But this didn't apply to me. I had both the Germans and the Japanese on my case, about to procure new payments. I located a few maps of Shantar's estate. I wasn't going to repeat my first-day error. I had no right to make mistakes anymore. My 3rd day in the glass house was going to pay. Once I'd studied the map, my enthusiasm all but disappeared. There was neither turquoise nor aquamarine in Shantar. It had 7 marble mines, 4 granite ones, and the sole agate mine I'd already discovered. My search for either sapphire, amethyst, or obsidian returned 0 results. That left me with malachite. Shantar had just 2 mines of this, the heaviest and the cheapest of all 4. Just my flippin' luck. A quick estimate showed that this way I could earn 500 gold a week at best, the same as Greg was making on an hour wage. This was a catch-22 situation. My plan was admittedly good, but it only worked with the lightest and most expensive of resources. Had Sveta heard it, she'd have nodded her understanding. I did have this flaw. I always considered the best-case scenarios. Should I really switch to an hourly wage to level up a little, then go back to piecework? The problem was, no one in Shantar mined malachite on an industrial scale. In fact, no one mined it, period. Everyone had their hands full with marble and granite. No one was interested in busting their respective asses. Was I the only one who wanted too much too quickly? Right. Let's see what else Shantar's estate had to offer. Wait a minute. Wow! Wasn't I the lucky one? Emerald fields, the most expensive level 2 mineral in Mirror World. Very light and always in high demand. I could easily make $1,500 a week mining it. There was one little thing left to do. I had to make seasoned digger first and not pop my clogs in the process. And yes, I had to keep a low profile, as Dmitri had told me. That was it then. Tomorrow I was going back. Enough lazing about. Vova mumbled something in his sleep, as if in agreement.
"Are you sure?"
Dmitri asked politely. I am. I don't have much time left.
Promise me you aren't going to kill yourself.
I pressed a clenched fist to my chest and eased my body into the gelatinous goo.
Good luck.
Log in. The doors of the digger's store opened without a sound. Hearing my footsteps, Rorgus emerged from the storeroom. He beamed on seeing me.
"Howdy, Olgerd. Where have you been?"
he asked, wiping his hands on a rag. Well, you know, I faltered. I suppose I bit off more than I could chew. Spent the last week in hospital. He looked upset.
"Was it so bad?"
I set the bot to speed mode. He shook his head.
"Why didn't you set it to jump off a cliff mode? Same effect, only quicker."
I waved his sarcasm away. Never mind. I'll be more careful this time. I've only popped in to say hello and buy a few more elixirs. You okay? He sighed.
"Boring. No custom worth mentioning. I kill time by polishing this crap. How many elixirs do you want?"
4, to fill up my belt. He nodded.
"I can see they're not damaged yet. Neither the belt nor the bag. Don't forget, they're going to take all the damage now, seeing as they're level 0 and all."
Not a scratch on them yet, touch wood. Listen, I meant to ask you. He smiled.
Go ahead. I think I know what it's about.
I grinned back. What is it about, then?
You're gonna ask me if I have anything else like those clay runes.
Exactly. You know that's the only way for us to raise characteristics, by using gear and runes. So I just thought you might have something for me. He shrugged guiltily.
You won't believe me, but after you left, I checked the whole place. I've got all sorts of junk, I told you.
You did. I just don't understand how you managed to keep all the items. Didn't the admins remove them one by one?
Sure, but they removed them from the listings, and those that vendors already had in stock stayed in the game. You understand? Later they sent us a half-assed order to destroy them, but I didn't have the heart. That's how you got the runes.
I chuckled. I'd been lucky to meet you then. He grinned back. How much of that junk do you have, actually? I asked. I think I have an idea.
About 500 items.
He grunted, pleased with himself.
What kind of idea? Tell me.
500? Wow. I couldn't conceal my surprise. Not bad at all.
What do you think? Come on, spit it out.
I will. I think it might be interesting, for you mainly. You never know, it might prove quite lucrative. He laughed.
I can see you're already going to hassle me for a bargain. Come on, say it. I won't leave you out, I promise. You can trust me.
I chuckled. I couldn't haggle to save my life. It just wasn't my thing. I was too timid. What do you know about dead races?
You mean guys like you?
I nodded.
Well,
he began,
I know that they exist. We actually call them discarded races. That's all I know. I've never really been interested in them. I know it might sound weird. In all my time in the game, we've only had 3 chars like that in our cluster, you included. No idea what happened to the other 2. I know they're not here anymore. Haven't been for a long while, in the in-game time, I mean. Terminal number 17 mainly sends us warriors, as well as dwarves and gnomes. That's the way the cookie crumbles. You really think someone needs any of this junk? Please.
Okay, then. I decided to try a different approach. Question. Do you happen to have any rocky tail elixirs? That got the attention of this rarity connoisseur.
I do. 3 of them. It was a set of 3, sort of.
How much are they? His eyes glinted.
70 gold each.
I ventured a dramatic pause just to prolong his agony. I've been at the Dead Clan Forum, I finally said. They offered 300 gold for 1 rocky tail. He gasped. Someone might say it wasn't very clever of me leaking important information just like that. They might be right, too. I should have probably made a list of the costliest artifacts, then visit Rorgus and buy them all wholesale, then sell them on to the Dead Clan for a nice bit of profit. The vendor wouldn't have very easily refused me. The shop wasn't his property, after all. He was just a grinder like myself. Sorry, but that was something I couldn't do. It just didn't feel right. Besides, it looked as if I might be stuck here for a while. And you never know when I might need a friend, or at least an ally. The vendor seemed zoned out. He must have been busy leafing through the inventory of his treasures. Right, I'm off then, I said. Here's the link to the forum. I suggest you check it out once you come around. He nodded absent-mindedly. I smiled at his salt-pillar countenance, said my goodbyes, and walked out of the shop. Time to get back to work. As I followed the route I'd mapped out earlier, I couldn't help wondering what had stopped Rorgus from looking into it himself. Vendors were an entrepreneurial bunch, normally. How strange. The mine welcomed me by its already familiar desolation. I said hello to the terminal and hurried inside. As I walked, I tweaked the bot's settings on Dimitri's suggestion, changing the mode to economy, which only needed 1 elixir. That would bring me around 1,800 stones a day, give or take a few. Still exhausting, but I could do it. I could always increase pressure afterwards, depending on my condition. 2 hours later, my bag had lost 2 points durability. First time when I dropped a hefty rock onto my foot, and the second when my arm brushed a sharp ledge. Had I worn a standard gear kit, the damage would have been distributed equally among my clothes, including the jacket and the hard hat. But just as Rorgus had warned me, in my case it was the bag and the belt that took all the strain. Yesterday I'd been farming stones in the center of the location, but today I decided to work near the walls, and had suffered accordingly. I switched off the bot and moved into the center. Loads of stones here. Off we go. An hour later, I'd gravitated back to the wall and grazed a knuckle of my right hand against a sharp rock. Another -1 to the bag. If it went on like this, there wouldn't be much left of it soon. I tried to switch off the app and work on my own. Oh well. As far as mine diggers went, I was rubbish. I turned the bot back on. I'd have to be more careful. That's it. Let's give it our all. Chapter 12. I wish I could say that the 4 days in the agate mine had flashed by. True, man has a general tendency to want a lot, but somehow his abilities tend to fall short of his expectations. Today was my 5th day in the mine. I'd developed a strong allergy to the sight of agate. The terminal system messages were already coming out of my ears. The only thing that still made me happy was the constant rise in my skill and abilities. They were the ones I looked forward to with an almost maniacal anxiety. And it was this anxiety that made me dig my pick into the rock time and time again. And again. And again. Instead of adapting, my physical body kept deteriorating. Dmitri was only shaking his head, like I was working myself into an early grave. Each day I raised about 1,500 stones. Peanuts, but I was making some progress. Yesterday my secret fears had come true as the ghost of Pierrot had raised its ugly head. Once the system informed me that Shrewd Operator had grown to 59 points, a new message appeared below. That's it, noob. End of the free ride. The message blinked and disappeared. With it, True Heroes Take Devious Routes also disappeared from the characteristic menu. A very real chill ran down my virtual spine. It felt as if I'd had a truss rod removed from my back. Dmitri spent all evening trying to talk me into discarding my char and starting afresh. The developer's offer was still there, he said. "Why don't you choose a gnome?" he kept saying. "Its characteristics are quite decent. You have some experience in distributing them now, so you can do it wisely. Didn't I tell you that Pierrot was a nutcase? You have any idea what might happen next? Eh? Cat got your tongue? What's that smile on your face for?" The secret was, as I'd listened to Dmitri, I'd mechanically checked my bank account, just out of habit. "What are you smiling at?" he repeated. Without saying a word, I turned the laptop to him, still smiling. Dmitri whistled. "So, 10 grand. Have you sold a kidney or something?" I shook my head. Dmitri leaned toward the monitor. "Look, there's a message here. With compliments from Rorgus the Dwand. So it looks like he did appreciate the tip. Still, I don't think it's enough. Not for that kind of idea." I shook my head. I kept asking myself why he'd never thought about it himself. But apparently both the Dead Clan and their site only existed for a short while. I'm pretty sure he monitored other sites and forums and sold them an occasional item, but it was a drop in the ocean. There aren't that many chars that need them. And I introduced him to an entire site that was doing just that. He would have found it sooner or later, with or without my help. I just happened to be the first. He had a field day there for the first couple of days. Then other vendors started coming, which dropped prices considerably. Honestly, I don't know all the details, nor do I want to. It's the outcome that matters. And I have to admit, I'm very happy with it. Another good mensch I've met on my travels. And 10 grand on your bank account. Dmitri laughed. Still, I don't think he paid you enough. I can only imagine how much he's made this week, and how much more he's yet gonna make. I shrugged. You know, I don't think I'm going to change my char. I'm used to this one. Pirot was right, by the way. That's exactly what this second ability was, a free ride. You should have invested all 30 points into it straight away. That way you might have leveled your first ability better. Possible, I said. Very possible. How many points have you got now? 33. Which means that tomorrow Mirror World will be one seasoned digger richer. I did the last 2 points by the skin of my teeth. It had been 9 hours since I'd entered the mine. I was about to give up and drink a second elixir when I finally saw a new system message. You've received a resource, agate. You've received +1 to your skill. Congratulations! Your professional level has grown. You're a seasoned digger now. I'd done it. I sank to the ground. The first stage was over. To tell you the truth, I'd been all nerves, expecting that nutcase Pirot to offer me a new surprise. Luckily, there'd been none. According to Dmitri, there was no way the disgraced programmer could have changed the main profession's characteristics. They were the same for everyone. Now, the individual racial settings, that was different. Once I'd got over the initial shock caused by the ability's disappearance, I had to admit that, so far, nothing had been done to harm me. On one hand, I'd lost it, but on the other, it had allowed me to level the rest up quite nicely. In any case, if my brother were to be believed, nothing could be done to strip me of my skill level. So even if Shrewd Operator had followed suit and left me, it would be annoying but not too serious. I was already a seasoned digger anyway. If push came to shove, I could always command an hourly wage in some malachite mine and just keep raising skill. I'd have a word with Shantarsky. He wouldn't say no. But even if he did, I could always go to the dwarves. I'd done the first level already. Admittedly, it meant losing time, changing the module center and moving in there. I had a funny feeling that Mr. Shantarsky wasn't one to ignore any potential gains. From what I'd sussed out by listening in to forum conversations, Lord Shantar regularly rented his emerald fields out to the Stonefoot. He simply didn't have his own workers of the same level. Once I became a seasoned digger, I could be allowed into the fields with a team of porters. Why not? Okay, a wage was a wage, as long as they agreed on the loan I needed. In any case, what was I doing sitting here? I had to visit Rorgus and thank him, and probably check out any new gear. Compare his prices with the auction, too. You never know, he might have something interesting there, something not listed in his catalog. Having declared the last 40 stones, I waved goodbye to the terminal and hurried over to the miners' settlement. It didn't take me long to get to the shop. You could say I skipped all the way there, impatient to choose some new gear and log out. I couldn't wait to give Sveta a call and hear her news, and share my own. Yes, I wanted to boast a bit. Why not? Rorgus met me, standing behind the counter as usual.
Why are you beaming like a new penny?
What do you mean, why? Can't you see? He grinned.
No, I don't. Guess why?
Oh, shit. I slapped my forehead, then switched off the private stats setting. Rorgus applauded, smiling.
Congratulations! You are persistent, aren't you?
Thank you, Rorgus the Dwand, I said with a smile. He chuckled.
Ah, so you've received it then. Don't say anything. It's me who should thank you. You couldn't have appeared on my doorstep at a better time. Didn't I tell you I knew how to be grateful? Oh, one more thing. Wait a sec.
He dove into the storeroom. After a short while, he reappeared with the familiar carved box in one hand and a smallish pick in the other. I focused on it. Name, Infallible Pick. Effect, plus 5% to your chances of finding an additional resource. Restriction, Seasoned Digger. A runic script snaked along its blade. Name, Pit Rune. Effect, plus 100 points to durability. Restriction, Seasoned Digger. He chuckled, watching me.
I can see you're interested. I don't think you've ever seen anything like it at an auction, have you?
I shook my head.
I'm not finished yet.
He laid the box on the counter. I prized the lid open. A set of malachite runes nestled inside.
Once you decide on your kit, you can choose 7 of them. 1 for every item of your gear. Plus the pick. It's a gift. Have you decided what you want to choose?
Yeah, I said, studying the carved green tablets. I need a hardy digger kit. It has a bonus to speed, plus an excellent rise in both stamina and strength.
Good decision. I'll tell you more. This is the most popular kit of all. If you distribute the runes wisely, that will allow you to stay in-game up to 48 hours. You can check out all sorts of instances.
As I'd studied the game's sites, I discovered that my rise in profession offered me quite a few interesting opportunities. Apart from working in the mine, I could now visit the so-called instances, locations inhabited by mobs, swarming with them, in fact. Being a grinder, I couldn't fight them. This pleasure was saved for the players with paid account plans. But apart from smoking monsters, these locations were excellent farming sources. Mirror World had developed its own practice of completing instances. The paid players entered them first and mopped the location up from all sorts of nasty critters. Once the location's boss was killed, the location, a cave or some abandoned castle, stayed deserted for a few days. 2 or 3 days normally. That's when grinders stepped in and farmed whatever resources were available. There were certain rules, of course. You couldn't enter an instance alone, only as part of a group of 5 players. Secondly, to make the experience as realistic as possible, the admins had decreed that once inside an instance, a player could neither log out nor quit the group. If you got fed up and decided to go home, you either had to exit the location or ask the group leader to delete you from the group. And normally, picky players like those didn't get a repeat invitation to join. Naturally, things happened. A leader could even disband the group by mutual agreement when all group members would be moved to the exit. There were lots of little rules like those. The beauty of group farming was in the fact that instead of using the bag, the farmed resources were placed into special trolleys that could hold up to 1,000 pieces, which was why, normally, a group consisted of diggers and haulers who pushed the trolleys to the exit. The profits were either shared equally between the group members by default, or distributed by the group leader according to prior arrangements. As a rule, the player who quit both the instance and the group could lose all of his or her earnings. As for the resources themselves, for me, this was especially important. The level 1 stones farmed in instances cost about the same as sapphires. That looked very promising. Now that I'd leveled up a bit, I had the right to use another very important in-game feature, the auction. Naturally, it had some level restrictions. Also, according to my contract, I couldn't sell resources I'd farmed in my employer's mine, which meant that had I wanted to sell, say, some malachite myself, I couldn't do so, neither at auction nor via Rorgus or whoever else. The system was ruthless about that. Special filters had been installed to combat any pilfering. On Lord Shantar's estate, all resources belonged to its owner alone. I turned my stare away from the runes. I really appreciate it, Rorgus.
Call me Rustlin.
I'm Oleg. We shook hands. It felt as if we'd only just met. Every cent is vital for me at the moment, I said.
I know.
I sighed and looked at the pick. He pushed it toward me.
Oh, by the way, what are you going to do with your Goners kit?
Actually, I was thinking of selling it to you. Would you be interested?
6 days ago I would. Would have made a nice profit at your expense.
What about today? He grinned.
Today I can't. My conscience won't let me. Take my advice. Auction the whole lot off and sell it separately. Set a starting bid at 25 gold on your runic items. You have 4 of them, don't you? You might be in for a pleasant surprise.
But how about the no pilfering rule?
No problem. The kit is your property. It may have been a free gift, but it's yours anyway. Now, the Hardy Digger. A 7-item kit will cost you 45 gold. You already have the runes and the pick. We'll kit you out like a dream.
He beamed, exposing his sharp teeth.
Another thing. The strength runes give you 10 points each, while the stamina ones give you 9. I'd suggest taking 4 strength ones and the rest is stamina.
Why? Wouldn't it be better to invest into energy? He shook his head.
No, it wouldn't. It'll create a misbalance. How are you going to sustain these levels of energy without strength? You'd have to drink elixirs non-stop. I should even take 5 to strength, although 4 to 3 is a good enough ratio too. I also suggest you check the auction for any second-hand Hardy Digger items. Players sell them all the time, and you'd better dump both your bag and the belt. You can buy new Seasoned Digger ones, either from me or also at auction, even though they're likely to have lower durability there. They might also have runic bags and belts too, but you can't get them at the moment. You still need to level up your guild reputation first.
Yes, I think I read about that somewhere.
It's a good job you're such a diligent reader.
He grinned.
When are you planning to celebrate?
How about tomorrow after work? I said.
Will do. Luton has a few decent places with nice food and drink.
Excellent. Actually, do you mind if I invite another couple of horrids?
What, Greg and Sandra?
He smiled.
Absolutely not. They're nice kids.
Good, I said with relief. They helped me a lot in my first few days.
That's settled then.
We shook hands again. Talking about gear, I returned to the subject. I actually might do as you suggested. I'll check out the auction first, and if I don't find anything good there, I'll get back to you.
Good decision,
he agreed.
You're not working today anymore, are you? So you can auction your Goners straight away.
I'm not sure I want to use the malachite runes with second-hand gear.
You never know. You might not have to. They do have runic items in the auction as well. If you like the prices, you might go for it, even if it means the items have lower durability.
I smiled. I really should visit you more often. You've given me all sorts of tips already. On my own, I'm sure I'd have messed it all up.
Come and visit me then, don't just say it.
He jokingly threw his hands in the air.
If you find any decent runic items in good condition, I suggest you auction off the malachite runes too. Waste not, want not.
It actually looks pretty promising, I murmured.
You bet. You've left the hardest stage behind you now, and you did it in record time, I must say. Talk about workaholics.
That's what my brother calls me, I said. That's when he doesn't call me an idiot or suicide case. Rorgus guffawed.
He might be right, but you're still alive, aren't you?
I'm obliged to be, I said firmly.
Excellent.
He rubbed his hands.
Come on, accept my gifts.
Rorgus has offered you a wholehearted gift. Accept. Yes, no. I smiled. No need to ask me. You've received a wholehearted gift. Name, infallible pick. Name, a malachite rune of strength, 4 pieces. Name, a malachite rune of stamina, 3 pieces. We bade our goodbyes, then I walked out onto the street. A light pick snuggling in my hand, a box full of malachite runes rattling in my bag. I was definitely making some progress. The main thing was not to get into any more trouble, and if their peer-rot kindly forgot all about me, that would be even better. I stopped by a miniature fountain and took a lungful of virtual air. It tasted almost like the real stuff, the bastard. I opened the chat window. Greg was online. Excellent. "Hi there, Greg." He replied straight away.
Howdy, noob. Are you still alive?
"Looks like it." I added a smiley.
That's good news.
"What you doing tomorrow after work?"
Nothing. Why? What's up?
"Just a bit of a party for my seasoned digger."
No way! You're not a noob, you're... Way to go! Count me in!
I grinned at the flow of emoticons. "I wonder if you could invite Sandra for me. She's not on my friend list, and I won't be able to see her today. I still need to go to Luton."
No prob. She keeps asking me about you.
"See you tomorrow, then."
See ya, Mr. Seasoned Noob.
Still smiling, I quit the chat. Tomorrow we'd talk about everything. Shame Sveta couldn't be with us. I missed her already. How was Christina doing? The thoughts of my family made me double my pace. It took me 15 minutes to get to Luton. What a difference! I remembered my first journey. Today's trip felt more like a walk in the park rather than the perverted form of punishment I'd had on my first day. And once I got my hardy digger kit, it would be even better. Guards stood watch by the town gate, talking, just like on the first day. This time no one paid any attention to me. Admittedly, my goner's kit made me look less of a noob, even though I must have still been a sight. First things first, I had to pop into the guild and pay my weekly dues of 25 gold. It gave plus 50 points to one's reputation with the Mine Diggers Guild. 10 such payments would earn me an Order of Recognition. 500 reputation gave a player access to the guild store. For the time being, all I could get there was some capacity runes, but it opened up some interesting perspectives for the future. So today I was going to get my first 50 points reputation. Shame you couldn't pay all of it at once. You'd shell out 250 gold and they'd present you with your brand new Order of Recognition. But Mirror World had its own rules geared up to keep players in the game for as long as possible, which meant that if I paid my 25 gold every week, and not a second earlier, it would take me 2.5 months to earn my first order. From there, it got even more complicated. If the second step, the Order of Friendship, took you 2 months to achieve, the following ones, the Orders of Respect, Merit, and Veneration, cost 1,000 points each, which in total meant 4,000 points. A year and a half of playing. That was crazy. I had a funny feeling that this was the developer's way of sugarcoating the in-game charges. Naturally, the guild store had all sorts of cool stuff like jewelry, cloaks, runes, and tools. Then again, all of them had profession-level restrictions, so it was really a catch-22 situation. Still, as the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Admittedly, Mirror World was known for its abundance of various reputations, and every year they introduced something new. The game kept evolving. As the players' levels and demands grew, so did the game. The guild's reception was predictably packed with queues of zero-level workers snaking from the entrance. I joined one of them and prepared for a long wait. Still, as the novelty of the motley crowd had worn off a little, I noticed a few empty teller's windows. I took a closer look and noticed signs that said Seasoned Digger, Experienced Digger, Master Digger, and Expert Digger. Oh! That was where I was supposed to go. I left the mass of waiting players and headed tentatively for the window that said Seasoned Diggers. The players who'd a moment earlier given me looks of contempt worthy of my noobish goner attire followed my progress with sarcastic anticipation. They probably expected the noob to venture to the window just to ask a question, and looked forward to my receiving a good dressing down. I'd made my stats private, hadn't I? So no good staring at me or my shrewd operator like that. In all honesty, their smirks didn't add to my confidence. A skinny, ginger-haired she-dwarf was peering at me from behind the locket, She flashed me an open smile.
Greetings, Sir Olgerd. Congratulations on your new profession level.
So, I was taken by surprise. So that's how it is then.
Of course.
The lady dwarf nodded her ginger head of hair.
What did you think? We're a serious organization. By joining the guild, you automatically put your name on our lists. This way a special program can monitor our workers' progress.
All right, I managed.
Don't worry, we have no access to your characteristics, only your profession level.
Well, I suppose it's good news.
It is.
She flashed me another smile as she nodded at the line of players.
I don't think you had time to kit yourself out?
She asked knowingly. I shook my head. It can wait. I decided to come here first thing, seeing as I have a couple of matters to settle with you.
Which are?
Firstly, I need to pay my weekly dues. And secondly, I'd like to make an application for a level-appropriate instance. She nodded her understanding. A system message popped up. Would you like to pay the guild dues of 25 gold? Yes, I would. I had 40 gold on my gaming account. This was the little cash I'd made from the money I'd earned in the agate mine to pay for elixirs and other emergencies. It was already good news that I could make do on what I earned. The rest was forwarded to the in-game bank, then further into the real world. Congratulations! You've received plus 50 to your reputation with the Mine Diggers Guild. The lady dwarf smiled at me again.
Congratulations.
Thanks, I flashed back.
Now, your instance application. Any resource preference?
Not really. As far as I know, prices are all more or less the same. She nodded, staring into the monitor on the desk in front of her.
You're going to dig, aren't you?
Exactly. She spent a minute entering the data, then turned away from her monitor.
That's it. Your application has been filed. The contract you'll make directly with the group leader. Once we receive a suitable request, we'll send you an email. Anything else I can do for you?
That's it. Thank you. Have a nice day.
It's been a pleasure. Enjoy the game.
As I walked toward the exit, I caught a few envious glances from the zero-level players. Sorry, guys. No circus show for you today. Now I only had to pop into Luton's City Chamber of Commerce, then I could finally log out. Actually, the auction dealings didn't require a building, as all transactions were made online. I didn't yet know how exactly it was all supposed to happen, but I fully intended to try it. But in order to participate in the bidding, I first had to register with the Chamber of Commerce. No idea why they called it such, because, in my opinion, the place was none other than a tax office. Somebody at the forum had suggested that this name would have evoked unpleasant sentiments in players. A taxman sounds a bit... how can I put it? A bit too real-world, if you know what I mean. But a Chamber of Commerce representative was supposed to elicit different kinds of emotions. Having said that, it was still a bit too real for comfort. Never mind. What was the point in pondering over it? I had too many other problems to worry about. The building looked least of all what I'd expected it to be. It was a miniature Disney logo castle replete with little towers and weathercocks. It was begging you to walk in and investigate. I couldn't help smiling as I remembered the forum member's comment. This was the proverbial witch and her gingerbread house. In we go, then. I just hoped they weren't going to fatten me up for the witch's pot. 40 minutes later, I'd finalized all my financial affairs in this gingerbread castle. I'd only had to sign a tax agreement on 1% of each transaction. They'd also given me a list of resources banned from the auction, and another one of various helpful, or so they thought, services they provided. As an example, the Chamber of Commerce could act as a guarantor and contract witness in case of particularly large transactions. And that's considering that Mirror World was packed with all sorts of lawyers and notary offices. I reached the park and looked for a large enough tree. Hiding behind its broad trunk, I began to undress. This was a good place. No one was going to interfere. As I removed the last piece of my Gonner's kit and stuffed it into the bag, I discovered I was once again dressed in my decorative startup zero-level kit. It felt as if something invisible was pressing down on me. I had trouble breathing. The absence of the kit's characteristics showed. These things got you hooked really quickly. Never mind, this was only a temporary measure. I had to sit down. As my back leaned against the giant tree's powerful trunk, I heaved a sigh. I opened the auction menu. The runeless clothes would be the first to go. I was going to price them slightly lower than they were in the shop. I didn't want to risk it. I'd have to pay the tax even if I failed to sell the item. The admins always wanted their pound of flesh. Now, the 4 runic items. I set the starting bid at 25 gold apiece. Done. I ticked the pay tax after completing the transaction box. All ready. Then I began checking the auction for a hardy digger kit. Most of the items were quite worn out. Not a single one had more than 50% durability, but quite a few had runes on them. Actually, how about these gloves? They had a rune on them too. Only -10 durability, but the price was way too high. No idea who would buy them. If you worked it out, you could easily see the item would still be cheaper than if you had to separately buy the rune and the item new from the shop. But me, I already had the runes. That was the problem. After delving into it a bit more, I finally worked it out. I had to go for durability. The next morning, I'd have to buy some new gear from Rorgus, apply the runes to it, and stop pondering over it. Still, I was curious what else they might have. I set up the search results filter to 0-level seasoned digger. Picks, clothes, elixirs. The picture was pretty clear. I left the level filter on, but removed the elixirs. Strangely enough, here they were 10 times cheaper than in the shop. Apparently, everybody was interested in crafting professions. The scrolls were prohibitively expensive. Stamina and life stones. Everything way too dear. But if I wanted to do the instance, I'd have to buy them. At least, that was the forum members' collective wisdom. My level was too low to hope for any jewelry. Having said that, I ran a quick search. I couldn't believe my eyes. I blinked to make sure I was actually seeing it. The park was quite warm, but I felt a cold chill run down my spine. A single offer hovered on the screen. Type of item, ring. Name, truth will out. Effect, unknown. Restriction, only Enon race. Mechanically, I shifted my gaze to the vendor's name. Sold by Torreep. Chapter 13. I quit the game like a scalded cat. My brother's cell phone was out of range. I paced my temporary dwelling until I'd calmed down a little. Never mind. A shower first. Then I'd have to try Dimitri's number again. As I stood under the shower's cooling jets, I kept humming an old song from a Russian fantasy movie. Magic ring, take this man, bind him tight. Tie his legs, chain his feet. Oh, I was definitely getting old. The way I was shaking, you'd think I'd found Tolkien's Ring of Power. Gradually, I felt better. The day in the mine had taken its toll. This kind of job could finish you off, no problem. The game developers preferred to hide behind complex terminology, hiring highbrow professors to brainwash gullible TV viewers into buying the Mirror World phenomenon story. Just the other day, I'd seen 2 such learned members on YouTube having an altercation as one of them insisted that Mirror World's creators had somehow managed to penetrate the player's brains to create a copy of the so-called virtual world. The other foamed at the mouth, trying to assure the audience that this was due to the discovery of a time portal into another dimension. What a circus. I always wanted to know why the powers that be considered all common people a bunch of brain-dead idiots. If one kept his mouth shut while watching a show like that, it didn't mean he or she believed it. It was just something in our nation's genes. The aftershock of several generations of Russians fighting and dying in several murderous continental wars. Our fathers and grandfathers had only one argument to counter the Soviet authorities' tyranny with: please, not another war. We'd been raised with this phrase, passing it down to our own children and grandchildren. Please, not another war. The rest we can manage. We'll grin and bear whatever it is. We're a nation of survivors, after all. So now, watching Mirror World developers attempt to sugarcoat the truth, I realized that no one would ever discover the real story. The program made me understand one thing, though. Apparently, whatever happened in the virtual world directly affected the state of our physical bodies. All this uncertainty, this ambiguity and lack of information worried me. Still, I had my own story. I needed the money. As I rubbed myself red with the towel, I kept thinking about everything that had just happened. Having said that, what had happened? Nothing, really. I hadn't bought the dodgy ring. Too risky. I hadn't had the heart. This ring was bad news. Magic ring, take this man, bind him tight. Oh well, any other gamer would have snatched it even without thinking. A goodie like that? Sure. Wasn't it what gamers called things like this? A goodie? But I wasn't a gamer, was I? Not by any stretch of the imagination. The shock of the devious root skill disappearing had been too much for me. Constantly feeling that someone was playing with you like a cat with a mouse was beginning to take its toll. It made you nervous. And it's common knowledge that a nervous person starts making mistakes. Enough. I had to calm down. Sveta was already waiting for my call. My voice had to be calm and cheerful. Otherwise, she was bound to smell a rat. She had a knack of sensing these things. I awoke in the morning, feeling broken. I'd had all sorts of sick dreams the whole night. I dialed my brother's number. Same story. True, he'd said that he'd be out of town for a couple of days, but he hadn't told me he was going to switch off the phone. Never mind. I had a big breakfast, called my wife, tried Dmitri again, then headed off to work. Mirror World greeted me with a pleasant surprise. The inbox icon blinked with new messages. Was it reporting my future profits? It was indeed. Everything I'd put up for auction had sold. On top of that, the runic items had gone for almost twice the price. All in all, I was 210 gold and some small silver change richer. I grinned. No need to buy second-hand gear now. I could comfortably afford new items. Rorgus wasn't in that morning. A young Dwand served customers instead. He bore a fleeting resemblance to my friend. Finally, I faced the vendor. He grinned politely.
Hi, Olgerd. How are you today? How can I help you?
I still couldn't get used to the fact that my name was literally written over my head. Where's Rorgus?
Dad's taking a day off. I'm filling in for him. He told me you'd be coming.
I see. Max? I meant to...
You've come to buy the Hardy Digger kit, haven't you?
Yeah, plus a level-appropriate bag and belt.
Let's start with them then, shall we? This is a capacious backpack for 70 slots. Durability 50 points. Next, a stitched leather belt, 15 pockets, durability 50. Plus a complete Hardy Digger kit. Would you like something else?
That's it, I said.
That'll be 54 gold.
Here.
I suggest you auction off your old belt and bag, he said. They're always sought after, even if low on durability.
Got it. Thanks.
Here you are.
My virtual wallet became 54 gold poorer. A system message popped up, reporting the purchase. Without leaving the shop, I distributed the runes between the items and hurried off to change into my new best. The lack of energy weighed down on me. Only when I put the shirt on did I sense a relief. The pressure was gone. With every new item donned, my body shed some of the weight. The energy bar hit the green. Max gave me a cheerful smile.
Feeling high? I bet.
Yeah, sort of, I smiled back. So, what did we have here? This 7-item kit added plus 25 to strength, plus 10 to stamina, and a bonus plus 18 to speed. The 3 stamina runes of 9 points each and 4 strength runes of 10 each added their weight to the gear. All in all, my new stats began to look like this. Strength, 68. Stamina, 40. Speed, 22. The kit's durability was 70, which once again convinced me that I'd made the right decision buying new stuff. My energy bar was especially pleasing to the eye with its 840-point calibration. Now I'd be able to spend more time working. I wouldn't have to quit the game so often. The only problem was, now I'd have to move into another room with a different type of capsule. The one I had now wasn't suitable for extended immersion. And now, down the Malachite mine we go. Time to try out my acquisitions. I asked Max to remind his dad of our RV that evening and hurried out. You could say I had a spring in my step all the way to the mines. They were situated at the same location. Already, as I approached, I realized that something was wrong. If the agate mine had looked like a horror movie setting, the malachite fields were swarming with activity. Why all these people? Hadn't I read only the day before yesterday that no one was interested in mining malachite? And now it looked as if this place was experiencing some kind of industrial revolution. As I moved closer, I was already getting some idea of what was going on. The place was packed with dwarves and gnomes. How many of them were there? Dozens? Hundreds? I counted 15 terminals in total, each with a small line of people in front of it. The queues moved and grew equally as fast, new diggers taking the place of those who declared their spoils. The trolleys were brought out to special dedicated terminals that looked just like the one I'd been using. Wherever I turned, I saw none other than dwarves, gnomes, and yet more dwarves. I remembered reading somewhere that the Stonefoot clan made up part of the Alliance of Light, even though it didn't participate in any of its armed conflicts. The clan counted a handful of warriors, but its bulk was made up by grinders. They were actually more like a guild than a clan, and a very rich guild it was, too. At first, no one paid any attention to me. Only when I finally stood in line at one of the terminals did I catch dozens of stares focusing on me, annoyed, indignant, and openly sarcastic. My turn came. I could physically sense the line behind me grow tense. I'd slowed their routine up. Greetings, Olgerd. This is mine terminal number 22. Levels 35 to 85. Resource, malachite. Press confirm to begin farming.
Come on, move it!
Voices shouted behind me.
Wretched noob, quit stalling!
I pressed confirm. Still, the terminal wasn't in a hurry to let me go. As of the latest lease agreement between the Stonefoot clan and the Lord of Shantar, the clan's workers are denied access to the mine's 3 upper levels. You're welcome to farm resources at levels 4 and 5. Thank you for your consideration. I stepped away from the terminal. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Yesterday I'd had no idea of any contract. The news had said nothing about it. Having said that, who'd be interested in a level 0 mine? Compared to breaking news of a conflict between the forces of light and dark in no man's lands, or a report about the discovery of an ancient artifact in a sleeping god's tomb, a petty lease agreement would look, admittedly, out of place. As for me, I knew, of course, I was just a nobody, but had it really been so difficult to either send me a quick email or post a message on my page informing me of these changes? I refused to believe I was the only seasoned digger working for Shantarsky, but still, as I climbed down the mine, I didn't see any of his employees. Only when I reached level 4 did I understand why. The descent had taken me about 10 minutes, which meant that the round trip to the terminal and back would cost me 20 minutes of my time. I could already see that level 4 wasn't equipped for using trolleys, and I dreaded to even think about level 5. The most I could take out on me would be 70 stones. Farming them would take me about 10 minutes, so in theory that meant 140 stones an hour, minus queuing time, the stone's regeneration time, and other emergencies. Didn't leave much, but at least I had a trump card up my sleeve, the Shrewd Operator. Plus my new gear kit, which allowed me not to skimp on energy. That's it. Enough procrastinating. Time to do some mining. When I climbed out with my first dose of malachite and lined up for the nearest terminal, I couldn't but notice their smirks. A comment reached my ears.
He'll burn out by his third delivery and go for a beer.
Yeah. They could laugh all they wanted. They hadn't seen me back in the agate mine, that's what it was. My new skill, all 3 points of it, pleased me even more, and this was just the beginning. By my 5th trip, the dwarves glanced at me with undisguised curiosity. I must have looked like an idiot. So what? I'd already farmed 350 stones and raised my skill to 11 points. I didn't even feel any energy loss. After the agate mine, this was a pleasure cruise. I kept at it for almost 9 hours. Finally, I exited the mine for the 16th time. My last trip. My skill was at 53. Shrewd Operator began glitching with a worrying regularity. It was probably some admin's regulation. According to my own count, I should have made much more already. I'd have to discuss this with Dmitri, even though he was unlikely to tell me. Possibly he didn't even know. I was still pleased with the results. I'd already earned 70 gold. Had it not been for my friends and our outing, I'd have stayed in the mine for a little longer. Dwarves cast respectful glances my way, and they hadn't even seen my stats. I waved to the terminal, it had already become a habit, and set off for Luton. My PM box pinged with a message from Rorgus.
We're in the Old Bell Tavern, waiting for you.
I'm on my way. I entered the tavern's name into my sat-nav. It was within 15 minutes' brisk walk. Excellent. I strode faster. As I walked, I checked my email. Both the bag and the belt had sold. Good. I had 170 gold in my purse. Tonight we'd party, and tomorrow I'd transfer the extra to the bank. I didn't need so much money in the game. I tensed as I checked on Pierrot's ring. Nothing. The ring was gone. Probably the bidding time was up. That was good news. One trouble less. I was doing perfectly fine without any suspect artifacts. If it all went like this, very soon I'd move on to emeralds. That would allow me to resume my loan negotiations with Shantarsky. The Old Bell Tavern was a very picturesque place, like everything in Mirror World, really. It sported wide lattice windows made of hundreds of tiny colored glass panes. Red rounded tiles covered the roof. Little bells laced with fancy patterns hung from the roof ridges. Virtually every part of the building was marked with a small picture of a bell. Its massive front doors, carved shutters, and wrought railings all bore the same logo. A system message greeted me at the doors. Welcome to the Old Bell Tavern. Would you like to download and install our free menu app? I accepted. The tavern met me with a cloud of tantalizing aromas and the hubbub of voices. Players were chilling out after another hard day. No one was making trouble. Little wonder. 2 wardrobe-sized horrids, levels 40+, kept the room peaceful. This was the first time I saw Greg's fellow counterparts in full combat gear. Weapons, armor, and all. They looked impressive. Apparently, the tavern owner was on the rise. It must have cost him a pretty penny to hire 2 such hulks as bouncers. Or was I missing the point? I looked around me. The customers were mainly grinders. 2 level 40 men would be well enough to bring any number of troublemakers to heel. Their service was excellent, too. A bunch of petite Alvin girls fluttered around the room in their uniforms resembling that of the German national costume. Calico aprons embroidered with little bells and navy pinafores, with full skirts worn over white, wide-sleeved blouses with demure cleavages. Men cast surreptitious glances at the pretty girls, but didn't allow themselves anything immoderate. Rorgus had chosen a very decent place. I really liked it here. If only I could bring my 2 girls here one day. We'd have had a lovely evening, the 3 of us. Greg rose from a far table and waved his shovel of an arm at me. I threaded my way between the tables, trying not to inconvenience anyone.
What took you so long?
Greg thundered. I smiled. Sorry I'm late. Sandra, Greg, and Rorgus stared at me cheerfully. You don't mess about, Mr. Goner, do you? Sandra said. We thought we'd have to chip in for a nice little coffin for you, and you're a seasoned motherfucker already. Congrats. Thanks. As the classic said, reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated.
You like it here?
Rorgus asked. Very much. Sort of like Munich away from Munich.
You got it.
Rorgus nodded.
The owner is German. He started off as a grinder, too.
Greg rolled his eyes.
One day I'm gonna save enough money for a bronze plan. Then I'll spend some quality time mopping up dungeons until I make enough gold to open something like this. What do you think, Sandy? Would you marry a well-fed sauerkraut lover? We could make a few baby horrids, brew beer, and live happily ever after.
It's sauerkraut, stupid, not sauerkraft, she corrected him. Making babies and drinking beer, that's all you can think of. You seem to be too content to stick to your hourly wage. Look at our grinder friend here and try to level your skill up a bit, too. You need to start growing, otherwise you risk lugging granite around for the rest of your life.
It's all right.
Greg waved her words away.
Every dog has its day.
If you say so, she murmured. So do groundhogs. 3 girls fluttered out of the kitchen carrying large trays groaning with food. Expertly navigating the room, they headed for our table. Noticing their advance, Greg tensed in anticipation. I wish you were as enthusiastic when you saw a slab of rock, Sandra commented. While they exchanged quips, I leafed through the menu. Oh well, it looked very respectable. Neat and quite cheap, too. Rorgus smiled at the other 2's banter.
We've already ordered while we waited for you.
The table began to fill with various dishes. A deep clay bowl was filled to the brim with sauerkraut. An oblong plate heaving with fried sausage of every kind and shape stood next to it. Pig shanks and spare ribs were followed by a few misted pitchers of light beer. The whole caboodle looked and smelled delicious. I surveyed the table in bewilderment, then looked at my friends. All 3 stared at me in anticipation. What?
Just waiting for you to try,
Rorgus said.
As far as I understand, this is your first meal in Mirror World.
Ah, yeah. I forked the nearest sausage. That's good. Why? What's wrong? Good? Is that all you can say? Sandra couldn't conceal her disappointment.
Our Olgerd must be so used to his virtual body now he can't even understand what we expect from him,
Rorgus explained. Honestly, I can't, I admitted. What's all this about? It's about you sitting here eating virtual food, and the fact that you can smell and taste it. Sandra couldn't help herself. Ah, I see. Rorgus smiled and sent a piece of bread tumbling into his mouth.
It's just that your reaction is unusual, he said. One might think you've been a gamer for at least a couple of years. I remember the shock I had the first time,
Greg confirmed, necking down some pork and potatoes. I shrugged. I never looked at it that way. It's all right, Sandra summarized. What difference does it make? The main thing is he's enjoying it. Rorgus swigged some beer from his mug.
What have you done over there at the Malachite mine?
I didn't understand the question. What have I done?
While I was waiting, I got a message from Flint, one of the season players, a nice guy. He told me about a certain Olgerd who apparently got one over on the dwarves. The guy walked in, checked in as if it was the most natural thing in the world, went down to level 4 without as much as breaking into a sweat, delivered a very decent turnover, finished his work, and left without saying a word.
I could have done more had it not been for this particular appointment, I wanted to say, but kept it to myself. I didn't want to hurt their feelings. Flint? Sandra said. I know him. Nice guy, a Dwand. His group are all nice. Greg nodded.
I know him too.
I shrugged and said what I'd been thinking. After the agate mine, doing malachite is a walk in the park. Not even to mention my gear. You see? Sandra turned to Greg. That's the attitude.
Flint would like to see you tomorrow,
Rorgus said. Why?
He's the permanent leader of the Dungeon Busters group.
But there have always been 4 of them. Sandra sounded surprised.
Apparently, he was sufficiently impressed by the escapades of our seasoned friend.
Mechanically, Greg raised his enormous paw to slap my shoulder. I squeezed my eyes shut. My jacket's durability was about to take some damage. Still, he stopped himself just in time.
Sorry,
he said, embarrassed.
I won't do it again.
Please don't, Sandra giggled. Our dear Olgerd still has a few years' life in him. Rorgus paused and went on.
Flint knows about your instance application. The guild included it in the newsletter it sends out to all group leaders. It's basically just a lucky coincidence. For my part, I can say that both Flint and his guys are very correct.
Sandra and Greg nodded their agreement. I'm all for it, I said. I was quite prepared to join any group at all.
Excellent,
Rorgus said.
I want you to come over to see me tomorrow. I'll introduce you. That calls for a toast,
Greg announced.
To the future Dungeon Buster!
Our clay mugs thudded their fat sides in unison.
That's not all,
Rorgus continued once we'd drunk the toast.
We have a gift for you. You're a seasoned digger now, after all.
What kind of gift? I asked. Greg grinned.
It's a surprise!
Come on, give it to him already. Sandra opened her eyes wide in anticipation. What were they up to? Judging by their hyped attitude, it must have been something interesting.
Here, take it,
Rorgus said. Rorgus would like to give you a surprise gift. Accept. Yes, no. I smiled. This was an easy choice. You've received a surprise gift. Would you like to open it?
Come on, open it already. Go ahead, dude.
You're like children, really. Still smiling, I opened the gift. You've opened a surprise gift. You've received the Truth Will Out ring. Chapter 14. That little shit! Dmitri fumed, pacing his office. You wait till I get my hands on him. I'll rip his head off. He looked the spitting image of our father now. The same brisk walk, the same large hands clenched into sledgehammer fists. This one could rip the head off anyone. I had no doubts about it. But what's he up to, do you think? I reached for my glasses and wiped them mechanically.
Do I know? Does anyone know? The guy is a nutcase.
He finally slumped into his chair opposite the small couch by the window where I was sitting. Not necessarily, I said. He might have his reasons. Dmitri waved my argument away.
Please, he was always slightly off his trolley. I could never understand him.
Your not understanding him doesn't make him, as you call it, slightly off his trolley.
Personally, I know very little about him. He's from a foster family. I've never seen him with a girl. Not that I'm surprised, but then again, who knows? I'm pretty sure that those at HQ could tell you much more about this loon and his private life.
Is that it? How about a few character traits? Apart from him being a loon and off his trolley. I heard you perfectly well the first time. He smiled sarcastically and shook his head. What, nothing at all? I insisted. He shrugged.
His workmates used to say he was very greedy. He would count every penny, whether it was his or somebody else's.
Well, I have to count every penny, too.
You have a good reason.
Dmitri dismissed my argument. How do you know? He, too, might have a reason. He shook his head.
Not him. The guy is seriously deranged. He is a true penny pincher, literally. Either he's a control freak or deluded, one of the two. Then again, he used to spend all his paycheck on himself and his favorite gadgets.
Why, was he supposed to share his earnings with anyone who asked? I quipped.
I didn't say that. Still, he could walk over to you and remind you you'd borrowed 5 rubles from him a couple of weeks ago.
Right. I shrugged. Anything else?
He couldn't take criticism. None at all. You couldn't tell him anything.
Do you mean he expected everyone to praise him?
Not necessarily. I don't think he cared about it that much. I saw him once when the boss praised him. 0 reaction. Judging by his expression, he considered it his due.
Anything else?
Haven't you had enough?
Personally, I don't think I have. I'm trying to work out his motives.
His motives are to damage the company, that's what I think. Imagine an army of Enins rapidly leveling up their respective skills. That might crash the market.
Then how do you explain the disappearance of my second skill? I'm pretty sure this was a premeditated trick, not just something he willed to happen. And now this ring. Didn't you say the admins were on it?
I just don't know what to think anymore. All I know is that Pierrot is an expert. Just look how he keeps showering you with surprises.
I winced. How does he do that? Dmitri shrugged.
I'm not a programmer. I'm good at other things. The game is still developing. They keep fine-tuning it all the time. You should expect some problems and errors.
Talking about problems, have they identified the auction vendor? He flinched.
Yes and no. Torreep is Pierrot's old char he used at the testing stage. He created it when the game was only just starting out. He hadn't used it for ages. Until recently, that is. I'll tell you more. God only knows how many tunes he's got. The guys kindly checked the logs for me. They say that Torreep discovered the stash containing this ring a few months ago. He then lay low for a while until a week ago, when he began showing up in the game on a daily basis. Guess what he was doing?
I shrugged, then offered something that had occurred to me on my very first day in the game. Monitoring the auction?
Exactly. As soon as you began putting up your stuff, he put up the ring. And there was only one ring of this kind at the auction, which meant he initially targeted the first Enin who'd made Seasoned Digger. Had there been more of them, one of them would have bought it anyway.
So if I understand correctly, if even one Enin laid his or her hands on this ring, it would affect the whole race? I asked.
Something like that, Dmitri muttered. What a shame we failed to ID him.
He must have his own jailbroken capsule, I think. But my guys are still working on it. I'm pretty sure they'll dig something up. Shit. What did I say? You should have changed race when you still could.
Yeah, but you also said that my skill points were safe.
That's true. Even Pierrot can't get to them.
In that case, I don't have to worry about it.
We fell silent. The day before, it had taken all of my self-control not to reveal my emotions at receiving the gift. Luckily, my friends hadn't noticed anything. They must have thought that my shaken expression was caused by their gift's sheer value, which was good. They didn't need to know anything about my problems. And as for their gift, the disgraced programmer left me with no choice, really. As soon as I'd confirmed acceptance, the ring clung to my index finger like a hungry tick, much to my and the others' astonishment. "Have you tried to remove it?" Dmitri asked. "You can't. According to Rorgus, the ring's setup works similarly to that of a rune. The only difference being you apply your runes to your items, and this bastard snatched my finger instead." "Any effect?" I shrugged. "None whatsoever. All my skills and other stats are still the same. I haven't grown a pair of donkey ears either." He guffawed. "It's early days still." I cracked a sad smile. "It's okay," he grinned. "The administration expressed their appreciation of your cooperation and suggest, for the umpteenth time, that you change your race." They appreciate it, yeah, right. Appreciating the cooperation of their guinea pig. I don't think so. I'm meeting up with Flint tomorrow. I might sign up for an instance. He shrugged. "Whatever." "So," he sat up straight, rubbing his hands. "How about another one to celebrate your new level?" We spent the next hour appreciating his excellent brandy. I wasn't sure about Dmitri, but personally I'd forgiven Dad a long time ago. When I'd been a little boy, I think I'd even hated him. As I'd grown up, my hatred had dulled into indifference. And once Christina got sick, all earlier problems had seemed like they hadn't been problems at all. I'd suffered a complete reality shift. It didn't take me long to get to the module center. I had a late-night conversation with my girls and sent them a few screenshots of the streets of Luton and of the Old Bell Tavern, complete with my smiling friends. My girls laughed looking at them. Predictably, they wanted to come and see me in fairyland, as Christina put it. Also predictably, I promised that things were going to work out just fine, adding that we might be together soon. I met Flint in the Golden Sturgeon, a small, cozy tavern in the miners' settlement. Our previous agreement was to meet up at Rorgus's store, but Rorgus, having introduced us to each other via his PM box and having sent us our respective mugshots for easier identification, had closed his shop for inventory. The looming introduction of the water world meant that all the vendors would have their hands full. To put it nicely, Rorgus had more important things to do with his time than shepherd us around. The tavern was empty. At 11 in the morning, everybody was busy working. Apart from me and Flint drinking our coffees, the only other customers were a couple of dwarves talking in the far corner.
"Why don't you work for the dwarves?"
Flint asked me once our introductions were over. I shrugged. They didn't hire me. I came to them on my very first day in the game. They said something about all vacancies already being filled.
"I see. You came to see them wearing your zero-level clothes, didn't you? No wonder. They have a competition for noobs. If you win, their guild will accept you on probation, depending on race, of course. I would have stood zero chance. They only want dwarves and gnomes, but your race has more in common with them."
I dismissed his suggestion. Whatever. It's done now.
"True. I'm quite happy without them. We keep doing instances, there are loads here, and earn some decent money, similar to what they make farming sapphires. No one standing over you.
Lord Shantar's boys keep mopping up the dungeons and bringing noobs in for a bit of leveling, so we get our share, at least 2 trips a week. Our group keeps in Shantar's good books, so we have everything covered without having to go cap in hand to those Stonefoot pigs.
Flint, mind me asking, why me? He chuckled, then ran his hand under his chin, checking the non-existent stubble.
That's straightforward enough.
I shrugged. Why wouldn't it be? He took a sip from a miniature cup and spoke.
Ever since our 5th member has left, we've been passively looking for a new group member. We have a tight team. No free riders trying to capitalize on fellow players' hard work. We can afford working the 4 of us. There is no rush. But as you understand, 4 isn't the same as 5.
From what I understand, a group of your reputation should have no problem hiring honest, hard-working people.
It's not that easy, Olgerd. It may sound like fantasy, but there are a lot of honest people around. But there's always a but. We need someone who can keep up with us. None of us want to take on a slow mo, even if he's as honest as the day is long.
I see.
And as for you, Rorgus recommends you. Plus, there's your Malachite stint. Basically, me and my guys would like to offer you a trial period. If everything works out, we might make a team of 5. Why not?
Indeed, why not? What are your terms?
Between the 4 of us, we work 3 to 1.
3 with picks and 1 lugging?
Exactly.
Flint nodded.
Actually, we have 2 haulers, but Sprat is also speedy. He has no problem keeping up with the 3 of us. Sir Tristan is strong, but not as fast. And Knuckles and I, we just keep chipping away at the rock. If you join, it'll be 3 to 2. Perfect. Each does his job according to his characteristics, and we'll split the earnings.
Does that mean that the 3 of us will have to meet 5 people's quota? He shook his head.
It doesn't quite work like that. It isn't like an irregular mine. Our objective is to do the instance. The resources are non-restorable, don't forget. We begin afresh at the level before last. Usually it's level 5 or 6.
Why the one before last?
Because if we mine ordinary resources, once we reach the last level, we might get a bonus of some quest stones. On one condition, though. The instance has to be already completed.
I see.
Exactly. And from our experience, 5 diggers just can't do it. Too much running to and fro. These aren't your Malachite mines. Quest locations are much deeper normally.
All right. Are there many bonus resources then? He pushed the cup away from him.
That's His Majesty's chance. Can be 20, can be 50. Even 100 sometimes if you're lucky.
We fell silent. Seeing my pensive face, he added,
Take your time. We're going to go on a raid tomorrow. We'll be incommunicado for 36 hours. That gives you 2 days to ponder over it. And if you make up your mind, we'll do our next instance together. You and us.
I'm too short of thinking time, I said firmly. When I'd submitted my application, I was quite prepared to join anyone. But these guys were too good. I simply had to accept. Count me in. He nodded, then gave me a long look.
Before we sign the agreement, there's something I want to ask you. Is there anything I should know before we enter the instance?
I expected something like that. Sooner or later, the truth would come out anyway. You can't keep a meteoric rise in skill a secret for too long. People start asking questions. And it was never a good idea to start a new friendship with ambiguity and secrets. I wasn't going to tell him everything, but I had to let him in on some of it at least. As a matter of fact, there is, I said. But I know it would be stupid asking you to keep your mouth shut. Share a secret with a friend, you share your secret with the whole world. No good grinning, man. I'm sorry if I offended you, but that's what my experience has taught me. He shrugged.
I'm not going to argue. You don't know us, that's all. Go on.
Basically, my char belongs to one of those dead races. He nodded.
And?
The programmer who created it has recently quit over some disagreement with the top brass. The admins then removed Ennins from the game just to avoid any potential problems. They offered me a swap, but I refused. He grinned.
Too greedy to lose your skill points?
Exactly. I nodded. The first day I nearly snuffed it, but I almost did 4,000 agate. Then they suggested I change race. Flint whistled with amazement.
So basically, you're sitting on a ticking bomb. Is that it?
I forced a smile. Sort of.
Any nasty surprises?
Not yet. I lied. That was it. Sorry, bro. I knew it wasn't honest, but I wasn't going to tell him anything else. What I'd said was well enough in case something happened to me during the raid. I'm ready to join, I said instead. It's up to you. I can only add that, according to the admins, my main characteristics are immune. In all honesty, I expected him to say no. Who would need a group member whose future was so insecure? Still, Flint surprised me.
Take it easy,
he said.
I have a few friends who play for dead races, too. It's what admins always do. The moment there's a bug somewhere, they're offering you to turn code. In your case, it's only a few skill points, but imagine someone with a level 100 char who's suddenly told, would you mind changing your race for a safer one because there might be a glitch there somewhere? That's not a problem, man. Here, I'm sending you the contract. Have a look. I'm gonna order us some more coffee.
The contract seemed legit. Besides, it was a one-off. I only had to do one instance. I signed it.
Excellent.
Flint smiled.
Welcome to the group. Tomorrow morning, I'll send you an invitation from the entrance to the grotto.
Where are we going?
Our boss's little boy is going to take some noob girls to the spider grotto for a bit of leveling. Hey, what's up? What's the sad face for?
True, the name of Shantarsky Jr. had dampened my excitement, which must have reflected in my facial expression. There's something else I forgot to tell you. His stare grew serious.
Which is?
I'm not his flavor of the month. Flint guffawed. Then he surprised me again.
Ha! That only proves you're exactly who we're looking for.
I ventured a smile as he went on.
This little shit is only friends with his toads and ass lickers. We all have a bone to pick with him, so welcome to the club.
We killed some more time over our coffees discussing various important details, then parted friends. Flint definitely left a positive impression. What I liked about the group was that all its members seemed to be the same age as myself. Each of them had a family and a goal. Each of them took this seriously. Once again, I had Rorgus to thank for that. I didn't go to the mine. I had too many real-world questions to sort out. The main one being I had to change the capsule. The one I'd been using wasn't suitable for my new tasks. I had to move one floor up. It didn't take me long to hang my hat in my new quarters, which incidentally were identical to my old lodgings. I decided against unpacking. You never know, I might need to move again. So I set my suitcase down in the corner to wait for further developments. First of all, I opened the internet and started researching the spider grotto. It turned out to be the most common instance in the whole of Mirror World. Every cluster had one or more of them. I gave the mobs a cursory check. Levels 20 to 35. The boss? Steel Widow. I didn't check the compensations. I wasn't entitled to them anyway. But I did study the resources info. Gray crystals. A tad cheaper than sapphires, they were used mainly by alchemists and jewelers. A popular commodity on Mirror World's market. Notably, their dust was used in the making of stones of strength, life, stamina, and speed. Just as Flint had said, the Spider Grotto also offered bonus stones, the so-called Twilight Crystals. Their value lay in the fact that they were mentioned in several major quests. In other words, they weren't used in crafting, but several major NPCs wanted players to bring them these stones as offerings or gifts. I'd already noticed that quest resources were highly valued in Mirror World. This was a rare and much sought-after commodity. Oh well, this played right into my hands. The only thing left to do was actually get them. Chapter 15. We kept a safe distance from Lord Melwis and company as we watched their pompous departure from the Spider Grotto. The men's handsome faces flashed cheerful smiles as they bowed gallantly to the ladies in riding habits. My eyes watered with the sheer quantity of stabbing and slashing weapons.
"Fucking Boy Scouts?"
A Rock-Rog growled, stretching his broad shoulders.
"You shouldn't say that, dear Sprat,"
said his bigger counterpart.
"Nothing of Boy Scouts left in that lot. With Boy Scouts you can still influence the little motherfuckers' growing minds. These are fully grown shits. I'm afraid they are fully formed now."
Fully formed scumbags.
A slight, skinny Dwand finished his sentence.
"I have to admit, I completely agree with you on this one, dear Knuckles."
So,
Flint said in mock surprise,
Sir Tristan has agreed on something. That's a first.
Grim bodyguards exited the dungeon next, following their master.
These are specters.
The skinny Knuckles screwed up his face in disdain. "Meaning?" I asked, peering at their dark figures hung with cold steel.
"The thing is, dear Olgerd," Sir Tristan began, "that the Mirror World phenomenon has led to the creation of all sorts of parties and movements in every shade of religious and political hue. Such formations are especially popular amongst the younger generation."
Do you mean that these specters are some kind of sect?
"It wouldn't be exactly accurate to call them that," Sir Tristan objected. "Firstly, because they don't represent the result of some religious schism, and secondly, because they aren't religious at all. They don't possess any particular teaching, neither founder nor any clear-cut tradition."
That'll come, Flint said. All they need is some time. They have their ideology basically shaped. Whoever compiles it into a concise formula will become their founder. And he won't be short of followers, trust me. As long as the idea is loud and attractive enough.
"What kind of idea?" I asked. It was Flint who answered my question.
To put it short, a reality swap. These people view the glass house as a new real world.
How about their bodies?
"They stay IRL in some sort of induced coma," Sir Tristan replied. "There's no precise data yet."
From what I heard, those who were forced out of this state have developed mental problems, Knuckles added. Something like substance dependency. It's only rumors, mind you, Flint added. They try not to draw the public's attention to it. The powers that be don't want any negative publicity. Right, enough shirking. The grotto is ours now. Off we go. It's do or die, LOL.
As we marched toward the mine, I tried to stay behind, shielded by the Rogs' broad backs. Just in case. I couldn't be too sure if Shantarsky Jr. wouldn't want to take it out on me. New problems were the last thing I needed at the moment, and neither did my new group mates. Talking of whom, I'd turned out to be the youngest in the group. Knuckles, who used to bear this title before me, was 2 years my senior. Despite his gutter-snipe nickname, he impressed me as serious, ruthless even. For some reason I'd expected to see Horrids as the group's haulers, but Flint explained to me that Rock-Rogs could beat even the strongest race with their hands tied behind their backs. To run up and down the levels pushing heavy trolleys, this race was absolutely the best. Flint couldn't tell me anything about Sir Tristan. He didn't know much himself. The man kept his true occupation under wraps. Still, judging by his manner, Our strongest team member was unlikely to indulge in heavy labor in real life. As for Sprat, he was his complete opposite, a simple and straightforward menial worker, a true grinder. For some reason, I got a feeling that he was just as burly in real life, with 2 callous, spade-like hands and a cocked flat cap. In other words, I was very happy I'd landed in an experienced group, and their age suited me to perfection. As I stepped over the invisible line separating the instance from the rest of the location, I had a stupid urge to look back at the departing company of Lord Shantar, Jr. He stood there watching me intently as he was saying something to one of his minions. A hand touched my shoulder. I flinched, betraying myself.
I don't think he recognized you,
Flint said reassuringly.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's already forgotten all about your first day encounter on the road.
I chuckled. Had anyone told me I'd be scared of some little shit, I'd have laughed long and hard. But it is what it is, I'm afraid. I can't afford to lose time. Flint nodded.
That's right. Come on, then. The clock is ticking. We have 36 hours, tops.
Who was it with him? I asked, as I hurried to catch up with the rest.
That was Slayer, a level 80 wizard, one of his ass lickers.
Is he also a specter?
Yeah, sort of,
Flint answered.
An aspiring one, so to say. You'd better stay out of his way.
We caught up with the rest of the group as they descended the stairs between levels 1 and 2. A set of narrow gauge rails ran parallel to the steps. Very soon, they would groan under the weight of our loaded trolleys. Here, the terminals were located inside the grotto itself, which made this mine different from the others. 36 hours. The countdown began. Mechanically, I checked the belt stuffed with elixirs. This was my first extended immersion experience. My bag contained energy food, apples, bread, meat, and water. At Flint's suggestion, I'd also bought a few stones of stamina, 15 gold each, just in case. If I was lucky, by the end of the raid I might get a buff of +3 to energy every 40 seconds for half an hour. The spider grotto wasn't at all what I'd expected it to be. I'd imagined it as a nasty place blocked with cobwebs to the point of being impassable. A kingdom of arachnid monsters, so to say. In a way, I'd been right, of course. The cave was hung with cobwebs, complete with skeletons still clinging to them. The size of some of the bones was impressive. The designers had done an excellent job. No, it was something else that I found interesting. The spiders weren't the original inhabitants of this place. Judging by the ruins, the crumbling monuments, and the dilapidated roads and sidewalks, once this place had been occupied by sentient beings. I wonder, I decided to share my deductions with the group. Why is this place called a spider grotto?
Ah, you noticed it too, didn't you?
Sir Tristan replied readily.
Oh, no,
Knuckles said jokingly.
Here it starts again. There you go, Olgerd.
Flint laughed.
Get ready for a lecture.
Brace yourself, man,
Sprat shouted to me from the front.
He'll turn you into a smart-ass like himself.
Sir Tristan didn't bat an eyelid.
I simply have the habit of refreshing each location's story before I go there.
I do too, I admitted, then corrected myself. Since recently, anyway. But this time I gave it a miss. I know I should have looked into it, but Spider Grotto sounded self-explanatory.
Look at those two,
Sprat cheered.
Kindred souls meet.
I just don't bother to read that crap,
Knuckles said.
Usually what it says is just to pull the wool over your eyes.
I am sorry to disappoint you, dear Knuckles, but sometimes this wool, as you eloquently put it, can tell a lot about a location, and even offer a few tips.
Oh, no,
Flint mumbled.
Here comes the Pearl Citadel stash story.
As if in confirmation of his words, Sir Tristan said,
"And the Pearl Citadel stash can serve as a dramatic example of the latter."
"What do you mean?" I asked.
Jesus,
Knuckles groaned. Regally ignoring his friend's jibes, Sir Tristan began to explicate.
A few months ago, a certain low-level player discovered a one-off stash in one of the rooms of the Pearl Citadel. At the risk of preempting myself, let me tell you that the sum raised from the auction sales of the stash's contents had resulted in some sort of gold rush, as everyone in Mirrorworld set off in search of new stashes. And what was especially instrumental in creating this kind of reaction was an interview the lucky player had given to some local blogger. In it, he admitted that he'd come across a helpful tip in an article about the location's history.
I grinned. I can imagine what happened next. Knuckles nodded.
everybody went mad. All the forums and blogs, everything was packed with all sorts of interpretations.
Flint added.
Each even more stupid than the next,
Sir Tristan said. So how did it all end?
It didn't,
Knuckles said.
No one has found anything ever since.
I don't think the player told us everything he knew,
Sir Tristan objected.
I think he was pulling the journalist's leg,
Sprat said. That would be too much, I said.
It would,
Flint agreed.
I've known people's bones being broken for less.
Back to the subject,
Sir Tristan continued.
Talking about the Spider Grotto, from what I read, initially these dungeons used to domiciliate a certain clan under the mountain. The Black Axes, to be precise.
Dwarves again,
Knuckles spat.
They're everywhere,
Sprat agreed.
Bunch of bearded, tight-ass bastards.
I'd already noticed that my new workmates seemed to have a thing about dwarves. I didn't dare ask, hoping to glean some information from their conversations. Instead, I said, "What's so special about these black axes?"
And how can it help us discover treasure stashes?
Knuckles added with a grin.
I don't think it can,
Sir Tristan answered pensively.
The chronicles say that these black axes were rebels.
What did they do?
Flint asked.
You see, it was about that time when the Alvan race and the Highlanders made an alliance against a strong kingdom of humans.
Let me guess.
Knuckles grinned.
Are midgets sided with the humans?
Exactly,
Sir Tristan nodded.
But they didn't even get the chance to warn the human king about the looming war. The clan was brutally massacred. I can tell you more. The clan had already been doomed.
Why? Sprat asked.
Apparently, the clan's artifact makers had learned to build some kind of battle machines, but they weren't in a hurry to share their secrets with other clans.
If I can't have you, no one will,
Flint said theatrically.
Not really,
Sir Tristan corrected him.
The great master and his best apprentice had been taken hostage.
Good! Sprat exclaimed.
That's the spirit.
End of the line,
Flint suddenly announced.
Level 6. Everyone's invited to disembark.
Oh, Knuckles said.
I didn't even notice. Time flies when you're enjoying yourself.
I glanced at the clock. Our descent had taken 35 minutes in total. Holy cow. Good job I wasn't alone here.
To work, comrades!
Flint exclaimed mockingly. The level 6 cave was enormous. By my estimation, its ceiling reached to the height of a 9-story building. Its walls were streaked with stalactites, as if some mythical giant had tried to melt them with a blowtorch. I suppressed a sarcastic grin. What was I thinking of? This was only a game, a set of clever stage props. But still, it looked so real it sent shivers down your spine. The cave was the size of 2 football pitches, its floor littered with rock debris and the remains of crumbled columns and statues.
Impressive, eh?
Sir Tristan asked, smiling. I nodded. It is. I have to remind myself that all this was created by computer designers and not by some mythical ancient beings.
That's right, he agreed. The location looks very believable.
Never mind, I said. Let's do it. Chapter 16. At 3 in the afternoon, we decided to stop for a lunch break. We deserved it. We'd done the whole of Level 6. Predictably, our haulers had suffered the most. Still, they didn't complain. They even tried to be cheerful about it. As far as I could understand, we were making good progress. If we kept it up, we could mine more twilight crystals. We also celebrated Knuckles' new skill point. 20 more and he'd make a new level. Everyone seemed sincerely happy for him. I sat there keeping a low profile. I'd already done 9 skill points, and the best was still to come. Only now did I realize the true value of my shrewd operator. Knuckles had the highest skill numbers in the group, but he'd remained a seasoned digger for 2 months already, and that's considering he was only doing the mining. I didn't disclose my stats. Not that anyone had asked me about them. They seemed to be seriously thinking I'd only just got a new level. The few precious crumbs they received to their skill were a pittance. For the first time in the cave, I wished that my operator slowed down a bit. The cave was crammed full of crystals, and I kept hacking at them non-stop. Both Sir Tristan and Sprat kept a watchful eye on the scene to make sure everyone had a trolley at hand. I winced and rubbed my chin. Apparently, Knuckles misread my body language.
Cheer up, Olgerd.
He gave me a friendly slap on the shoulder.
We'll level you up so you won't know yourself. You and Sprat and Sir Tristan, too. Oh, yeah,
Flint agreed.
I can already see our group of experienced diggers doing Level 2 instances. That's better than climbing down some spider's hole.
You can make good money with emeralds, too, Sprat suggested. Lord Shantar has this mine.
Please.
Flint winced.
Rubbing shoulders with those midgets? Thanks, but no thanks. Great deeds await us.
I listened in to their conversations, faking a self-conscious smile. I tried so hard to play the part of a newbie embarrassed by the attention of his more experienced colleagues. Even as I did so, I realized this was our last outing. More than that, I realized that if I happened to make experienced digger here in this cave, I'd have to disappear from Luton. Here it took people months of daily grind to earn their skills, point by miserable point. And here I was, rising through levels faster than some magic goose could lay golden eggs. Was I really a fraud? Or, as they called them here, a cheater? I didn't know. I'd chosen a race. I'd registered my account. I'd done some cruel things to my char, trying to save every point in order to invest it in my future characteristics. Had I used any dirty tricks? I didn't think so. I'd been offered a choice. So I'd done what everybody did when joining the game. I'd made my choice. Theoretically, everything was kosher, but it's true that most of the time theory disagrees with practice. I was 200% sure that, had the true nature of my skills become known, it would have created quite an uproar. And that was the last thing I needed. Really. Cool. I tried to change the subject. What comes after Experienced Digger, then? Isn't it Master Digger? Sprat guffawed.
Won't you be happy with Experienced?
Oh, I will, I smiled. Just curious. There isn't much about it on the internet. Flint grinned.
That's all you'll find. Firstly, because clans treasure their masters. They keep their names under wraps. They provide them with bodyguards, individual capsules and whatnot.
I whistled in surprise. Whew. Why? Sir Tristan answered for everyone.
The answer to this question is pretty obvious. See for yourself. Here we are in one of the most basic quest instances. but its resources cost like the most expensive Class 1 stones. There are certain locations in Mirrorworld that are the dream of every advanced player, but venturing there is pointless without having a top-level digger to do the mining. The resources in such locations can be incredibly valuable. Without certain quest stones, for instance, you can't level up your mount or improve your castle's defenses. The examples are legion. People pay a king's ransom for the opportunity to lay their hands on resources like these, and in their turn they protect and value the workers capable of obtaining them.
I see, I said. And secondly?
Pardon me?
Flint said firstly. What's secondly, then? Ah! Sir Tristan's voice rang with understanding. He turned to Flint.
May I, sir?
Flint nodded again. Completely forgot. Masters have access to a second profession.
Exactly,
Sir Tristan said.
Normally, whoever gets access to a second profession concentrates on it and only agrees to clans' occasional requests to mine a particularly rare resource. The rest of the time, masters spend in the comfort of their workshops,
Crafting stuff like our runes and elixirs.
Knuckles finished his phrase.
Interestingly, Sir Tristan went on, other professions have more than their fair share of masters, but amongst mine diggers they are few and far between. That's because our profession is the most dangerous and accident-prone,
Sprat announced.
Absolutely, Sir Tristan agreed. Most people prefer an easier job, even if it doesn't pay as well.
As for master diggers, Flint said, you don't need to be a brain surgeon to realize these people are quite wealthy. They aren't interested in busting their humps in the mines anymore, nor in running around instances like we do. They definitely aren't.
Knuckles rolled his eyes in anticipation.
Once I become a master digger, I'll grow myself a big fat belly and get myself a personal assistant. I'll buy myself a waistcoat like they wear in the movies, with little pockets and a gold watch on a chain. Then I'll do nothing all day but saunter about like I don't have a care in the world. That's life.
Just make sure you don't get promoted while working the instance,
Sprat said sardonically. I pricked up my ears. Why's that?
What do you mean?
Sprat sounded surprised.
The moment you reach a new level, the system throws you out of the group.
Why?
Because an experienced digger can't be subordinate to a seasoned one. Likewise, a master can't be subordinate to an experienced one,
Flint explained. I see, I said. I'd missed that somehow. What's the problem, then?
The problem is, a rise in levels incurs the player's deletion from the group and automatically teleports him back to his or her starting point,
Flint said.
The biggest bastard is the fact that I would lose all the resources I'd already farmed during the raid,
Knuckles added. Everything you've done in the last 36 hours? Really? I asked, dumbfounded.
Not everything, no. The stuff already declared is immune,
Flint reassured me. Sprat nodded at Knuckles' trolley filled to the brim with gray crystals.
But this isn't.
Bummer. More food for thought. Gradually, the conversation faded. Each of us was busy doing his own thing. Then Flint turned to me.
Actually, Olgerd, there's something we'd love to know.
I tensed. Here come the questions. I nodded for him to go on.
How do you like Mirrorworld?
Flint asked. It took me all of my composure to suppress a sigh of relief. Unpleasant questions were being put off. What do you mean?
What he wants to say,
Sir Tristan butted in, as was his habit,
is that this game has a very high addiction rate. You have the developers to thank for that. They created a week's free trial, perfectly functional with all the trimmings, mind you, in a special dedicated server.
Normally, a week's enough for a player to get seriously hooked,
Flint said.
From what we've heard, 99 people out of 100 can't imagine their lives outside Mirrorworld anymore. So we're curious how it happened in your case.
I chuckled. I see. Well, I'm afraid my answer might disappoint you. I don't like it here. They exchanged meaningful smiles. Please, don't get me wrong, I said. I fully appreciate the entire experience. I still can't believe it's possible. Everything's so real. Too real. It's like... I paused, searching for the right words. Like visiting another planet? Knuckles offered. Or a parallel world? Exactly, I nodded. Not even. My job requires a lot of traveling. I've seen lots of different places, lots of strange people and unusual cultures. I've been to some amazing places. But strangely enough, coming back to my family was always the best part.
A family?
Sprat asked. Yeah, a wife and a little girl. So you miss them, but not the real world as such. Not your home? Knuckles asked. Me, I'm homesick like you won't believe. I'm not, I said. You're right. I miss them, not our home. Are they away then? I nodded, suppressing a sigh. The others fell silent, each thinking his own thoughts.
And still,
Sprat broke the silence.
I don't understand those specters. How can you swap the real world for this cage? The admins can interfere when you least expect it. What kind of life is that?
You think in real life you're free? I said. Do you want to say we aren't puppeteered around in the real world? That we don't have to obey their sick rules and regulations?
I couldn't agree with you more.
Sir Tristan turned to me.
Absolute freedom is the politicians' notion helping them to massage the voters' egos. Nobody votes as eagerly as a free idiot.
In a way, I can understand those who've chosen this project to replace their real-world lives, I said. I'll bet all you want that they're desperate. Mirror World allows them to experience something they're deprived of in real life. I keep thinking about my next-door neighbor. The smartest guy you've ever met, handsome as hell and a mountain ski freak. One day he left on a ski holiday. A few days later, they brought him back to his mother almost a vegetable. Completely paralyzed. He spent years on medications. His mother fought for his every breath. She placed him in all sorts of clinics and occupational therapies. Finally he could walk, after a fashion, moving around on crutches, all crooked like a bonsai. He can't speak anymore. He hums. But at least he can move around. Let me guess, Knuckles said. His friends gradually stopped coming. His girlfriend disappeared. He was all alone if you don't count his mom and his computer. Right? Yeah, sort of, I said. At first he kept fighting. He walked a lot, and he did all the exercises. Then one day his doctor said this was his limit.
And he believed him and gave up?
Sprat said. It's not a question of believing, I said. He'd already done everything he was supposed to have done. Oh no, he just joined an online game. Made quite a few friends there. I smiled. One day he even said to me that he'd got married. In the game. It may sound sick, but I understood him. And as for Mirror World, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that my next-door neighbor is here somewhere, walking around as some paladin in shiny armor. You might be right, Flint said pensively. Whether I'm right or not is of no consequence. I just think these people deserve some understanding. Having said that, I don't think my neighbor cares that much about what other people think. It's not going to change his life, that's for sure. Chapter 17. We'd reached level 7. We had another hour and a half until the first mobs reappeared. We had 118 twilight crystals in the kitty. Everyone was tuckered out, but it felt good. The guys were happy. According to my calculations, we'd earned about 400 gold each and had done a bit of skill leveling. As for me, each swing of my pick sent cold shivers down my spine. 83 points. 2 more points and I'd get a new level. I took a heavy, purposefully slow swing. My pick lingered in midair. You've received a resource. Gray crystal. That was close. By mutual agreement, we did level 7 all by ourselves. As the other guys explained to me, you didn't get as many bonus resources when you let the bots to do the job. Another swing. You've received a resource. Gray crystal. Big sigh of relief. Level 7 was one huge throne hall. Admittedly, it looked more like a mass grave. Its floor was littered with skulls and bones, pieces of rusty armor and broken shields, swords, axes, halberds, arrows, and spear tips. This disgusting mix was generously garnished with stiff gray cobwebs. I'd mined 34 twilight crystals. I'd lost count of the gray ones. If I made Experienced Digger now, I'd ruin the whole raid, both for myself and for the others. I'd already decided to tell them the truth once I made level 84. I just hoped they'd understand. That wasn't what worried me. But where 4 people shared a secret, it was only a question of time before it became common knowledge. Should I keep it under wraps, maybe? Should I hit 85 points, get my new level, then promptly quit both the group and the game, and start over in some other cluster as far from here as possible? Never mind the crystals. Never mind what the guys were going to think about me. But this way, my secret definitely wasn't safe. It wouldn't take Flint and the others long to put 2 and 2 together. And then they wouldn't keep their mouths shut, if only just to punish the jerk who'd done the dirty on them. No, this wasn't an option. I hated the very idea of it. Another swing. You've received a resource. Gray crystal.
Keep going, guys,
Flint cheered.
I got another twilight one. Olgerd, hold on!
Knuckles shouted to me from the opposite side of the hall.
We're nearly there.
Leave him alone,
Sprat interfered.
Can't you see he can barely lift his pick? First time is never easy.
Don't shortchange him, man.
Flint joined the quip exchange.
He's gonna surprise us all, trust me.
Sullenly, I kept picking at the rock. He didn't even know how right he was. You've received a resource. Gray crystal. Your tool slipped as you picked at the slab of dark rock. You've received a resource. Twilight crystal. I got another one, I wheezed.
So,
Flint echoed.
What did I tell you?
He had indeed, and the worst was still to come. I could imagine his face once I started telling them my story. A swing.
Comrades,
Sir Tristan called out.
our time is up. One last swing and we're out of here.
A swing. You've received a resource. Gray crystal. Saved by the bell. I stopped. I was heaving. For the first time in the last 2 hours, I cracked a happy smile, meeting my friends' cheerful eyes. Yes, my friends. Nothing brings people closer than hard work, especially when you know that each of them, you included, had given it their all. I noticed an enormous carving in the rock wall a few paces away from me. It depicted a battle of dwarves with hordes of rogs and horrids. That was unusual. As I'd worked, I hadn't even had time to cast a look around. But now I could finally enjoy a bit of local artwork. Why not? I still had a couple of minutes to catch my breath.
Olgerd,
Flint called out.
what's up?
Just a sec. I need a breather.
I see. All right, then. We're going up. You'll have to catch up with us. Don't forget that the spiders will be here in 40 minutes.
They're the biggest ones in there,
Sprat added, grinning. I waved their warnings away, like, don't worry, I have plenty of time. Then I stepped toward the carving. I couldn't yet understand what it was, but My eye had caught on something very, very familiar. I had 3 more paces to take when I sensed a light prickling in my right hand. My ring finger. Surprised, I pulled off the glove. The ring. The fine runic script encircling it glowed an intense blue. I took another step. The ring prickled my hand again. Another one of Pierrot's tricks. I immediately remembered the conversation we'd had earlier about stashes and things. What if I managed to find a treasure as well? But what if it was a trap? I took another step. The ring gave me one last prickle and became inanimate again. Not that I needed its warnings now. I'd already worked out what it was in the carving that had seemed so strange to me. The warriors fighting the hordes of fanged rogs and thick-skinned horrids were no dwarves. They were Ennins. I peered closer at the scene. No, I wasn't mistaken. A squat figure of a warrior at my eye level was clad in a set of armor, his helmet in his right hand, his left one reaching for his face. Just like my own Ennin, a sullen stare, an aquiline nose. This one didn't have a shock of hair, though. His was neatly braided into lots of plaits, both his head and his beard. A tattoo on his cheek looked very much like a rune. What an interesting individual. He wasn't in the thick of battle, but it somehow seemed to flow around him. I got the impression that the Rogs and the Horrids seemed to be trying to get to him, hindered by the thick ranks of squat, broad-shouldered Ennin soldiers, bristling with long spears and blocking the way with their tall shields. I couldn't see any archers. Ah, there they were. Not archers. Crossbowmen. A group of bearded midgets hovered around the Ennin leader. Cassocks, long beards, twisted staffs in their hands. They carried neither armor nor weapons. These must have been wizards. I stepped ever closer to the picture. I wanted to see everything in every detail. But what was this? It couldn't be. Then again, who did I think I was fooling? Apparently, whoever had created Ennins had his own far-fetched plans for their race. The Ennin's leader sported the exact same ring on his hand as I did. Could I have been wrong? I raised my hand and took a look. The ring was identical. I'd been expecting what happened next, with a complex mix of fear and impatience. Both our rings glowed with the familiar blue hue. Fine blue threads emanated from the Ennin's ring. Mine followed suit, the threads reaching out for each other. It was fascinating. I nearly missed the moment when they met. I snatched my hand away. The light went out. Gasping, I looked around me, but saw no one. What could this mean? Was it yet another surprise from the disfavored programmer? Or was it a complex activation of something very dangerous? Or, alternatively, very useful? Later, I kept asking myself the question hundreds of times. What had triggered my next action? Could it be the guy's talk of hidden treasures? Or my constant musings to the point that Pierrot, or what's his name, Andrew Petrov, hadn't done anything that could have hurt me yet? I really couldn't tell. I only remember thinking clearly that if the ring would allow me to earn a bit more money, I shouldn't let this chance slip. I raised my hand. The threads of blue light reappeared, reaching toward each other even faster than the first time. It was as if they were scared to fail again. Finally, they met. For a while, nothing happened. I admittedly thought this was the end of it. As if. A system message popped up. Greetings, O Olgerd, from the guardian spirit of the Der Swir clan. Would you like to download the clan's app suite? Accept. Yes, no. An app suite. What harm could an app suite do to me? An expert would probably warn me against it. But once I started, I had to complete this route. The first thing that sprang to mind was a treasure map of the notorious Cursed Clan. I pressed yes. A download bar came on. Oh, the download was big. I'd have to wait, and I really had very little time. As if in confirmation, Flint PM'd me.
Olgerd, where the hell are you? What do you think you're doing?
I'm coming.
Drop everything and get here quick. The spiders will be there in a minute. Then you're fucked.
54% downloaded. If I broke the fine thread now, the download would stop. Just one more minute. 75%. 89%. 96%. Finally, 100%. Yes! The fine thread disappeared. My little ring followed suit and crumbled into dust. So that's how it was then? A single-use ring? Never mind, I'd think about it later. Would you like to install the Durswur app suite? Not now. It would have to wait until a more convenient opportunity. Time was an issue. I was about to reply to Flint's message when I heard a rustling noise behind my back. Had the mobs already arrived? I still had about 40 minutes, hadn't I? Chill poured down my spine. My heart fluttered. I swung round.
You shit for brains, what you stalling for?
Yes, he had remembered me all right. And he'd noticed me outside earlier that morning. Vindictive bastard. I didn't envy his father. His wizard minion Slayer stood slightly aside. A nasty smirk curved his lips. He had the typically slanted eyes of an Alvin, and a navy suit of armor that all the magic classes wore in Mirror World. He stood there with his arms crossed, glaring at me from under his eyebrows. I really didn't like what I read in his glare. What's that for a tone? I tried to browbeat him as I stepped toward the exit. Slayer only grinned, then waved his hand as if brushing aside an annoying fly. A system message popped up. You've been cursed. Name of curse, Midday Shroud. Effect. From now on, you can't talk to other players. Duration, 2 hours. Then another. You've been cursed. Name of curse, Wasted Prisoner. Effect. From now on, you cannot leave the location. Duration, 2 hours.
That's better, Slayer smirked, then added, Don't even try to escape. It won't work. And I can see in your face that you realize it already. Your chat isn't available, is it? Cool, eh? Your idiot friends must be spamming you with messages. And you can't write back like the dumb asshole that you are. Can you or can't you? The shroud is an excellent thing, especially when one needs to talk. To teach some cheeky noobs to show some respect to their superiors.
I could feel my face turn crimson. I wasn't afraid, no. I was enraged. I took a better grip of my pick. Seeing this, Slayer shook his head.
Once a noob, always a noob. Don't stare at my lash. I'm not going to soil my hands on you. All I want is to teach you a lesson. Next time you'll be more respectful.
He started for the stairs, speaking as he climbed.
All right, time for me to go. I'm not wishing you good luck, but trust me, you'll need it. See you later, shithead. Repeat after me. Respect.
All my attempts to break through the invisible wall failed. All I achieved was a nasty fall and a few points drop in my pants and jacket's durability. Flint kept flooding my PM box with messages, while all I could do was open my mouth soundlessly like a fish out of water. Damn that carving on the wall. Damn Shantarsky and his sorry excuse for a son. Damn this sadist slayer scumbag. Gasping, I sat on the floor by the wall. I tried not to think what was going to happen once the instance came back to life. One thing I knew was that this was the top level and top mobs, plus Steel Widow, the instance boss. I wasn't going to like it, that's for sure. It was going to hurt. A lot. I didn't even want to think how it was going to feel. Shame about my clothes. Their durability was about to suffer somewhat. What could I do? Had I had a standard account, I could have promptly died, then resurrected at the main square. But now, how was I going to survive the 2 hours until the curse wore off? And once it did, how was I supposed to battle my way out of a dungeon swarming with spiders? Now my hopes lay with Flint. If he disbanded the group quickly, I might get off easy. But they had to declare the stones first. They were still on their way to the exit, and would be for the next half hour. Then they would have to use the terminal. They weren't going to lose their haul. What was the point? I wouldn't want to either. So I'd have to suffer in silence. I had no other way. So, what did we have? It would take the group another 30 minutes to get to the terminal. Give it 5 more minutes to declare their spoils. Then they'd walk out. The spiders would arrive, and then... A message from Flint interrupted my calculations.
Olgerd, we've just seen Slayer going out past us. I think we know why you don't answer.
The motherfucker must have cast a gag on you.
Knuckles butted in.
I beg of you to hold on, Sir Tristan added. Please listen to us. Or rather, read the messages. I know you can see them, even though you can't answer. Most likely, he cast one of those virtual curses on you. According to the instance map, you must still be at level 7, which means you aren't just gagged, but also immobilized. In the worst-case scenario, the scoundrel cast a ball and chain on you, which means you're standing there unable to take a single step. The best-case scenario, however, could be one of the minor curses that block the instance's exits. I'm going to preempt your questions, as I know you can't ask it yourself. Judging by your references to online games, you're apparently not familiar with combat tactics. Here in Mirror World, they're basically the same as in all other game worlds. You must know, then, that all monsters possess a quality commonly known as aggression.
He means aggro.
Flint butted in.
Exactly. This is a particular mob's radius of vision. In your case, it's spiders. If he casts a ball and chain on you, and if you're located at the center of the hall, this is very bad news. Very. The moment the monsters arrive, they'll attack you. As long as a group member is engaged in combat, Flint, as the group's leader, can't disband it. But if you're only denied exit from the location, as we all hope you are, you need to find the most inconspicuous cranny in the whole location and keep quiet. In that case, there's some chance they might not notice you at all.
Hold on, man. We're gonna get you out,
Sprat assured me.
Even if we dump the hall,
Knuckles promised. Oh no. Anything but that. All that work. My mind was screaming as I desperately tried to find a safe spot in the cave. As if listening in to my thoughts, Sir Tristan added,
Please, don't worry. I'm sure it won't come to that. We've doubled up speed, so we might gain about 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure you'll come out unscathed.
I could sense he was struggling to add,
provided you're not under ball and chain.
I couldn't suppress a nervous grin. Wasn't I the lucky one?
As far as this shameful incident is concerned, Sir Tristan went on, we're going to file a collective complaint, both with the admins and with our employer. I'm fed up with his little skunk and his pranks.
Sprat vented his indignation.
About time I look for a new job.
me too.
Knuckles added.
So we'll just quit. All of us.
Flint summed up.
A group of seasoned diggers is always welcome. Fuck Shantarsky.
I'm more than sure that our collective complaint will give us enough ground to cancel our employment agreement, Sir Tristan informed us. I suppose quite a few other players in this cluster will follow suit. Many of them have a bone to pick with Shantarsky Jr.
Their support made me feel so good. These were guys you could follow through hell and high water. Their idea made sense. Why not? I'd been thinking about quitting too, hadn't I? In any case, I couldn't stay in this cluster for much longer, and now I had a perfect official excuse. I wouldn't be quitting on my own even, but as part of a top group. Stupid as it might sound in my situation, whatever happened would be for the best. My cheat ability wasn't exactly welcome here. Wait, a cheat ability? Of course! My shrewd operator! Why hadn't I thought about it earlier? I grabbed my pick and ran toward the trolley, pulling a stamina stone out of my pocket as I ran. Now was the time to use it. You've used a magic stone of stamina. Effect: +3 to energy every 40 seconds. Duration: 30 minutes. Excellent. I screeched to a halt next to the trolley and hurried to change the bot's settings to speed mode. Off we go. You've received a resource: gray crystal. My idea was simple. The same thing that I'd been trying so desperately to avoid could now save me. If I leveled up now, I'd be thrown out of the instance. By then, the guys would have their haul safely in the terminal. Counting on the mobs not noticing me wasn't a particularly smart idea. Okay, so I'll blow my secret. Big deal. I was going to quit anyway. You've received a resource: gray crystal. 15 minutes had elapsed. I gulped an elixir. The bot was taking one hell of a lot of energy. Never mind. A couple of days in bed, that's all.
We've reached level 2,
Flint reported. Hold on, man, Knuckles added. I chuckled nervously. All that time I'd been trying not to get a new level, and now my counter seemed to have frozen. You've received a resource: gray crystal. Your tool slipped as you picked at the slab of dark rock. You've received a resource: twilight crystal. This was our 20th. What a shame. It felt weird. I was about to face murderous monsters capable of ripping me to shreds, and I was mourning the loss of some stupid stones. I wondered whether they were indeed going to rip me to shreds, or whether they would choose some different kind of torture. You've received a resource: gray crystal. Your tool slipped as you picked at the slab of dark rock. You've received a resource: twilight crystal. You've received +1 to your skill. Yes, got it. Just one more level, then I'd be free. I gulped yet another elixir. The trolley was heaped with stones. I ran toward the next one. Never mind, we'll make it. The bones of my long-dead fellow Enins crunched underfoot. I understood, of course, that this was the work of my imagination, nothing else. Everything around me was naught but designer stage settings. They just looked so impossibly real. My mind must have kept immersing deeper and deeper into the virtual world. Another year and I might end up like one of those specters. And it was pretty clear to me now that I was stuck here for quite a while. Getting the loan was one thing. Now I had to pay it back, which might take years, decades. You've received a resource: gray crystal. I didn't hear the other guys anymore. What were they up to? I was beginning to miss Sir Tristan's preaching. 5 minutes until the spiders respawned. Where the hell were they? I cast a scared glance around me. By my calculations, they must have already declared their spoils about 5 minutes ago. I swallowed another elixir. The bot kept crashing through the rock, quickly and efficiently. You've received a resource: gray crystal. Your tool slipped as you picked at the slab of dark rock. You've received a resource. Twilight crystal. Fuck the crystals. I'd stopped counting them a long time ago. A sense of doom washed over me. The guys must have had a problem. What a shame I couldn't even open the map. That way I might at least see where they were. It was high time they rescued me. Grinning sarcastically, I looked over the loaded trolleys. What a waste. Only a few seconds left. I had to go look for cover. You never know. They might indeed not notice me. Closer to the carved picture in the rock, I noticed a small niche. Good place. A nice little deposit of crystals. I might keep hacking at them. You never know. Sorry, guys. If you don't answer, it can only mean you have problems because of me. I darted for the niche. There! I made it. Slowly, I reached into my bag. You've used a magic stone of stamina. Effect: +3 to energy every 40 seconds. Duration: 30 minutes. I froze. Spiders began appearing. I clasped my pick handle. Holy Mamma Mia, how many were they? 10? 11? Exactly 15. I took a closer look. All of them were the same race. Red Widow. All level 35. Compared to their bellies, their heads were tiny. All had 8 legs.